Welcome to Manhwa Recaps, spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. Huge shout out and special thanks to the channel members. The manhwa starts with someone banging pots and pans to wake people up at a camp. We see a man in bed that doesn't want to get up, and another man saying there's something in his boot, and that it's a bug. This wakes the other guy up, and we learn his name is Incred. These people are his squad members. He says after causing trouble he was demoted to this position. On the battlefield, we hear the commander say to attack. Incred says he doesn't have any special powers, he got here with endless training. We see him block a hit, then returns with a kick. But another soldier tackles him, and starts to repeatedly punch him, but the enemy gets his head cut off by a friendly. Incred says he actually has no talent, he grabs his sword and begins to run saying his dreams are too far to reach. An arrow flies in, doming a soldier beside him. Incred sees this and is glad it wasn't him, but when he looks forward he sees a man charging at him. Incred grips his sword, saying he will become a knight. But he gets stabbed in the chest, but he says his dream was just worn out, as he starts to bleed out. He falls to his knees, and starts to lose consciousness. He says that he didn't even know that his death would be so pathetic. He hears the sound of a fire being lit, and he opens his heavy eyes, but it's blurry, and we see ripples below him. The banging is heard again, and he opens his eyes and the man from before says there's something in his boot, and freaks out again because it's a bug. Incred wonders if he's just feeling deja vu. He's back in the battle, and turns to see a blade flying at him. He gets stabbed in the throat. Saying it's his second time, then he dies for the third time, and the same guy stabs him making it his fourth time. He gets woken up again to the pots and pans, and grabs his throat to make sure it's okay. He's sent to battle again, and turns to see the soldier who has been killing him repeatedly. The soldier lunges forward. Incred says that he cannot escape this hell. It jumps to the soldier once more lunging, and Incred says he's seen it 17 times now. He closes his eyes and accepts his fate, saying this is his 17th death. And he wishes he put more effort into his sword. The soldier begins to walk away, leaving Incred in a pool of his own blood. As he lays full of regret, we see a blue lantern swinging, and a voice asks him if he truly believes that. As it's none other than the boatman to the other side. The boatman says to feel it properly, and give up, saying he needs to despair at the wall he cannot cross. But Incred wants no part of that, as his eyes are full of resolve. The familiar pots and pans clang again. The tattooed man says he's surprised Incred woke up so early. We finally learn his name is Rem, and Incred tells him about the bug in his boot. Rem looks inside of it, and dumps the bug out. Then stomps it, asking if he put it in there. He says he watched it crawl in earlier. This is his 18th time seeing that corpse. He wonders how many times he'll have to see it before he can move on from this day. Incred says he's wielded a sword since he was young. He learned swordsmanship from a retired mercenary who came to his village. We see the one-legged mercenary, telling Incred that if he's this good, he might actually become a knight one day. These words heavily influenced Incred, and that helped him dream of becoming a knight who can slay 1,000 people by himself. He began to grin at the thought of it. He thought he was the protagonist of a bard's song. It cuts to a bar, with people laughing, making fun of Incred asking how he can be a knight when he's scared of a dog. Incred realized that his talent is nothing special, but he refused to give up, as hard work won't betray him. He believed that with enough time and enough effort he would be able to overcome that wall known as talent. We see him stabbing a monster with his blade, and he says he's started to be acknowledged by those around him. He's actually becoming stronger, but that hope was shattered when he was stabbed after a child from the village he was staying in requested a duel, and won. The kid was 12 and had only been learning swordsmanship for 6 months. The man who spent over a decade wielding a sword, lost to a mere child. Incred really wondered if that was the end for him, but he took his anger and used it as fuel to continue training to achieve his goal of becoming a knight. He would skip out on eating and sleeping to train, continuously swinging at a tree to practice during his free time. He puts his all into one of his swings, causing his sword to vibrate from hitting the tree. He is gassed out and looks up at his effort, to see the marks he left behind on the tree. He says even if he can't become a knight, he lifts his sword up, and swings again saying he will at least become an experienced soldier. He screams out of frustration, and continued to practice his swings. 3 years later he heads to the Cyprus division. He became the squad leader of a second-rate squad. The best position he could achieve after his endless training. He calls out to one of his men named Jackson, who asks what he wants. Incred tells him to do his morning rotation for him. Jackson says alright, and just to repay him next time. Rem says that Jackson is like a wild cat, and all he does is glare. Incrid calls out to him, and Rem asks if he's going to push work onto him too. Incrid says he'd like to learn the heart of the beast. Rem looks taken aback, saying he gave up last time, asking if he thinks it'll work this time. Then the battle began, which Incrid was killed in, and continuously died off spawn, even though he's learned the heart of the beast every time he wakes up. He can only watch as the blade pierces him. He says today for sure will be different. The soldiers start to roar before charging in. Incrid says it's now his 21st time here on the battlefield. He's memorized the situation. He dodges the spear, then blocks an attack from behind. Then turns to see another squad member named Vel, screaming. Incrid says he'll die soon, and an arrow flies in, but Incrid blocks it. Vel wonders what happened, and another man goes to attack him, but Incrid cuts the man down. He says he completed his first goal for today. All that's left now is the soldier that is continuously killing him. The soldier draws his blade out of the enemy he cut down, then glares at Incrid. He slowly walks towards him, but Incrid is ready for this. The soldier lunges in at him like usual, and Incrid recalls Rem saying he always closes his eyes during danger, then swings his axe at Incrid's face, and Incrid flinches, closing his eyes. Rem says he needs to be brave, and not to be agitated or taken aback, and that he must become someone who doesn't even fear death, just like a beast, that is truly the heart of the beast. Incrid doesn't even blink as the sword flies at him. He says that he isn't afraid of death, as death only makes him stronger. He avoids the thrust for the first time ever. He keeps his eye on the sword and his heart begins to pound like crazy. Since he avoided the attack that's always killed him, he and the soldier stare at each other. Then both start to go in for an attack, but the other soldier is way faster, stabbing his blade into Incrid's throat. Incrid's eyes begin to see the underworld, as he begins to bleed out profusely. He hears the boatman. Incrid sees the boatman approach him, and the boatman says to give up and get on the boat, acknowledge your weakness and be at ease. Incrid says no, the day he gives up will never happen. He finally saw the tip of his sword, and dodged it. After waking up, Rem says he woke up early. Incrid is now on his 22nd life, saying he'll challenge it again. It jumps to the midst of the battle again, and Incrid has jumped to his 33rd life. He dodges the thrust once more, and as the soldier turns to continue, Incrid dodges, but it's too slow as his throat gets sliced, causing him to drop to his knees. We see he has a necklace that falls off him, and Incrid says that in his time as a mercenary, he subjugated quite a few monsters. He took the request from a random village who asked for help. He helped since he wants to be a knight, and protecting the weak is a knight's duty. The elder of the village says they are poor, and hands him something. He looks down to see that it's a charm. It was a laughable reward for risking his life, but the elder said it would grant whatever he desperately wished for. He wonders if this is the reason he is having a Groundhog Day. The soldier who stabbed him says he must be in pain, and raises his sword saying he'll grant him mercy. Incrid says mercy my ass, as the soldier is enjoying the pleasure of killing him. He executes him, and the pots and pans clang again. He tells Rem he put a bug into his boot, and Rem asks if he's lost his mind to be doing this so early in the day. Incrid tells him to stop yelling and come outside, as he wants to learn the heart of the beast. Rem swings his axe, and Incrid keeps his eyes on it, dodging the swing. Rem is confused, asking how he stopped flinching all of a sudden. He tells him he trained, and Rem says it's not something that can happen so quickly, and there's no way his family technique was taught by someone else. Incrid tells him that he learned it by chance. Incrid grabs some weapons, saying that he would like to spar with him. Rem stares at him, then smiles saying that sounds great. Rem swings at him, and he avoids it. This continues, and Rem asks him how long he's planning on dodging. While charging in, he dodges another attack, and Incrid says the only sword techniques he possesses is the Valen mercenary sword technique. It's often called a petty trick. Incrid starts to lose his balance, and Rem leaps at him. Incrid gets his balance back, and readies himself for the leaping Rem. Rem notices this, and just like how the soldier he is always fighting, he thrusts his sword at Rem, but Rem knocks the blade out of his hands. The sword slides across the field, and Incrid says even if it's just for a moment, he imitated that bastard's stab. He says his body remembers the technique. Rem says that it should have made him bleed. And among all of the techniques he's shown until now, that stab was pretty decent, and he tries to give him some tips on how to make it better. Rem says that if he doubts himself too much, it'll lead to nothing good. He says that he should start worrying about what comes next, rather than doubt himself. That is how he won't lose the grip on his sword, but in his own broken words. Incrid looks at him, and says even though Rem explained it poorly he understood everything he meant. The difference between his stab and the soldier's is that Incred lacked confidence in his sword. The soldier kills him once more, saying he'll show him mercy, stabbing him again. Back to Incred, he's training with Rem, who knocks the sword away again. The soldier kills Incred yet again, and he instantly goes back to training with Rem. Incred says he will repeat this vicious cycle, taking it one step at a time, or even baby steps if he has to. He dies once more, and we learn he is on his 111th life, yet it still wasn't enough, as he died again, jumping to his 123rd life, to be greeted by the sword to his throat again. In the next life, we see him shouting while swinging at Rem, and he actually manages to push Rem's axe back, using the thrust he's been killed by. Rem asks if he's crazy. We see that Incred's hand begins to bleed. Rem says that his hand is gushing with blood. He asks him why he's laughing like a madman. But Incred feels nothing but excitement, as he mastered the stab. He's back on the battlefield, fighting his mortal enemy. He thrusts towards the soldier. Now that he's mastered the technique, it grazes against the soldier's helmet. As the soldier also went for a stab, but lands it in Incred's throat. Incred says his first stab trade was a failure, but he refused to blink or let go of his blade. He falls to the floor, blade in hand. The soldier puts his foot on his chest, and is smiling, saying he looks like he's suffering. And repeats his line of he'll show him mercy. Incred says that tomorrow, he will kill him tomorrow. The soldier laughs, saying there's no tomorrow for the dead, executing him. The bug from Rem's shoe tries to get away, but Incred stomps it out, saying he saw it fly in. Rem thanks him, and Incred says if he's thankful to take his guard duty. Rem wonders why he's being ordered so casually. We finally meet a new member called Big Eyes. Incred tells him to get him a shield armor and a dagger, and he'll pay him later. Big Eyes is surprised, but says that he'll only trust him since he's his boss. Rem asks if he's ever been this pushy with his commands. Jackson says that they've always pushed their tasks onto him, and more members appear. Rem says that he's really acting weird today, as Incred is usually not this tense. He's back to practicing on the tree. Incred says he's felt an incredible amount of pain with every death. He wonders what'll happen if he doesn't win even after tens of thousands of times. He wonders what if he can find a way to escape and survive. He wonders if he were to escape if he'd wake up to tomorrow, or still repeat this day. He wonders if he could be content with the strength he's gained. But says he needs to stop being a bitch. He won't ever give up. He will overcome this wall to see what is on the other side. He thrusts the tree again, and again, saying he won't abandon this blessing of being able to repeat his life. He splits the tree in half. He starts to put on all of his equipment, readying himself for the fight as he truly believes he will win today. The horn of war is blown, and Incred's squad starts to walk into the fight behind him. The war begins. Incred says that the only reason he gets as far as he does in this war is due to luck, preparation, and keeping himself a cool head. We see a man coming at him from behind. He blocks the hit, cutting the dude's head off. Another soldier goes for his leg, but the shin guard blocks it, and he bashes his skull in. Another one throws the axe from behind him, and he dodges, throwing his own weapon at the man. He says this is only all possible due to the repeated lives he's spent here. He sees Vel screaming, and he blocks the arrow for him like before. Then kills the other attacker. Now it is time for him to face his wall. The soldier glares at him. He has a WWE stare down with the soldier, and the soldier charges at him. Incred blocks it, but it shatters his shield. He throws the shield away, heading straight in, blocking the next attack with his sword. Incred says that the soldier is a regular guy, close to being a prodigy, but lacks real experience. So is easily surprised. Incred headbutts him. So the Valen sword technique with its many tricks is effective. Incred gets some dirt on his boot, then throws it into the soldier's eyes. While he's panicked, Incred leaps at him. The soldier sees this, and thrusts towards him. Incred dodges the blade. The soldier lands after missing, and turns instantly to prepare for the follow-up. But Incred does too, saying he knows now everything there is to know about this stab. Incred attacks the blade, shattering it to pieces. We see an archer draw his bow back, and unleash it, soaring across the battlefield. The soldier lets go of his shattered blade, as Incred goes in for the kill. He says he's won, but the arrow from before begins to fly in. As it gets close, it's broken by an axe throw, as the soldier is stabbed in the throat. Rem is the one who blocked the arrow, saying he's going to destroy the archer, but Jackson tells him not to waste his energy. The soldier starts to fall down, but has a look of disbelief on his face. He looks at the battlefield, and drops to his knees. Incrid pants, and looks down to see the soldier shaking in fear. Incrid readies his sword, saying that this is mercy, and cuts the head off of the soldier. Smiles just as it's happened to him, he has finally shattered the wall he couldn't surpass. But gets kicked in the back, by a man we'll call Ponytail. Incrid grunts in pain, and Rem starts to run in saying that it's a frog. We see Ponytail is actually a frogman. While Incrid is in pain, Ponytail says he's invested a lot into the soldier, he can't believe he was defeated, soldier's nickname will now be Pervert. Ponytail says to die, while swinging his weapon. But we see the axe block it, as Rem is pulled up to help. He swings his axe down, but gets blocked. They both lean in and start to trade blow for blow. Another soldier goes to kill Incrid. But Jackson leaps in, cutting his head off. Rem creates distance, as does Ponytail. They have a standstill, and Rem says if he wants to kill his squad leader he needs his permission first. Ponytail asks how the weakling is commander, rather than Rem explains to us that frogs are a race born to fight, and he'll either have to burn it with magic or kill it with one strike. Ponytail looks at Rem, wondering why he's on such a small battlefield, saying he'd have to risk his life to kill him. Then says it isn't worth it, and stands up straight. Then walks away. Rem calls him a coward. Jackson runs while carrying Incrid, and Rem helps block the soldier in front of him. Another soldier goes to follow up, but another party member stops him. A whole row of soldiers drop, as another one of the boys pull up too. Incrid's vision is blurred, and their allied force say to retreat. He closes his eyes while they all retreat. He plops back into the underworld, as the boatman says that he's managed to survive another day, but that's it. He won't be able to withstand the walls that keep appearing in his way. Giving up and falling into despair is his fate. Incrid starts to get up. We see the wall behind him, and he tells the boatman that the walls exist for him to overcome them. The boatman smiles, saying he awaits the day those eyes, which are filled with greed and ambition, lose their light completely. Incrid wakes up bandaged, and Rem says he is in the infirmary tent, and that he slept for 2 days straight. He tells him he saved him from the frog. Incrid is confused, and says if it was a frog he's amazed he's survived. Rem asks if he remembers him, saying he's his bestest friend. Incrid says he never said they were friends, and calls him a noble hunter. Rem covers his mouth quickly, and looks around to see if anyone heard him. Rem says he can't just blurt out the secrets of others he has nothing to do with. Incrid says he thought they were best friends. But he realizes he's made it beyond that day. We learn Big Eye's name is actually Craze, saying he owes him triple what he spent. Incrid was wondering why he was here, and says that he wasn't anywhere to be found in the battle. Craze smiles, saying he'll take double as a discount. Jackson also comes to the infirmary. Incrid asks what business he has with him. Jackson throws something at him, saying to apply it in the morning and the evening. Incrid says that Jackson hates sharing personal items, yet he did it anyway. We learn the tall monk's name is Odon, and he's crying while praying. Incrid tells him he's still alive, and to go. That night he wonders why they are all taking shifts. He wonders if they are worried about him. Then another member comes in. He's surprised to see Incrid, asking why he's in here. His name is Ragna. He quickly leaves, and Incrid says there's no way he's worried, as Ragna is very carefree. Besides him, there are 2 soldiers in the infirmary. One is a platoon commander who always picks fights with him, and the other is a soldier he doesn't know, that just blankly stares into space. Incrid wonders why he's here. Then they hear footsteps outside, and all turn to see a long-haired elf woman entering the tent. She asks who the 444th Squad commander is. Incrid is confused. The other platoon commander calls her a fairy. She asks him what group he is with. He says his name is Vengeance. He is the 3rd platoon commander of the 2nd company. She asks if his company taught him to state others' races when he meets them. He apologizes, and Incrid says she must be the new commander of the 4th company. Incrid says he's the commander she's looking for. She says she's heard he's leading his difficult squad members well. She looks forward to his contributions. He's surprised she came here just to say all of that. As she goes to leave, she asks for the young soldier's name. He says Krang, but says it suspiciously. Incrid wonders if he just made it up, saying his attitude is also bad. He wonders if he's a noble. The commander gives him one last look, then walks away. Incrid wonders what's going on. Later on he says most of the pain is gone, and wonders if he should start training now. Vengeance asks where he's going, and he says the training area. Vengeance calls him an idiot, saying he's trying to act tough when he's the lowest ranking soldier. The noble man says nothing. Incrid says he needs to recall the past battle. He spent a lot of money to learn how to do it when he was young. Incrid wonders what if the last attack he did failed, saying it isn't good to put all of his eggs into one basket. He makes some analogy about Rem's attacks all being lethal. Then the noble from the infirmary says he's working hard. Incrid is caught off guard, and he says that he doesn't know what he's doing, but his hands kept twitching in the barracks and now he's spacing out. Incrid says he was training his grip, and he's currently recalling the battle. The man asks why he's doing that. Incrid says so he doesn't get killed. The noble asks if he plans to become something by preserving his life. Incrid doesn't want to say it, since people laugh at his dream. He looks up, raises his sword up saying he wishes to become a knight. The nobleman is surprised by this and Incrid says it's the first time that someone didn't laugh at his dream. He says he forgot too, and he suddenly remembered something. He understood what he needs to do. Incrid watches him leave, and the man says if he becomes a knight to remember his name. Back at the camp, we see a bard playing to soldiers, and they are talking about Cyprus, the hero of the battlefield. Vengeance wonders where his morning rations are, asking if they are planning to serve them nothing. Incrid decided to walk instead of heading to the training area, and Jackson asks him how his injuries are. He tells him the medicine worked well, thanking him. Jackson says if he's thankful, to hurry and come back. That night the nobleman tells him good night, and Incrid says it back to him. Vengeance wants nothing to do with it. Incrid says it was a day of doing nothing. He hears the bard again, and wonders if the bard came this morning too. But Vengeance says the same thing about the morning rations. Then he realizes what this means. He jolts out of bed saying it can't be. But Jackson asks about his injuries again. Incrid tells him the same thing as before, only to get the same reply from Jackson. Cementing the fact he's in a loop again, he recalls the boatman telling him about the next wall. He wonders if he died in his sleep without noticing. He says it feels worse than dying in the battlefield, but it makes him more determined, as he was given another challenge. That night again, he wonders who killed him and why, saying the only person capable of getting in would be a knight. He says it must be an assassin, and they have to be among us. He recalls the commander saying that a fairy is light and nimble, perfect for assassinations. He wonders if she came here to figure out the location beforehand. He says he needs to confirm IIT, and there's only one entrance at the barracks. He can just scream to wake others up when he sees her. So he just needs to wait for the assassin, but a needle goes into his throat. He turns and says he didn't even see them coming in. He starts to grunt due to the pain, and falls out of bed. He says it's a numbing poison. He sees Vengeance also has one in his throat, and someone stands before Krang. He sees the assassin, and they raise their blade in front of Krang, stabbing him in the chest, killing him instantly. Another person stabs their way into the tent. He says it's another assassin. He looks up to see the commander girl, saying it really was her. And that it's the fourth company leader. He wakes up to the sound of the bard again, saying it's his third time now, and he wasn't even able to detect their presence, so it won't be easy. Plus the company leader, even if he stops the assassin, fighting her after is not possible. He says he feels helpless. He felt the same way a few days ago when he fought Pervert. But in the end he was able to overcome it, killing him. So as long as he doesn't give up, he will find a way to win again. He rips the covers off of Vengeance, and he says he's acting crazy. Incrid says that he was wrong assuming they were in the base, and he should be wary of outside. Vengeance mocks him, asking if today's training is catching cockroaches. But he says he guesses that's fitting for a lowlife. Incrid says he's glad he cares about him so much, annoying Vengeance, who says he was being sarcastic. Incrid sighs, saying he was too. Krang asks if they are arguing again, and says maybe he'll come back later. Incrid tells him it's fine, and Vengeance lays back down. He says that Krang is definitely the real target, and wonders who he really is, saying he's suspicious. But he doesn't plan to dig into Krang's past, if he doesn't want to talk about it / just like his squad members. But he was involved so he goes for it. He asks him what he is. Krang is taken aback, and Incrid wonders if he phrased it wrong. Krang says well that isn't something he can tell him. Incrid asks why not, and Krang says it's a long story. Incrid waits a second, then says that makes sense. Vengeance starts to flip out, asking why he's accepting such a shitty answer, and if he was going to accept it regardless, why even ask? He says that Krang is definitely not from this country considering his manners, and asks which country's spy he is. Krang stares at him, and Vengeance shuts up. Krang walks to him, saying he is not, and will not betray the kingdom. Incrid says he can see from his eyes and his movements, that Krang has a knight-like aura. Vengeance asks if that's any way to talk to a higher up. Krang laughs, and Incrid says that he definitely isn't a knight, since he was also powerless in the face of the assassin. However, he is truly hiding something. That night they tell each other goodnight again, and Vengeance clears his throat to acknowledge them. Incred wonders if it's because he's scared of Krang. He looks at the tent entrance, saying that if assassins barge in they would all die. He sits up out of bed, and Vengeance asks him what he's doing instead of sleeping. Incred says that assassins are going to invade soon, and to cooperate if he wants to live. Vengeance gives him a gross stare, and says he's lost his damn mind. Krang smiles at the situation, and Incred says that's the reaction he expected. But here's a voice asking how he knew. A poison needle flies through the tent wall, cutting his throat. Incred wonders when the hell they got in, and reaches for his sword. The assassin flies in, killing Vengeance, and stabbing Krang in the chest, and Incred drops dead. He wakes up, now to the 4th time, saying that since he has no evidence, he can't get their help with the assassins. He decides to tell the higher-ups, and one of them tells him to shut up and leave. Incred decides to predict when they'll enter, and to scream. The wind blows the curtain entrance, and he wonders if it's now or not. He says now, and screams assassin, but gets stabbed in the throat. They pull their blade out, causing him to bleed profusely. They then run through the front door, and it jumps to him saying he has to ambush them before they can do anything. Though how is he meant to fight back against an enemy that he cannot even see? The next life he's standing guard inside the tent again, and they come up from behind and stab his throat again. He realizes he can't do anything if he doesn't avoid their poison needles. He wakes up, now for the 20th loop, and he says he still can't do shit against them. He starts to think, then smirks saying he's only died 20 times. He needs a way to avoid the poison needle first. He sees Jackson sitting down, and walks up to him while he's cleaning his dagger, and says this is the key. He asks Rem why he calls Jackson a perverted wild cat, and Rem says that's because he's a damn pervert. He always stabs people in the back and runs off, saying it's just like a cunning wild cat. Jackson sees Incred, asking if his injuries are okay, and he says that Jackson would surely win against the assassins, but he can't take him with him, since he has no authority, and that it's a wall he must overcome by himself after all. He calls out to Jackson, asking him what he would have to do in order to stop himself from being assassinated. Jackson thinks for a second, and says he's not sure, since nobody has survived any of his ambushes, making Incred realize he's found the right guy to help. He then asks Jackson if someone like him were to stab him in the back, what would he have to do in order to stop it? Jackson thinks about it, saying he's not sure as nobody has ever survived. Incred's face still looks determined. Jackson thinks about it, and then lets out a long sigh, saying that he needs eyes on the back of his head. Incred wonders what that means, and asks him. Jackson says perfect timing, asking if he sees the wagon behind him. Incred asks where, and Jackson says behind the tents. Incred wonders how Jackson noticed something so far away, asking if he really does have eyes on the back of his head. Jackson tells him that it's going to fall apart, and then on cue, we see the wheel pop off, and it falls over. Incred is surprised, asking him if he's a prophet, but Jackson says he just has spent too much time with that barbarian. Incred tells him to stop kidding around, asking him how he knew. Jackson points to his ear, saying sound. He heard creaking from the wagon's axle. If you can hear what's around you, you can predict what's going to happen next. Incred is surprised that he heard something so quiet as he didn't even hear the wagon itself. Jackson says basically you don't need to see to sense what's around you, and you can keep trying to listen to what's around you to practice, hone his senses, and isolate the sounds. Incred says that was a nice explanation, and before he would be too lazy to even reply to him. Jackson says that's just how he is, but it's better to do this than have him on his heels, and nowadays it seems like he's too determined to give up. That night, we see Incred in bed, saying that he's come across his second wall now in the form of faceless death. He can live if he can sense them. We see him focusing on his ears, and he hears the footsteps of the patrol along with the sound of torches outside. We see the assassin flying in, but Incred has not heard him yet, and wonders where it is. We see the assassin landing, but Incred still has not sensed him. The assassin vanishes, and then a needle quickly goes into Incred's throat. He opens his eyes, saying of course he failed. He wakes up the next morning to the same chant about Cyprus. He says he has not taken a single step forward, but his body remembers everything, such as the experience of loaning, the heart of the beast, and the stab. Jackson tells him that he can gain a lot of information from sound. You can tell the location of something based on the intensity and direction of the sound, and once you're able to hear faint, far away sounds, at that point, your ears might as well be a second pair of eyes. Jackson snaps his finger, explaining how sound is a wave, and the wave rings out in all directions, no matter how silent it is. In the chaos of thousands of sound waves mixed together, he needs to isolate one single wave. Ingrid starts to overhear everybody's conversations, thinking about how all the sound is entangled, and that he needs to isolate and categorize them. He says all the flags sound like one large one to him, and tries to remember how many there are, and then starts to focus on the footsteps close to him, and to really feel the sound around him, focusing on the familiar ones first, followed by the unfamiliar ones. We hear Krang say Enchi, and Ingrid opens his eyes as Krang asks him what kind of training this is. Ingrid asks about the nickname, and Krang says that it should be fine since it's just short for his name. Ingrid says he's not a fan, but if that's what he wants to do, that's okay, and then asks what part of this looks like training since he's just sitting here like an idiot. Krang says that he already knows that he is not somebody who wastes time. Back tonight, we see a needle flying in, and again, it hits Ingrid in the throat. He glances over to see Krang getting stabbed in the stomach. Then the assassin goes in for round 2, causing Krang to spit out blood. We learn that he is now in the 33rd loop of this, and again on the 34th, he did not hear anything as well, which led to another failure as Krang died. This repeated over and over again. We see him sitting there, focusing again on trying to listen to the sounds, and he explains that he does not need more experience to overcome this wall. There's no sudden realization or divine intervention. He just needs to repeatedly do this over and over and over until he can hear the sound of the bird. We see a bird landing atop a flag. He hears it, so it means the assassin's footsteps should be able to be heard as well. He opens his eyes to Krang, who says that he's surprised he snuck up on him, yet he knew he was here, and says that since his eyes are closed, he must be training his perception, and repeats the words that he knows he's not somebody who wastes his time after all. We see that Ingrid's eyes have a different feel than usual to them. It jumps to the assassin raising his shoulder and throwing the needle towards Ingrid's throat. He then avoids it and reaches for his blade under his pillow and swings at the assassin, which makes him fall over out of sheer panic. The man begins to sweat nervously, and Ingrid smiles, saying that he's no longer a faceless death. The assassin starts to grit his teeth, and attacks back at Ingrid, calling him a rat. Ingrid realizes that he's not as good in combat as the pervert, so he can easily handle him. He looks over, wondering about the others, and he sees Vengeance has a needle in his throat, but Krang is still okay. The assassin comes in, and Ingrid dodges it, saying he shouldn't let his guard down because he's still an experienced assassin. The assassin then throws a dagger towards him. Ingrid narrowly dodges, but it still cuts his chest open. The assassin doesn't want to miss the chance, so he runs in towards Ingrid. We see the tent get cut open, and Ingrid looks over, seeing the ferry company commander, and realizes that if he doesn't stab first, he'll die, so he thrusts towards her. The assassin then yells about him having a guard, and throws out a ton of poison needles towards them all. He turns around, but it's too late to react as they fly towards Krang as well. We see the company commander leap over Ingrid's attack, and use her cape to block all of the poison needles from hitting Krang. Ingrid says he thought she was an assassin, but she actually came to protect him, but regardless, now it is his chance. He lowers himself to the ground, and leaps forward towards the assassin. The assassin tries to block it, and we see the attack knock his hands away. The assassin grits his teeth, and tries his best to run, realizing that he needs to get out of here. Ingrid doesn't chase him, and says he can't believe he'd run away like that. Krang sits up, saying that he was probably after him. Ingrid says he knows, and Krang asks how. Ingrid says there's nobody who'd pay an assassin to kill a boot like him or Vengeance. The company commander says exactly, and tells him that he's fast on his feet. While reaching for her sword, Ingrid realizes that even if she was an ally just now, she can't let what happened here slip out, and she doesn't plan to leave any witnesses. Ingrid tightens the grip on his blade, and then Krang steps in front of them both, saying that he has a favor to ask her as he does not want anybody to die today. Ingrid wonders what's going on, as we see her bowing, saying as he wishes. Krang says that includes Vengeance, and that he isn't dead yet. The company commander says that they have an antidote, so he should be fine. Ingrid realizes that she is knowledgeable in poison if she could tell what it was at first glance. Krang thinks about it, saying they need to clean up this mess, and it's going to be a bother if people find out that an assassin has been here. Ingrid asks if it's fine as long as there are no traces left, and looks over at a fire, saying that there's actually an easy way as we see their tent set up in blaze. Soldiers from all around start running over with buckets of water, saying there's a fire in the tent, and that there are 2 survivors as we see Ingrid and Vengeance. Ingrid says with this, the traces of the assassin have been removed, and that they will take care of the rest. It jumps to a bird soaring in the night sky, as we see Krang and the company commander. She says that if Incrid didn't slow the assassin down, Krang would be dead, and she asks if he changed his mind due to that. Krang says yes, asking if she agrees that he is interesting, but she does not answer, and just looks away. Krang says he's been trying to avoid it, and he recalls how hard Incrid would work in the mornings, and smiles, saying that he has rubbed off on him, and that they'll meet again in their respective roles. We see a scythe as it is coming out of the water, and then it quickly dissolves as he sees the boatman. The boatman tells him that he'll see him again, and Incrid says anytime. He says that he survived against the second wall, and woke up the next day. He can sense the presence of most things, yet he could not sense the company commander, and he has a lot to do when he gets back. Incrid says thankfully he wasn't hurt, so he can return immediately. Vengeance asks him if he saved him from the fire, and asks him why. Incrid wonders why he's giving him shit for saving him, and why he dislikes him so much. He simply tells him it's because they're comrades, and he doesn't need another reason. Vengeance looks off to the side, a bit guilty, and says even after all the shit he's put him through, he's very selfless, and he asks if he's returning to his squad. Incrid says yes, and Vengeance says he's shit out of luck as the vibe is going to be horrible out there. Incrid asks what's going on, and Vengeance explains that there's a rumor going around that the entire base is cursed. We see somebody from Incrid's squad calling out to Rem, calling him an underdeveloped monkey, and shoving him. Rem looks excited, and we see people running away, saying that the squad is fighting again. As we see him lift him into the air, and throw him into the table, breaking their shit. The man attacks back at Rem, but he avoids it, and then returns with a solid right to the face, and pulls out his axes, saying he'll decorate his skull with it. The man pulls his own sword out, saying that he's going to split him in half. Incrid finally makes it there, and says he doesn't know about the base being cursed, but these bastards might as well be his curse, and he sighs, telling them all to stop it. We hear them say that they thought he died, and he says that he didn't, but he might go crazy because of them. 4 days have passed since Incrid has gone back to his squad. We see him in bed, and he opens his eyes to Jackson standing above him. He said that he was trying to leave quietly, asking if he woke him up. Incrid says no, and he's gonna wake up and work out anyway. Jackson says that he only started recently, but he's really good at listening already. Incrid tells him that he's been practicing, and Jackson says to keep it up as it'll help him someday. Battles are far and few in between. With winter approaching, the best thing for him to do right now is to solely focus on training his body to the limit. As we see him doing one-armed pull-ups on a tree, we hear a man saying good morning to him, and Incrid looks down at a rock, and underneath it is Odan. He asks if he's returning from his morning workout, saying that he is keeping busy. He drops the boulder and says this is good. We see him starting to stand up as he towers above Incrid, and he says a well-trained body is a weapon in itself, and he should be able to even withstand a kick from a frog. But that he's too thin, so he needs to continue training. Incrid says he's just excessively large, but he'll try it. Odan starts to talk about the training technique he told him before, and then we hear something going down in the tent beside them as we see Rem kicking the man that he was fighting earlier out of bed, saying that it's his duty, yet he's still asleep, calling him lazy. The man starts crawling towards his sword, grabbing onto it, and swings it, telling Rem to eat his ass. Rem starts to swing back, and Incrid enters, asking why they're fighting again. Odan tells them that violence solves nothing. Rem explains that this dude is trying to starve them, and Incrid says if it's his turn to start cooking, then to do it, and Ragna says okay. Rem tries handing him an apron, telling him there's no need to act like this if he's just going to do it anyway. Ragna slaps it away, saying that it reeks, and Rem starts sniffing it, saying that it smells good. Incrid asks if he's bored since he's picking fights for no reason. Rem asks if it's that obvious, saying that the lack of battles is making him itch. Incrid tells him not to take it out on randoms, and to come with him as he'll fight him. Later on in the day, we see him get kicked in the side, and Rem says he needs to take hits better as he comes in with his axe, knocking Incrid's weapon out of the air. Incrid keeps himself calm with the heart of the beast, and as Rem comes in with another attack, he deflects it, saying that he needs to utilize his hearing to block hits. He will continue what he learned while dying hundreds of times, and thrusts towards Rem's face. Rem avoids it, but it was still a good try nonetheless. Then he grabs onto his sword with his axe, using it to hold him there, and then grabs him by the collar, using his own momentum against him to push him into the floor, saying that he was expecting more since he improved so much recently. But asks what made him boring all of a sudden, saying he's seen the stab a lot now, asking if there's anything new. Incrid starts to get back up, saying he knows that he's different now, and he can repeat everything hundreds of thousands of times. He glares at Rem, saying to try it again, and he'll destroy him this time. Rem starts to think to himself that even if his skills are really bad, he doesn't get sick of seeing how determined his eyes are. He smiles, saying that he can only say that after he's laid a scratch on him. It begins to rain, and they both look up, surprised as it came out of nowhere. Back inside their tents, Ingrid says that it starts and stops whenever it wants. Rem says that he's gonna start growing mushrooms on his feet at this rate. We see Ragna asleep, and Odon praying. Another man enters, asking how many times he's going to have to cancel his duels because of the rain, and he believes the curse rumors now. Ingrid asks what he's talking about, and the man asks if he didn't hear. Ingrid says that now that he thinks about it, Vengeance mentions something about it. The man says that the weather is weird, and that casualties are increasing, and they keep getting hurt, especially Jack, Bo, and Rotten, as they are all hurt. People are saying that they're cursed due to this, but he's sure they aren't cursed, and that the temperamental weather only added fuel to the rumor. Ingrid says that the higher-ups won't let something like this go unnoticed, and the man asks why he's doing it in the downpour, and Ingrid says that's exactly why. Rem asks if he's a stray cat and what purpose this would serve. Jackson tells him that it's a good idea, and to keep it up, and Rem looks at him, scoffs, and starts yelling, asking what he taught him, and when he started caring for the squad leader. As they start yelling, Odon says if he's looking for a way to train in the tent, there's some things he can do even while laying down. Ragna asks if he wants him to look at his stance again. Rem turns around, saying look at all these guys, and they all continue glaring. Jackson glances over while Odon smiles, and Ragna still just keeps staring at the back of Ingrid, and Rem says that he noticed. As we see Ingrid still looking outside the tent. It jumps to a war room, and a man is telling all the commanders to keep their soldiers in check. They should send out a scouting party before the winter again, and ask if anybody has suggestions to fill in the gaps. We see the ferry commander suggesting the 444th squad leader. The man instantly says that he's a little dumb, and that he'll probably hold the scouts back. She tries telling him that he could bring about unexpected results, and he asks why she thinks that, and she tells him that it's just a ferry's instinct. The next day, we see Ingrid talking to her, and he's asking her why he's being sent to the scouts, and she glares at him. It jumps back to the man from earlier asking Ingrid if he pissed off the company commander, and he asked what he could have done to do that, and he suggests that he did because there's no other reason for her to specifically pick him. He wonders if she's going to kill him now that Krang has left. Rem asked if he's really going, saying that he can help him get out of it while holding his axe. Ingrid says it's not like he can use that axe on a superior, and that he's not like Rem. Rem says that's not what he was going for, and Ingrid says that he'd better not do it either as he has a history of being violent. We see Odon praying that they don't take Ingrid away from them, and he wonders what's wrong with them all. Ragna sits up, saying that he can go in his stead as well. They all kind of stare at him funny because they know he's directionally challenged. Jackson says if he's going to be scouting in tall fields, and that he needs to pay attention to the changes in the grass, noticing disturbances, and that's the first step to overcoming an ambush. Rem starts chirping up, saying that he told Jackson to stop teaching Ingrid this weird stuff. Ingrid sighs, saying that nobody will prevent them from fighting once he is gone, wondering if it is okay to leave them here, but even he agrees that there's nobody better suited than him. After enlisting, because of his lack of skills, he constantly moved around filling in for other people. The one place he ended up being useful was here. As we see Jackson and Rem both going to attack each other, Ingrid steps in between them, which catches them off guard, and they both stop their attack. He tells them to give it a rest. Rem asks if he's brave or stupid, and Jackson tells him that he should be thanking him, otherwise he'd have a hole in his chest. Ingrid says that they are really skilled, so they can't lose them, and compared to them, he's not much of a loss in combat power. There's no need for this sudden contemplation. He knows where he stands in terms of skills, and that he has a lot of room to improve. We see him walking through the woods with the other scouts as they are heading to the front lines. One of them sees him with his eyes closed and tells him to lock the fuck in, saying that they may both have the same rank, but he's the leader of the scout squad, and if he has a problem, they can fight it out. His name is Andrew Gardner. Somebody else laughs, asking Andrew if he really thought Ingrid would fight him, saying he's an outcast. Andrew begins to smirk, saying that if he does try, he'll make sure not to hurt him, and then he starts flaming him, saying that a squad is only functional because of its members. He tells everybody to listen up, if they meet the enemy, they'll bash their skulls in. Ingrid says they are very loud, asking if they don't understand what scouting means, and that Andrew is too green for this. They spot some tracks on the floor, and Andrew says they are new tracks. New is a type of animal, and he says that they'll follow the tracks and have a barbecue tonight. Ingrid says that new travel in groups of at least 20, and if he's seriously gonna go fight this, wondering what is going on inside his head. Another man starts laughing, saying that's not a gnu but rather a gazelle, and he looks at Incrid, who's glaring at him, and says that Andrew is kind of obnoxious, and his name is Henry. He's previously a hunter and didn't seem to care for the squad lead. He ended up talking to him out of luck, and they became close. Henry talked about the basics of being a hunter, which he thought was very helpful, and Henry talks about how there are usually separate paths for animals in the fields, and he'll tell him more about it tomorrow. At night, we see Andrew saying that it was a gnu for sure, and that he needs results more than anything as Incrid watches. The next day, as the squad heads out to the fields, Andrew says that this is the location that they're supposed to recon. Called Green Pearl, aka the unnecessarily tall grass field, as they all stare at it. Andrew says that they'll cross this field, find the hostile party, and bring them back as prisoners. They say yes, and as they continue, Henry asks if they're really going in here, saying that they're just supposed to scout, and Incrid says that it's the squad lead's command. As they're walking through, Incrid says that it's not that easy, and he thought Andrew would give up soon, but it's not, as this is unexpected. He's not complaining, and he's taking this seriously. Henry notices there aren't many animal droppings, and Incrid asks if that's a problem. Henry says that means that there aren't any animals in a place where food is abundant for them. We see a paw raise into the air and then slam into the ground. Incrid instantly feels a chill on his spine as we see a panther running by him in the grass. He makes eye contact with it and pushes Andrew's head down, telling everybody to stay low. As the panther was running from something else, two people catch strays in the head, and Andrew tells everybody that it's an ambush as we see their ops have pulled up. He calls for them to run, and we see everybody hauling cheeks. One of the men gets held down, and we see them capture Andrew. Henry gets stabbed in the chest, and Incrid turns around, seeing the enemies are closing in, and he can tell based on his senses that he's completely surrounded. Incrid continues to run as we see a crossbow being armed. He hears this, saying that the listening technique he learned from Jackson is definitely helpful as he dodges an arrow from behind, but then he begins to hear way too much sound, saying that he doesn't know what's with all the noise and that in the end, it's only helpful. As we see hella spears coming in, and he is soon impaled, knowing that they were going to be ambushed, it makes sense trying to avoid it. We see him trying to convince Andrew about it, and Andrew asks him if he wants to get his head cut off, and Incrid realizes there's no way they'll listen to what he says, asking if he needs to find a way to make it out alone. We hear him trying to tell everybody that it's an ambush and to run away, and that he tried using a different path to escape, but he was stopped by the enemies once again, and that Henry was killed too. He says it's okay as he can always find another way, and he has the repeating time loops on his side. We see a firing squad pull up, and he catches a whole lot of arrows to the chest. He got caught by 20 or so crossbowmen from the east, and died after being riddled with arrows. He moved north to avoid them, but met a squad of spearmen. We see him grabbing dirt as he slowly crawls after being shot with arrows. Even if he manages to avoid them all, they never stop pursuing him. Their uniforms are dyed green as if they've been preparing for one. He wonders what's there to guard in a field like this in the first place. As he continues crawling, he spots a fire and a flag, and then gets his head clean cut off. As his blood begins to pour out, he wonders what they are hiding here. It jumps back to Andrew, telling everybody that they'll cross this field and bring them back as prisoners. Incrid has heard this a dozen of times, and once they head in, there's no making it out alive. They are definitely hiding something, and he needs to figure out what it is. If he gives that up, he won't have to die. Henry calls out to him, seeing that he's lost in thought, and Incrid realizes that if he tries to avoid it, it means that it'll be the end of the loop. But he decides that there is no running away from this wall. Andrew calls out to him, asking what he's waiting for. One of the members tells Incrid that he knows Andrew is an asshole, but just to go along with it, and that he has his own difficulties. Incrid asks why he would do that, saying that there's a limit to how much bullshit he can tolerate from an idiot. Asking the man if he's tired of kissing Andrew's ass, the man starts to get angry, and Incrid pushes him out of the way, saying that he's no longer playing this game. Andrew goes to draw his blade, asking him if he's disobeying orders, and Incrid realizes he needs to reframe the situation, and tells him he's not disobeying him, rather he's going to be the one giving commands from now on. Andrew starts to get angry, and Incrid explains how he survives the longest, along with the other soldier and Henry. The soldier with the scar on his face is as tough as he looks. He's the most skilled one in the squad, but stays on Andrew's ass, and he's got to be some type of bodyguard or babysitter. Andrew draws his blade, saying that he can try to take command if he can beat him, and tells him to draw his sword. Incrid says a normal soldier wouldn't have a bodyguard, and that he's obviously properly trained by his posture, and that Andrew must be the son of a rich lord, but says if that was the case he wouldn't be so eager for results, and suggests that he is a fallen noble. Andrew says that judging by his pathetic skills, yet high rank, he must be someone who never trains while leeching off money. Incred says whatever he is, he can't keep following his orders, and Andrew starts to tell him that he's different from him, as he has a mission to fulfill. Incred starts telling him to come at him, saying that he doesn't know why he's running his mouth so much, and that he's light work. This pisses Andrew off, and he starts to run at him. Incred says that normally he would struggle against someone like him, but he's obviously being looked down upon, and that his brash actions will lead to carelessness. Andrew thrusts towards Incred's head, and Incred uses his hand to deflect it, saying that carelessness is the best chance he has. As Andrew's arm is sent flying backward, he realizes that he made a mistake. Incred capitalizes on it by getting in close and punching him in the stomach, causing Andrew to spit up and fall to the floor, coughing. His babysitter and Henry are both surprised that it took one punch, as they thought that Incred was a weakling. Incred says from now on, the squad is under his command, asking if anybody has issues with this. Henry is speechless, and the babysitter starts thinking about it, and looks down at Andrew, who looks disappointed in himself. The man sighs, and Incred says that this is the first step. We see them walking through the forest, and they wonder what Incred is thinking. Incred then asks Henry what his dream is. Henry is a bit taken aback, and wonders why he's curious, but tells him that he wants to marry a beauty who runs a flower shop. Incred says for him to do that, he has to survive. Henry asks another man, and he says that he recently became a father. Incred tells him if he wants to continue being one, he has to survive. This continues, and we learn that one of the soldiers wants to open his own business, and another wants to return home. Incred asks Andrew, and he says that he wants to fulfill his mother's wish, and that his mission is to revive House Gardner. Incred says that since they all have dreams to fulfill them, they have to make sure they get out of here alive. He stops walking, and tells them, rather than trying, they will guaranteed make it out of here alive. Everybody is surprised by this, and Incred says that he needs them to move proactively, as there's nothing more motivating than life itself, and the enemy will soon appear, and he was planning for them to break through. He points towards the grass, telling Henry to shoot an arrow over there, at head height. Henry tries to tell him there's nothing there, but Incred says he's not repeating himself and to shoot. Henry fires his arrow off, and we see it hit one of the men in the face. The enemies then yell that they are being ambushed, which surprises Henry and the others. Incred draws his blade, telling Andrew to stay on his ass. Andrew grits his teeth and runs in, and Incred says that he was wrong, and to fight with the upper hand, they need to find them first and ambush their enemies. As we see him stab one through the back, and then he readies himself for the next one, the enemies start to wonder what's going on and yell to kill them. We see Andrew stab one in the throat. Incred says they need to take advantage of their confusion to reduce their numbers as much as possible. The reason he brought Andrew was because his bodyguard will follow. We see one of the men going to attack from behind. He instantly gets his head cut off and then cut into pieces by the babysitter. Incred says this will be the best chance they have. We see Incred cut one of their arms off, saying that the enemy, which originally numbered 12, has been cut down to 8 people. The rest are coming up, and we see the rest of the boys pull up. Incred orders them to kill them all. The boys charge forward, dealing with their enemies. Incred says in a tall grass field like this, the enemy soldiers have a hard time finding their location too. There is one reason they discovered them first. We see the panther running by them. One of the enemies gets jump scared by it and then tries to attack it, but Incred comes out from the side and stabs the man in the stomach. Incred says they were chasing the beast the first time around and coincidentally discovered them. This time they failed to notice their ambush because they were focusing on chasing it. Things are going smoothly, so he won't let it die easily. Henry tells them that they have finished, and we see Andrew is gassed out while his babysitter cleans his sword. Incred tells them they will be moving immediately, while the panther watches him from behind. After one casualty, their unit has 6 people remaining. Even after multiple cycles, it was impossible to save everyone. However, this was the most survivors he had, and he wants to keep pursuing. We see a man watching guard, and he quickly gets his head cut off by Incred. Incred says due to the loops, he knows the quantity and locations of the enemy soldiers. If they keep going straight, they will get annihilated by 30 crossbowmen, so they need to turn right here to avoid them. The spearmen who persistently chase them every loop need to be disposed of quickly, or else they will hamper their movements. To avoid the difficult fights, using hit-and-run ambushes, they escape the enemy's encirclement. We see Andrew killing one of the men. His babysitter says he can tell he is overexerting himself. When it is dark, it will be hard to find the exit. They need to escape while the sun is still up. Ingrid tells them they need to keep going forward, and he asks him why he is going further inside. Ingrid tells him he knows it is the right direction and that he won't accept any disagreements, and to follow him. The babysitter looks pissed. Henry is then surprised as we see him pointing his blade at Ingrid, saying that he should act right, and that he has no plans to follow him to his death. Even if he has to kill him now, he is going to find a way to live. Ingrid says that he himself should know it is too late to turn back. After the commotion they made, their retreat path will have already been swarmed by the enemy. The man asks if he should really follow him, and Ingrid says he wants to make one thing clear, that he wants to survive as well. Andrew thought Ingrid would be some useless trash, just like his father who had given up on everything and just wasted the wealth of his house. But that was not the case. In fact, he reminds him of his mother, as we see her telling Andrew that their house may be finished, but even so, she hopes that he becomes somebody who can lead their people. He needs to earn their trust and rebuild their family. Andrew says he has always wanted to be like her. We can tell by Ingrid's eyes that he is someone who paves the way, as he says to trust him and that they will survive. Andrew steps up, saying that he does trust him, and calls Ingrid captain. His babysitter tries to call out to him, but Andrew says that the captain right now is Ingrid, and that a squad follows the orders of its captain. The babysitter is surprised, and Ingrid tells them to crouch down until he gives the signal and to stay close. The first step to escape is to take the initiative and ambush the enemy to break out of their encirclement. The second step, as we see them all sneaking through the grass, they hear the sound of rustling. They see enemy soldiers walking by them, and there are quite a few passing by their location. Ingrid says the critical point he found out after dozens of loops is that only during this exact time and place can they let the enemy pass by them without trying to start a fight, and that this is the only method they have to actually escape. Everybody sits there nervously waiting. Ingrid focuses his best on listening, and once he hears nobody else, the rest nervously anticipate his call. He says that everything has gone according to his plan, and that the final step is after the sun sets and it becomes dark. The reason they always fail to escape this field is clear. Ingrid tells them they have arrived, and Henry says no way. One of the men starts to facepalm, saying after trying so hard, they ended up being at the enemy camp. Ingrid says that the soldiers of Aspen are killing everybody in the field to silence them because they are hiding something in this field that nobody can know about. We see some kind of shrine in the middle of their camp with flags strung high and bones all over. Ingrid wonders what happens when something more important than catching them occurs. He tells the rest it's time to go and that a way for them to escape will definitely appear as they start walking into the camp. The babysitter asks why he's going to set the enemy camp on fire, saying he's out of his mind, and it's not unlikely that they'll get surrounded and killed. Ingrid finally asks his name, thank God. And we learn that his name is Mac. Ingrid warns him that he will not tolerate disobedience. Mac starts barking, and Andrew tells him to be quiet, and instantly starts following Ingrid's movements. Mac says he doesn't need Andrew to tell him, that they won't be able to find their way out with it being so cloudy in the night. They have no choice but to trust the squad leader. We see Ingrid cut into a tent, and Mac thinks that they're done for, but as soon as they head inside, it's empty. Mac finds it suspicious, that he seems to know so much about this camp. And thinks that he's too reckless going through the enemy camp, but oddly enough, they haven't seen a single enemy soldier despite this. Looking back, they are definitely in their camp, so how is this possible? Ingrid tells them to stop as they finally make it to the shrine, and he tells them all to wait here. Ingrid says that he's infiltrated this camp a dozen times. When he first noticed that flag and touched it, the entire base focused their attention on him. He says what the soldiers wanted to hide is that flag, and protecting that flag is their main objective. He wonders what will happen when the base catches fire. Mac wonders how the hell he knew that the flag was already here, and then starts cooking up a misunderstanding, wondering if the ferry commander told him this, saying that she was the one who appointed this nobody here. Ingrid says that the soldiers will be too busy protecting the flag. The reason why he suddenly took over control of the squad and infiltrated the encampment, maybe it was all to complete a secret mission. Ingrid says that they'll escape while that is going on, and that they'll split into two groups from now on. One group will be bait, drawing the enemies, and the other will start the fire. Mac says he'll be with the bait group, and Ingrid is surprised, saying that he's complained constantly but now he's suddenly cooperative, but decides it's better for him. He's dragged the squad into the encampment many times, however he's never had this many people with him until now. Ingrid says that today is the best loop he's had so far, and he thinks that it'll be doable. One of them catches a rock to the head. Then they spot Mac running away and yell to alert the rest, and they start chasing after him. Incrid says that he will succeed. We see him reach towards one of the torches, and he says that this is their best bet at moving to tomorrow, but out of nowhere, an absolute unit appears beside him, and swings down with an ass ton of force, cutting the torch in half. Cold chills runs down Incrid's spine, and he says he didn't even notice this dude. Incrid goes to draw his blade and says he's never seen this guy in any of his other loops, but he can tell this dude is a fucking menace, and he wonders where somebody so strong has come from. The man glares at him, calling him a rat, and Incrid says that they're late. The man wonders what he's talking about, and looks over to see a fire on one of the tents. Some robed guy comes out yelling about it, and then we see the boys running off with barrels. The man tells everybody to put the fires out. Incrid explains that Mac baited away most of the enemies, and he got the attention of the rest while Andrew set the tents on fire. Now he just needs to escape. He stomps his foot on the ground, saying all attacks start from this as he prepares for a thrust. He says to kick against the ground to propel his body forward, and go for the gap in this man's defense as he starts thrusting his sword towards the man while he is distracted. The man instantly turns his head around, locking eyes with Incrid, and then avoids the attack with no wasted movements. He instantly gets behind Incrid before he could even react. Incrid realizes this is bad as he just got cut on his stomach. He leans over, holding onto it, and says that was the best stab he could have done. He turns back and looks at the man who calls him weak, and Incrid can feel the sheer gap in skill, saying that he can't beat him, at least not at his current skill. He barely managed to get here after all of the ambushes through the fields, loop by loop, with everybody dying except for him. He finally thought he had beaten the challenges of this loop and could continue, but now he realizes that this man is the real wall of this loop. As the man raises his sword, Incrid says that if he's going to die, then he says that then he'll have to take over the control of the squad and repeat this over and over to get the chance to fight this man. He begins to laugh, which surprises the man at first. Then he starts to get pissed, asking him why he's laughing. Incrid points his sword at him while smiling, and the man says that he's going to cut him up and feed him to the dogs and starts to swing at Incrid. Incrid lowers his stance and readies his weapon, saying that he will overcome this wall. Incrid manages to block the attack as we see sparks flying from their collision. The man starts to parry his attack, causing it to slide down his blade. Incrid is surprised. The man takes the chance to go in for a quick follow-up and swings. Incrid sidesteps it, but the man is relentless as he instantly goes for another. Incrid manages to dodge that too, surprised that he swung from that position. But the man's onslaught isn't over. Incrid looks up at the blade and somehow manages to block it. He can feel the power behind it. He realizes that he has no opportunity to counterattack. There's too huge of a gap in terms of skill. Incrid does his best to create some distance and takes out one of his throwing knives, launching it towards the man. As it gets close, the man simply raises his arm to deflect it with the back of his hand. Incrid didn't expect that. The man instantly closes the gap once more, stabbing straight for Incrid's chest. He hears his men yelling about the fire spreading, and we see the blade go by Incrid's face as the man was distracted. All over the shrine is now on fire, and it is heading towards the flag. The robed man from earlier calls out to his commander, asking if he doesn't understand what's at stake here. The commander realizes that Incrid won't go down without a fight, and that he has no fear in his eyes. He calls out to him, telling him that he will see him again, and begins to walk away. Incrid is surprised that he's backing off so easily, wondering if maybe he was not the true wall, saying that even if he wasn't, he'll need to overcome this loop, and that he can still improve from here. He hears Andrew calling out to him, saying that they need to go now. Incrid turns back to glance at the commander, as Andrew continues yelling. The commander turns, making eye contact with Incrid who wants to fight him, but instead sheathes his blade, realizing that the best call here is to escape with their lives. And he yells to retreat as we see the men doing their best to put out the fire on the shrine. They start to alert everybody for help. As the boys run out, Incrid says, one of the guys who went that way disappeared, and there are only 5 of them left in the squad now. Mac asks if this is all, and if they are going to send a pursuit force after them. Incrid says no. They hear Henry coughing, and as he's beginning to slow down, a small group of soldiers begins to chase after them. The boys instantly turn to defend Henry, and Incrid finishes his enemy by cutting his head off. Max stabs one in the throat, and Andrew copies Incrid. Incrid tells the rest not to hesitate and keep running. As we see Andrew grab onto Henry, he says that they won't be able to follow them if they keep running towards the habitat of the field fox and snake. Andrew asks if that will make it harder for them too, and Henry smiles, saying that he knows a safe route, the hunter's path. Incrid tells him that he trusts him to guide them properly. As they get deeper through the field, Incrid says he no longer hears the footsteps of the pursuit party behind them. As we see them running, we see a fox watching over them. Thanks to Andrew and Mac's efforts, they were able to get rid of them pretty easily. If it wasn't for Henry's pathfinding, they wouldn't have been able to lose them quickly either. It took the efforts of every squad member to get this far. The sun begins to rise, and Incrid blocks the light with his eyes as he looks up, seeing that he has made it to the next day. They continue running through the fields, making it back to their camp. One of the men asks what happened to them. As we see them all bloodied and gassed out, Henry says he feels like he's about to pass out. Then we hear him slump onto the floor. Incrid cracks his back, saying that he's finally got through that loop, with most of them alive. Now he can continue his days. It jumps to the shrine as we see the flag is still intact, but that everything else is damaged. One of the men asks the robed guy what happened, and he says that they need to prepare it again. He didn't expect the famous Grey Dog to be unable to stop a few small fry. As we see one of the company commanders named Grey Dog, he says he can't understand what happened, as the soldiers stationed here were the best of the best. Yet a few enemy soldiers broke through, set fire, and escaped. The Grey Dog is an independent company, pretty much private contractors. It is derived from the Grey Dog that resides within the Principality of Aspen. Having a persistent temperament, it has a need to connect with whatever target it has decided upon. Whether it be alone or in a war, therefore the company with the name of Grey Dog is also called the Persistent Lovers. Yeah, I don't get what they're doing with this one. Grey Dog asked the man from earlier if the one he faced was strong, and we learn that his name is Mitch Hurrier. I hardly know her. Mitch says if it wasn't for the fire, he would have easily finished him off. Grey Dog says he got lucky then, and that luck is a skill in itself. Mitch tells him that it will not happen again, and we see Incrid inside his tent, saying that it bugs him that he faced that wall but couldn't get over it, and that he wanted to keep fighting him. And Incrid says that soon eventually they'll have to fight again, as we see Mitch as well, determined to kill him the next time they meet. We see Rem throwing his axe through the air, saying that he's bored as hell and that Incrid should be returning from the recon soon, wondering why there's no news from him. He catches his axe and sits up in the bed, wondering if maybe he died. He says while he got better recently, he's still a small fry, so it would not be surprising if he did. It doesn't happen often, but he actually liked him, and sighs, saying that there's nothing he can do if he's dead. We see Ragnar waking up as well, and he looks over at Rem, who's in a weird pose, and he asks him what the hell he's staring at. Rem waves good morning to him, and Ragnar returns with his own wave. Rem begins to grin, saying that he thinks he wants to kill him, while holding onto his axes. Ragnar starts to unsheath his blade, calling him a crazy dog. It jumps to the ferry company leader. She starts asking Incrid about his scout mission, asking how he happened to burn the whole place down. He tells her that he continued to make the best possible choices in that situation and got lucky. She makes eye contact with him while saying the words lucky, and then says, "All right," telling him to rest and recover. She had hoped that he would achieve something, but she didn't expect anything this big, wondering who exactly he is. As Incrid goes to leave, he says that he has no idea what she's thinking. We see Andrew calling out to him and then bowing, saying that he's sorry for acting out in the beginning, and he's alive, thanks to him. Wondering if they'll meet again. Incrid waves, saying that maybe if their paths cross, and he begins to walk away. Andrew grabs his sword and bows to Incrid, and the rest follow his lead, paying their respects. He says that he managed to bring back 4 of them but wonders if that was really his best, saying that he ended up losing 2 of the members and if he were a little stronger, he would have saved them too. With all the loops, he is capable of exceeding his limits. Eventually, he'll be done with his desperate struggling and strive towards his true goal of becoming a knight. He'll use his loops as a stepping stone for just that purpose, and to prevent repeating the same day over and over, he needs to become much stronger. He hears his squad yelling that they're back at it again, and we see sparks flying as both Ragnar and Rem are trading blow for blow. Both of them are making very serious expressions compared to when they usually duel, and Incrid says he's never seen this before. He sparred with them countless times yet never seen them make this expression. One of the men says that they aren't even human, calling them animals, and Incrid says he guesses that they never needed to go all out against him. So he needs to get his priorities straight, and that he needs to have them make those same faces when he spars them. We see Ragnar blocking Rem's attack, and then he glances over, spotting Incrid. Rem tells him that he's got to report back to them if he's home, asking why he's hiding again. He starts yelling at the rest, saying if they're not going to fight him, then to run off. Ragnar comments on Incrid being injured, and he tells him that it's just a little scratch. Incrid goes to ask about their techniques, but Rem instantly tells him to just go wash up and rest. Incrid decides to ask Ragnar about it instead, asking the same thing, and Ragna asks if he's seriously asking this right now, and Incrid asks if it's a bad time. Ragna turns his head, saying it's nothing, and Incrid says it sounds like he has something to say but decides he'll tell him later if he wants to. We see everybody packing up the tents as the battalion commander began to move the entire group closer to the tall grass field. Incrid's wounds healed significantly through the trip, and he constantly reflected on his entrained. We see the red-haired guy asking him if he's training, and saying that they're moving out tomorrow, asking why he doesn't rest. He tells him that he'll just be going out for a little bit. Rem clicks his tongue, saying that if he keeps doing this, he's going to die soon and he needs to rest. The next morning, Ragna wakes up to the sound of somebody swinging their sword and sees Incrid's bed is already made and that he must be training. He starts stretching and grabs his sword, saying that he is good with his sword and getting stronger wasn't difficult, and he had a chance to become a knight. But we see him saying that it was boring and that there's nothing he wanted to do as a knight, asking why he would spend his time and energy on it. That he couldn't find meaning, so he lost his purpose, and that's why he's here in this squad. He begins to watch Incrid swing his sword. We hear Incrid grunting in pain as he swings and falls to his knees as we see that he still hasn't fully recovered from his fight. Ragna comments on how his fundamentals are all wrong, and that you need to learn them properly when you start. With all the shortcuts to make up for his shitty fundamentals, it'll be impossible for him to get stronger. But Incrid grabs his sword, and we see his eyes are full of determination, and Ragna wonders why he's putting his body through so much pain, trying so hard. He decides to ask him the same question, and Incrid tells him it's because he wants to get stronger. Ragna asks what he'll do when he does, and Incrid tells him that he'll become a knight. Ragna tells him that a knight is just somebody who fights well, asking if it has that much meaning to him. Incrid says that the knight he aspires to be is someone who decides for himself what is right, and raises his sword for honor, for the sick and the poor, and to protect those he loves. Ragna is surprised that he's doing it for honor and merit, and says that strength is just a tool, since a knight is just a sword, and starts to think about what he wants to do. He walks forward, saying that he won't know until he figures it out, and he calls out to Incrid, asking him if he would like to learn the sword. Incrid says of course. And then Ragna stares at him blankly, and sighs, saying that he should not have said that, and he's already getting lazy. But still, based on how determined Incrid looks, it might be interesting. He says that Rem already taught him the intestines of the beast or something, right? Incrid corrects him, saying it's called the heart of the beast. Ragna says that he needs to get rid of anything that is not that or his stab. Incrid asked about the Valen mercenary sword technique. And he says, especially that if he doesn't ditch that, even if he learns a new technique, he will revert to his old habits, and in that case, he might as well give up. And he tells him to choose, either ditch everything, and start fresh, or just be complacent. Incrid instantly says that he'll start fresh, and Ragna, surprised by how fast he replied, asking him if he's sure about this. And Incrid asked what he needs to do first. Ragna says that this guy really is not normal. And while he has a good physique, he wields too light of a weapon, and he should find something heavier, and hands him his blade. Incrid asks if he should really be handing his sword over like that. And Ragna says it doesn't matter as it's not special, and tells him how to properly grip the sword by having his right hand above his left. He then notices he's squeezing tightly, asking why. Incrid says so he doesn't lose his blade. And Ragna asks him who taught him this. And he says Rem did. Ragna clicks his tongue, calling him a useless bastard, and tells him to get into his position. He then raises the sword above his head, and swings it down on Incrid. He blocks it, and we can see his hands shaking. And he says that shit hurt, asking why he did that. Ragna says of course it would hurt. And if he stiffens up, it's only going to get worse, and says he's essentially like a branch or a column or something like that. Incrid wonders why everybody in his squad talks like this, asking if that's a metaphor, and what that's even meant to mean. He wonders if it means that he's too stiff because he's clenching the sword too tightly. Incrid says he probably means to say that he needs to stay flexible with the sword to keep his sword from breaking, and he needs his movements to be more malleable. He then loosens his grip, and then we hear Ragna slash his sword a couple more times. And then he kicks Incrid's feet out from under him, telling him to pay attention to his balance. Incrid tries again, and he asks him where his feet are pointed. And then smacks his sword, saying it's too stiff, telling him to try again, asking him if he's trying to break his wrist. We see Incrid go for an attack, and Ragna taunts him, asking if he was trying to dance. This continues on throughout the day until we see Incrid on the ground. Ragna sighs, saying he did not realize it was this shit, and that Incrid has none of the basics down, and that it's not something that can be taught. We see Incrid gassed out, but he tightens the grip on his sword. Ragna stares at him, and then thinks about something. and Incred asks if they can go again. Ragna sighs, and draws his blade, telling him that they should start with the baby steps. We then hear Rem asking where they have been all day, asking if they are playing picnic here, skipping meals and shit. And he points at Ragna, asking Incred if he's giving him a hard time, asking if he wants him to take care of him. They start their typical banter, and Incred asks if there's something going on, because Rem is dressed up. Rem tells him that it's because they're being summoned. As the enemy forces are gathering in the distance, we see everybody preparing for combat. And it jumps to the ferry commander standing on a cliff above all the soldiers, as well as Incred's entire squad suited up for battle. Ragna wonders if teaching him was a mistake, saying that he's still new to the technique so he probably can't fight all that well. And then he might die because of that today. He puts his sword on his shoulder, saying that he's definitely going to need to babysit him today. Incred wishes that he had more time to practice. Some of the soldiers start asking why the enemy's formation looks like that. As we see that flag from the camp, and that they are all spread out in a very specific pattern. As the robed man stretches his hand out, saying this is the end. A strong gust of wind suddenly starts to form from where he's standing. And the ferry commander realizes that it's a spell. All the soldiers fight to maintain their posture as a fog envelops everybody. Incred looks around, saying he can't even see the people next to him. A lot of the soldiers start to panic due to the fog, and Incred hears something. All the other soldiers hear it too, and wonder what that noise is. They start to panic, and Incred yells, telling them all that it's arrows. As we see them coming down like rain. They start impaling the soldiers, hitting them all over. The fairy queen starts to deflect them, saying the fog is not normal, and nobody could have expected them to use this tactic. She yells, telling everybody to raise their shields. And she realizes they've been had. The robed man begins to laugh, saying it was so difficult to get this spell together. He had to offer up the blood of many animals, while collecting a ton of water by casting rain spells. And once the spell is active, the fog will obscure all vision. Unless you're under the casting point of the spell, which is the flags, it's going to be a one-sided battle. And he calls it the fog of annihilation. We hear Mitch telling him that he looks satisfied. The man says of course, if it wasn't for that flag almost burning down, this would have been a cakewalk. And Mitch thinks about Incred, calling him an asshole, as we see him doing his best to endure the arrows. The second barrage of arrows starts to come in, and we see Incred evade one. He hears a voice behind him telling him to keep his head down, and he recognizes it as Ragna. Then we hear Rem say that this is a spell, and he's pissed. Incred says that he's right in front of his eyes but can't identify him, and he won't be able to fight properly like this. An arrow lands directly at his feet, and he says that his breath is getting strained and his body is getting stiff, making it hard for him to move his legs as he needs to. This means he can't use anything he's learned from Ragna at this rate, and he didn't expect to get it on the first try. Back to training, Ragna says that he'll revert back to his old habits for now, even if he learns from him. It would be best not to fight until he finishes learning what he's about to teach him. However, unless he fights on the battlefield, he'll die regardless. He realizes that's right and then closes his eyes, relocking in, saying that death to him does not hold the same weight as it does to others. As all the soldiers continue fighting around him, Ragna tells him to get behind him, but he says that he found a way. If he can't do it in one try, he knows what he must do. He charges straight into the fog. Ragna calls out to him, asking if he's crazy. A spearman comes from the fog, thrusting his spear forward and stabbing Incred directly through the throat. Incred lets out a groan as we see it impaled into him. He then starts to smile, saying that now he can go back to learning from Ragna. The soldier starts to get scared, calling him crazy. He pulls his spear out of Incred's throat, causing him to die on the spot. Back at the camp, Ragna is asking him if he really understood what he said. Incred replies that, to be frank, Ragna is not a great teacher. To a genius like him, it's also obvious that it's hard for him to put what's wrong into words. Ragna says maybe this is what they mean about understanding it but not being able to put it into practice. He just asks him to swing his sword downwards, asking if that's too hard. Incred says he's not making fun of him, he's genuinely confused and asks where his center of gravity should be. Ragna is surprised but starts to think about it, asking if he means something like this. Incred confirms that's as he thought. He says that guys like him don't even know how they do what they do. While Ragna's explanations are lacking, it's not that big of a deal, since observing and listening are some of Incred's strong suits. He'll remember his stance no matter how many times it takes. Back to the barrage of arrows coming in. Incred raises his blade, deflecting one of them. But his hands start shaking, and he realizes he's still too stiff. Another spear is thrust forward, and Incred doesn't even dodge it, saying it's okay, so he can just die and continue learning. So he takes it to the throat. Back to training. We see him moving his feet as he dodges underneath Ragna's blade. He says this is now the 31st loop, and he is capable of flexible movement. Ragna tells him that the step he took is pretty good, asking where he learned it, and with that he should be able to start learning the basics already. Ragna explains that the 3 basics with a sword are cutting, stabbing, and slashing. He needs to use the edge of the blade for defense, and if the sword is good quality, he can also use the sides. The shortest distance between the opponent and him is called the line of attack. Using the sword is all about blocking the opponent's line while extending his own. He tells him to draw his opponent in and reach out to him with his sword. Back to the battlefield. The spearman is thrusting forward. Incred watches as it grazes past him and he thinks that his feet are light, so he can easily dodge this. Then 4 more spears are thrust out in front of him, immediately killing him on the spot. He says that little by little, his loops are starting to change. We see him actually parrying Ragna's sword, which surprises Ragna, who asks if he really just parried that. Incred is determined, saying that even though it's only a little bit at a time, he will make sure to continue this cycle. As he does a diagonal slash at Ragna, Ragna says that it no longer needs work. He seems a little surprised. Incred claims that even though they're baby steps, they're still adding up to be long strides. As he's running forward in the smoke, Ragna calls out to him, asking if he is crazy. Only for him to die once more, smiling and saying that as long as he can achieve steady progress, he'll die as many times as he needs. We see Ragna raising his blade as he swings down towards Incred. Incred ducks forward while bringing his blade up, successfully countering Ragna's attack and knocking it away. Incred states that it is now the 100th loop. Ragna is looking at his blade in complete disbelief and then looks back down at Incred, asking him what the hell his deal is and who he is, since he can no longer recognize his captain's movements. Incred says that Ragna no longer looks at him the same, and he thought he couldn't improve much more with his talent. As he's running in, Ragna calls out to him again, but Incred continues marching forward, saying that he has surpassed his previous level. We see him dodge the first spear as he follows it closely. He completely runs past the enemy soldier without killing him, as he has a goal in mind, the road to becoming a knight. As he charges directly into the back line of the spearmen, they thrust forward, impaling him yet again. He starts to smile through death, saying that this is so fun he might actually go insane. Back at the training camp, Ragna calls out to him, asking if he wants to learn the sword once more. Incred replies that he'll do whatever he can to become stronger, smiling and ready to die as many times as it takes to achieve his goal. Ragna says there's no way he'd be this good, as he's confused, asking if he's been fighting like shit on purpose until now. Incred says that's not it, but Ragna continues, saying that he's got all the basics down and it seems like he only needs experience if anything else right now. Back to the battlefield, as the arrows come in, Incred says that he has now been on this loop for 200 attempts. An arrow flies directly towards his head, and we see him firmly plant his heel into the ground as he leans forward, ducking underneath the arrow. Saying that he plans to see how far the techniques he has learned will take him today. The typical spearman thrusts forward, but he ducks under it, retaliating by swinging his blade forward, cutting the man's arms and head off. Incred says he knows where the enemies will pop out from beyond the fog. He pulls out one of his throwing knives, saying that he can get a few of them even if he can't see them, as he throws it forward, killing one of the enemy soldiers. As they begin to panic, we see one of them looking around in the fog, wondering what the hell is going on as he can't see anybody. He then immediately gets his leg lobbed off by Incred. Some of the crossbowmen start to panic, wondering what's going on. One of them raises his crossbow, getting ready to fire. Incred remembers Ragna telling him that he needs to look with his eyes and predict what will happen, and then move with his feet in accordance. As Incred ducks underneath the crossbowman's weapon, piercing him through the chest with his blade, Incred starts to laugh, saying this shit is hitting different and it feels like he's an entirely different person compared to when he didn't even have the basics down. He starts to charge deeper into the enemy lines, saying that he needs more and more people to come at him. He gets a little further until multiple crossbowmen all raise their weapons. As they're setting up the firing squad, one of them says that he's done well infiltrating up to here, asking him how he plans to make it out of this alive. As we see Incred panting, he steps forward, saying that he wants to fight it out with swords like men as he continuously plans on testing himself. They call him crazy and then immediately disrespect his request by unleashing crossbow bolts, killing him on the spot. We then jump back to the boatman as he's calling Incred foolish, saying that he's walked into his own grave, asking if he is all there upstairs, calling his mental cooked. He then wakes up surprised, saying he hasn't seen that in a while, and he wonders if the boatman really came out of nowhere just to shit-talk him. Rem then asks what he's doing as he sees that he's blanking out. Incrid then remembers something about Rem, saying that he called it a spell when it happened. In the enemy's formation, it looked as if they were guarding the flag back in the grass fields on his last outing. He then asks Rem if he knows anything about spells. Rem asks why he's so curious all of a sudden, and Incrid says that he just thought it might be interesting to tell him what he knows. Rem says sure, asking if he knows the difference between magic and spells. Incrid says that magic is more common, and Rem says that is not wrong, that a spell requires a medium. It's not just that it requires it, but the medium is a whole lot more important, as spells cannot exist without them. Incrid thinks about it, saying that the fog was due to the enemy's spell and that flag must have been the medium. Therefore, if the flag breaks, the fog will leave. Incrid asks him if his tribe also used spells since he knows they originated from the west and that is where Rem is from. Rem smiles, saying that he's seen them, asking if he knew that there aren't many actual spellcasters, as most of them are hex casters. Incrid ignores him, and Rem asks him where he's going. Incrid tells him that he's going to train. Ragna says that it looks like they both have the same training background, asking if he knows what the Unyuk sword technique is. We get some lore and we learn about 500 years ago there was 1 in a million prodigy. A child born on a sword farm slayed 12 bandits that attacked the farm with nothing but a fireplace poker. Having lost his parents early, he learned the sword at a young age, and a noble having heard the rumors took him in. That prodigy went by the name of Leonis Unyuk. However, as gifted as he was also cursed. He began losing strength as a 10-year-old and became fully paralyzed at 12. And just like that, the Mist Rune's prodigy was lost to history. Rem says that at the age of 20, Leonis fully paralyzed and immortalized himself in the history of swordsmanship, completing all the sword techniques in the land and categorizing them into 5 categories: the righteous elaborate sword, the heavy strong sword, the flowing confounding sword, the fast swift sword, and the gentle parrying sword. Leonis rewrote the history of the sword, and with this, the Unyuk family became the greatest house in the empire. The after effects of this technique can still be felt, as it is the foundation of all swordsmanship today. Ragna says that there is the northern heavy sword and a bunch of other sword techniques, including some eastern techniques that utilize ki. And among those, the technique he developed branches off of the northern heavy sword. He tries to think about what Rem taught him, asking if it was called the conscience of the beast. Incrid corrects him, saying it's called the heart of the beast. And Ragna says that this will be more useful than that, and it's called concentrate on a single point. He needs to forget everything around him and focus only on his own sword and the enemy's, and he'll show him how it works as he starts to get in a stance. Incrid wonders what's about to happen as Ragna thrusts his blade directly towards him, nicking the side of his throat. Incrid is surprised, saying that it was faster than Rem's axe, and he nearly just died. Ragna then asks if he felt anything, and we hear Rem calling him a degenerate, asking if he's really trying to kill the squad leader. Ragna says that people concentrate better in the face of death, and he's just trying to help him out. Rem says that he can't learn anything if he's dead, asking if he even knows how long it took for him to learn the heart of the beast. Ragna says that's only natural for a stupid barbarian teaching him, and they start to argue. Incrid says that both of them are pretty shit at teaching, though. Rem then says that his people are more north than his, saying that truly that means he's more barbaric. Ragna says no, as he knows Rem is from the southern barbarian tribe. As they continue bantering, Incrid tells them that's enough, and they should leave, as he is here for the departure order. Ragna then reminds Incrid to remember how alert he was just now, saying that moments before death, if he succeeds with concentrating on a single point, everything around him will fade, and he will feel his sword do his bidding. Back at the battlefield, Incrid says that it's similar to the heart of the beast yet completely different. The heart of the beast makes you numb in the face of death, but the other makes you more alert, and he needs to experience it in real life or he needs more experience with it. He looks up at the battlefield, seeing the flag. As the fog starts rolling in, Incrid says that he'll add another objective on top of gaining experience, and that is for him to actually take out the flag. He starts to march forward, decapitating one of the soldiers, saying that it will be easy for him to get there with both Rem and Ragna. But he plans to do it on his own, as we see him taking down another soldier. He cleanses his blade of the blood, saying that he is hella excited to learn this new technique. Incrid says that he died while unprepared too many times. Which is why concentrate on a single point is very useful. To survive the assassin, he trained his ears. To survive the battlefield, he learned the heart of the beast. But concentrating on a single point, he does not truly understand. Ragna thrusts his blade forward, directly towards him. It stops just shy of his face, asking if he understands. Saying if he succeeded, he should have felt the tip of the blade slow down or something. Incred shakes his head no, wondering if maybe the heart of the beast is interfering with it. But he doesn't think that's the case. Ragna tells him that he should feel everything else fade besides the opponent's sword. And he should be able to predict the sword's path, asking if he's felt anything similar. Incred says that he's starting to think that channeling his fear of death isn't the right move for this, asking him how he learned it. Ragna says he didn't have to learn, as it's something he could always do. And it's in the name, you just have to concentrate on a single point. Incred sighs, saying he's not going to get any useful answers out of him, and he'll just have to figure it out on his own. But he shouldn't get impatient, as he'll keep practicing this on the side, as his first priority is knocking down one of the flags. He plans to minimize the damage to his allies and penetrate straight through the enemy lines. As the fog starts rolling in again, everybody panics, but Incred yells, telling them to get down. They immediately follow his command, and he tells them to raise their shields. As arrows start to fly in, we see their shields blocking the volleys as he takes charge. He's repeated this loop over 300 times. He knows where the attacks will come from, even if his eyes were closed. Even the enemy soldiers are confused by the fog, so he takes advantage of it, slipping past one, immediately stabbing him in the side of the head, and then following through with a swing, killing 2 more soldiers. The enemy starts to scream, saying that it's just one guy and they can take care of him. As they see the shadowy figures of their comrades getting bodied, another group gets close to Incred, and he rears his sword back, immediately getting rid of them, as he has one goal in mind, and that is the flag. One of the soldiers yells, telling everybody to get a hold of themselves, and they need to stop him. Incred smiles as he gets closer, as he's actually enjoying this. He swings down his sword as the enemy soldier blocks it in front of him, creating sparks. But Incred doesn't let this stop him, as he uses pure brute force swinging downward, breaking the sword in half. Then using the soldier's body, he slams him into the pole, breaking it. He says that it took him 10 loops to get to this flag. As we see it finally break, he says that that is all he wanted. But then he's surprised that the fog still hasn't left. While he gets distracted, the enemy soldiers take advantage of it, stabbing him. One of them laughs, saying it seems like he knows a little about spells, but that he has been deceived. Incred now understands what's going on, saying that there must only be one real flag, and every other one is merely a decoy, and that he needs to find the real one among them. The loop restarts, as Ragna asks what he's doing, because Incred is charging straight in, all alone. He says he has a 1 in 5 chance of getting it on the next try. As he takes the lead, he yells, telling everybody to get down and raise their shields, but they can't hear him as he's too far, and they wonder what to do. Incred turns, watching the arrows fly over him, completely confused. As he raises his shield, he blocks the ones in front of him, but all of his soldiers start to get clapped, and he wonders why they didn't listen like they did last time, saying maybe it's the timing, or maybe he needs to give them time to catch their breaths. He breaks another flag, only for it to be a fake, as he gets his head cut off immediately after. Now with 4 left, we see him break another one, yet it was still, again, a fake, as the soldiers killed him once more. That took him 5 extra loops. The 4th flag took him 7 extra loops to get there, and even after he broke it, it was still the same fate. He only has 2 flags left, and he says that if he were to trust his gut on which one is real, there's only one clear winner here, as it would have to be the one that is the furthest away from the rest. We see right beside it is the robed man from the camp. Incred kneels, telling everybody to get down and raise their shields, and they actually listen this time. The arrows get blocked once more, and Incred tells Rem to follow him. Rem asks if he's out of his mind, as they start to charge into the arrows. Incred says even if it's far away, he can't get exhausted before he reaches the flag. As they charge into the spearmen, Incred doesn't even bother swinging since Rem is with him. He takes out the man by throwing his axe. Incred says the plan is to get Rem to draw their attention, and he'll slide past them. Rem picks up the soldier, asking him who cast the spell, but realizes the dude has his brains on the ground, so he throws him away, saying that he'll just have to hear it from the next guy. He continues killing the enemies. Incred says it's been over a year of him repeating this loop. He runs closer to the flag and readies his blade, saying now it'll be the end of the fog. And then as soon as he goes to swing, his sword gets stopped. As we hear a familiar voice asking if this is a dream. As it's none other than Mitch, who knocks his blade away from the flag. Mitch says that God has answered his prayers. As he says that he has really wanted to kill him with his own hands, and he's been waiting for this moment. Incrid glares at him, but it's solely because he doesn't remember who the hell he is. Mitch is a bit taken aback and then starts to get angry, asking how the hell he forgot about him in only a few days. But Incrid is confused, since for him it's been so long. Incrid asks Mitch who he is. Mitch says that he'll remember as he readies his blade, charging forward, saying that maybe being stabbed will jog his memory. Incrid watches as the blade comes close, so he turns his chest to the side to dodge it. He then pushes off the ground with his back foot, thrusting forward, trying to counter Mitch. Mitch quickly backpedals and wonders what's going on. As Incrid has changed so much in just the last few days, he says that he's gotten incomparably better. He starts to get pissed that he tried to catch him with a single step. While he's lost in thought, Incrid charges in, closing the gap. He swings down at Mitch, who blocks it, creating sparks from their blades. Incrid says that he is loyal to the basics, using the righteous sword technique, and he's mixing in the flowing sword technique, which deflects attacks. Our boy is learning as he fights. Mitch begins to push him back, but Incrid doesn't allow him as he knocks his sword backwards, saying he needs to focus all of his senses in front of him. Mitch raises his blade, thrusting forward. Incrid says if he gets distracted for a single moment, the balance will collapse, so he has to make sure to actually lock in. He needs to forget the flag, the outcome, and even sword techniques as everything else needs to fade around him, leaving only the swords behind. As they both swing towards one another, the tips of their swords clash. Mitch grits his teeth and pushes as hard as he can, knocking Incrid's sword backwards. Incrid is surprised, but before he can even retaliate, Mitch thrusts his sword directly through his chest, fatally injuring Incrid. He starts to cough while impaled by Mitch's blade, and he looks up at Mitch, saying that he remembers him. He was the guy blocking the flagpole in the grass. Mitch introduces himself, saying he is the Aspen Principality's Greyhound Squad platoon commander. Incrid introduces himself as well, saying that he is the Nalilia Kingdom Squad commander. Some of the soldiers ask Mitch if he is an enemy, and Mitch says yes, and his specialty is hiding. One of his men says that Incrid sure is an odd guy, and when Mitch looks back down at him, he is confused, asking Incrid what is wrong with him and why he is smiling. Incrid says that Ragna is a crazy bastard, and it wasn't the concentration that comes from the fear of dying that was necessary. Rather, what he needed was a good rival. He needed an opponent that would put everything on the line to fight and encourage him. He wonders if maybe he was low-key just a freak, and he pulls his blade out of his chest, saying he ain't trying to match that. Back to Ragna explaining the concentrate on a single point again. Incrid looks to the side, saying that he sees, and Ragna mistakes it as him not listening and maybe giving up. Rem approaches, saying that they've been called to head out. Incrid tells Ragna it's time to go. Ragna then says he actually looks like he's more full of energy and he sure is a weird person today and that he should maybe go a little harder during warm-up. As the fog starts to roll in, Incrid yells, telling everybody to get down and raise their shields. The volley of arrows then starts to fly in. And before Rem can say his usual line, Incrid cuts him off, saying to follow him. Rem asks what he's doing, and Ragna says that he'll be coming as well. Rem starts barking at him, asking if maybe he took an arrow to the head, saying he's being weird. Ragna tells him if he doesn't want to have an arrow lodged into his head, he needs to look forward as the enemies are right in front of them, and we see Incrid running in between the enemy lines. But the same can't be said for Ragna and Rem as they have to brute force their way forward. Incrid says he really wanted to make sure that he could open the path in a similar way to before and meet Mitch once more, and they start to have their stare down. Incrid then starts to give off some psycho energy, saying it's nice to see him, calling him his friend, saying they should fight. Mitch asks if he really came looking for him, and Incrid asks if this is his first time receiving a confession, saying that he came because he fell in love at first sight. Mitch says that usually he is the one finding people, and this is the first time somebody else has come looking for him. Incrid asks him if he's upset, and Mitch readies his blade, saying nonsense. Incrid starts to explain that entering the state of concentration where he can only feel the sword once more is a lot harder than he thought as we see him get stabbed to the chest. Mitch says he didn't think he'd lose this easily, and he doesn't know why he made him believe that he could fight him. Incrid now realizes that his attitude was wrong, and it can't be intentional as he needs to be absorbed into the fight naturally. As he's clashing blades once more with Mitch, he says that he'll just repeat the fight over and over until he can find that feeling. Finally, on the 18th loop, everything else but the sword starts to fade, and he can feel it again. In his 28th loop of fighting Mitch, he can intentionally enter the state of concentration. By the 48th loop of meeting Mitch, we see Ragna saying that he'll teach him the tricks as he readies his blade, thrusting forward at Incrid like usual. but Incrid this time is locked in as he's staring at the blade, solely focusing on it. As he gets closer and closer to his eye, everything else begins to fade, and right when the moment arises, he raises his blade, actually deflecting Ragna's attack, leaving Ragna speechless. Then he asks him if he just deflected his attack by concentrating on a single point, asking how. Incrid doesn't say it aloud but thinks that it's pure concentration that means completely controlling his body and sword. His power and technique have developed to the point where he cannot compare them to before he met Mitch. Ragna asks him where he's going as he starts to leave, then Incrid says it's time to meet the platoon commander. Incrid says it is finally time for him to overcome this loop once and for all. It jumps to the ferry commander asking what he wants. Incrid says that he remembers that he saw something about spells during his reconnaissance. She wonders what he means, and he continues, saying that the Aspen soldiers were calling a weird-looking man the spellcaster. She seems more interested, telling him to elaborate. He says that he told her everything that might be needed to win the battle, and it jumps straight back to the fog rolling in. Incrid commands his men yet again and begins to charge in, leaving Rem and Ragna behind him. He says that he just has to hope that his commander is competent because all he has to do is focus on what's in front of him as we see Mitch by the flag. He says that his goal is to overcome him. Mitch recognizes him, but Incrid then says his name, which surprises Mitch that he knows it. Incrid says that he wanted to fight it out with him from the very start and that today he plans on beating him as he charges straight in. He swings down at Mitch, who sidesteps it. He then rotates his hips, swinging his blade forward. Incrid reacts in time and turns his blade sideways, bracing it with his arm to block Mitch's attack. Mitch is actually surprised by how sturdy he is. Incrid then thrusts forward with his sword. Mitch narrowly blocks it, and he swings forward, knocking Incrid's sword back. They collide once more, creating sparks. Mitch then asks him if maybe he was hiding his skills, and Incrid says yes. Mitch then asks his name, and Incrid tells him. Then they begin trading blow for blow. Mitch tells him that he will remember the name, and Incrid says there is no need as he will remind him if he forgets. He then starts to lock in, focusing solely on Mitch's blade. He notices that Mitch's balance is shifting to his right foot as he is preparing to slash diagonally. Incrid sidesteps it, saying that he has learned this from all of the loops, and the experiences gained through repetition all culminate to allow him to see his movements. They both thrust directly towards each other's necks, barely grazing one another, as we see they both drew blood. Mitch then looks down to see Incrid actually following through with this swing, and he narrowly dodges by ducking underneath. He says that he really thought he would get him in a couple of moves, and he wonders why he is struggling against someone like this. He grits his teeth out of pure anger, saying that his righteous and flowing sword techniques are suited for parrying, so he needs to get a proper attack in. Now Mitch says that he will use his ultimate technique that he has learned to remedy that. He stomps forward and starts to swing his blade diagonally, saying that it is an attack that starts from the bottom and slashes in a huge arc. It is called the will cut. Incrid watches as Mitch prepares this heavy swing, and he starts to see the actual line. He says that he has died to this technique so many times because he couldn't see where and when it started. But now is not the case. As the blade starts to come up, he smiles, saying that he is so glad he gets to see it again. As they collide swords, Incrid actually manages to parry the will cut. Mitch's heart sinks, asking how the hell he saw it and parried it. We learn more about Mitch's family. It is one of the three main houses that reign over the Aspen Kingdom. House Hurrier represented the brute force of the kingdom and recruited any and all people who showed talent in the sword. He was also recruited from a regional house to that end. After adopting the name Hurrier, he proved himself with his skills and fought 2 adult knights at the age of 15. He won against a champion swordsman of a town at 18 and was strong enough to become the champion of an entire city at 22. He became one of the 3 best fighters in the Greyhounds through his skill alone. There were only a few that matched up to his talents. As we see him watching people train, he wonders why they put so much effort into it. Asking why it's so necessary to swing a sword until your hand bleeds, as it only takes a few swings for him to understand things. He was satisfied with the present, and he was emboldened by his skill, which was a mistake on his part from being complacent. Incrid starts to capitalize on the fact that Mitch lost balance and quickly stabs forward, piercing Mitch's shoulder, completely dominating the fight now. Mitch tries to find some way out of it, but Incrid quickly pulls the blade out, readying himself once more. Mitch then starts to lean over and spits up blood. Incrid starts to slowly walk towards him, and Mitch realizes that he underestimated him and thought that his attack would definitely get him. He says that Incrid isn't as good as him in strength or technique, and Incrid says he's right. But in the end, he still beat his ass. Mitch starts to grit his teeth and realizes that he is right. Incred readies his blade to execute him, telling him that this was fun. Mitch says that if only he tried harder instead of being arrogant and relying solely on his skills. But he hears somebody yelling to protect Mitch. Then he watches as Incred's blade comes in to finish the fight, but someone blocks the attack, as we see it's none other than the Grey Dog, and Incred distances himself. Mitch's men then start to tend to his wound, asking if he is okay, and the Grey Dog tells them to take Mitch somewhere safe. He says he didn't expect one man to cause this mess, and he raises his blade, telling Incred he won't let him have a peaceful death. Incred says that he can't forget that he is surrounded by enemies here as they are in front of him and behind him, ready with crossbows. He says breaking the flag and securing his exit is his goal, aka the wall he must overcome to get out of this loop. His eyes start to focus, and the Grey Dog yells, telling his men to fire, and they all start to unleash their arrows directly towards Incred. Incred charges straight in through the arrows, saying that he can't avoid all the attacks, so he'll take them head on and continue advancing. Grey Dog raises his sword into the air, saying there's no way he's this foolish. He swings down towards Incred, only for it to be blocked. Incred realizes that his sword is cracked from the attack, saying that his technique is extremely heavy. To win this battle, he's going to need to die many more times, but the objective now is to win the battle, which means he needs to destroy the flag. He throws a throwing knife forward, trying to hit the flag, saying that the spell medium will stop working even if it's only slightly damaged. But his wind is moving the flag too much. Grey Dog calls him a bastard and swings at his head. Incred ducks underneath, throwing another dagger and saying that he needs to aim for the connection between the flag and the flagpole. He does exactly that, breaking the top portion of the flag entirely off of the pole. The fog rolls in even thicker than before, and the ferry commander says that she informed the command that there would be a spell and asked for resources to combat it, but they haven't done anything, and the kingdom is hella rotten. They sent a potato of a dude to command the front lines, and at this rate, they're going to be wiped out. She then notices something as she looks to her side. The fog starts to actually disappear. The soldiers are confused, asking what happened to the flag. While they're distracted, the ferry commander immediately stabs one of them in the back, saying that with the fog gone, the enemies have been completely taken by surprise, and now is the chance to change the tide of the battlefield. Now they have the confidence, and they start charging forward. She says that things are more favorable now that the fog is gone, but she wonders who destroyed the spell. She wonders if maybe it was Incred, as we see a couple of arrows lodged into him. He says he messed up. After destroying the flag, he thought he'd run into either Ragna or Rem if he ran straight towards friendly lines, but instead, there are only enemies, and he wonders where the hell they are. Back to Rem, he's holding onto an enemy soldier while barking at the rest, telling them to bring him to the spellcaster or else he will kill them all. Ragna is more lost, as this dude is back at the allied camp, and they all stare at him like he is actually disabled. Ragna sits there for a second, as his brain processes it since it's a bit smooth. He recognizes that they aren't the enemy, and they ask what the hell is wrong with him and if he wants to be executed. Back to Incred, the enemy soldiers call him a rat, asking why he's still trying to survive even in this state. One of them gets close, telling him to just give up as he raises his sword above his head. Before he can swing it down, we see a puma attack from the side, biting the man. Incred immediately recognizes it as the one he met in the tall grass fields, and he makes eye contact with it. The enemy soldiers wonder why a beast is helping him and ready their crossbows. But the puma doesn't give them the chance and immediately jumps straight towards them. It attacks their weapons by breaking the strings in their crossbows. It then walks directly in front of Incred to protect him. Incred tells the puma it should leave, as the man in front of them is a little special, and Grey Dog is utterly pissed. We then hear a familiar voice as he puts his hand on Incred's back, telling him to stand back. It's none other than Vengeance, who walks forward like a badass, saying that he's going to save him. Incred is confused, but Vengeance starts to charge directly in. His attack immediately gets parried by Grey Dog, and he gets sent flying backwards, saying he didn't expect him to actually be strong. Vengeance then tells his boys to just shoot him instead. As we see them firing their crossbows, Grey Dog doesn't stop his charge, starting to knock away the arrows with his sword. While he's distracted, the puma leaps for a surprise attack, but Grey Dog reacts in time by hitting it in the side with his hilt, knocking it to the ground. Incred then starts to lock in, focusing on the tip of Grey Dog's blade. He says he sees it as he follows the line and raises his short sword up in front of him, saying he can't parry that sword with his strength, which means that he'll have to actually use Grey Dog's strength against him. He'll take one out of Mitch's book and let it flow against his blade. He does exactly that, but due to the short length of the blade, he actually gets cut on his arm. But it does work, and Grey Dog is surprised as he instantly recognizes Mitch's technique, asking him where the hell he learned that. Incred lifts his blade, saying it seems like his skills will even work against him. Vengeance then comes in with the greatest attack of all time, obviously having no effect. Grey Dog then looks over, seeing all of the reinforcements running in. He clicks his tongue and turns, telling Incred he won't forget him. Incred tells him to do what he wants, and Grey Dog orders his men that it's time to retreat. Vengeance runs over, telling him that he doesn't have bandages, so they have to move back to wrap up his shoulder. Incred says that they need to bring the puma too, and he picks him up. Vengeance calls him crazy, telling him to worry about himself first. As we see he's actually carrying the puma, Vengeance starts carrying him away, telling his men that it's time to head back. Incred's eyes then start to feel extremely heavy. Vengeance tries to bark at him enough to keep him awake, but he's lost too much blood, so his eyes start to slowly close. The boatman then asks him if he accomplished what he wanted to, calling him a persistent bastard, and asks him what truly drives him while Vengeance and his boys fight to take him back to base. It jumps to a tent. We hear a bunch of people talking about Incred, saying they hope he wakes up without any issues. Incred wonders what's going on as he feels a strange sensation in his hand. When he wakes up, he sees the puma cuddled up to him. Rem asks if he's awake, saying that he really thought he died this time, as we see all the squad members looking at him. Incred asks what's going on, and Jackson asks if he's feeling okay. He says he's thirsty, and Jackson hands him a drink, saying that he's lost a lot of blood. They tell him that, thankfully the medics said there won't be any lasting effects and that the goddess of luck must be on his side. Incred says that he must have passed out during the retreat. Jackson says that now that he's awake, he's going to leave, and Ragna says he's going to sleep. Incred's just glad he got through another day. Rem sits there deep in thought, and Incred asks him why he's staring at him like that, asking if he wants to pet the puma. Rem says no, he's not interested in beasts, and he asks him how he knew it was a spell. Incred says that he won't believe him if he tells him about the repeating days, so he needs to lie to him. But he says that he shouldn't because Rem has always been faithful to him, and he needs to return it in kind. He says that he was friends with someone like him, a settler, and he suspected that based on what he heard from him. In Incred's mind, he says that's a perfect lie, as he did hear it from a settler, which was Rem. Rem sighs, saying it's fine if he doesn't want to tell him. He should just not get himself interested in spells. Incred says he really is really smart despite how he looks, and he asks him what he was doing during the battle. Rem says that he was going to see the asshole who set up the flag, but he didn't like his face, so he sent his head flying. Incred says he was wondering what happened with the spellcaster since he never saw him. Krace tries to hand the puma some food in return for touching its paws, but the puma hisses. Incred says it might rip him to shreds, and Krace says it's worth 10,000 krona. And explains that because of its blue eyes, it's actually called a lake panther, and they're supposed to hold the energy of the lake inside them. Each of its claws is worth over 10,000 krona, and they keep growing new ones. Incred says that a single bronze coin is worth 1 krona, so 10,000 must be worth a gold coin, which is way more than his pay. After he collapsed, they dominated the battle easily since the flag was gone, but the battle itself wasn't conclusive, and since then they haven't gone marching or ventured out. He wonders if he would succeed in the parry that he did last time if he tried doing it again, but he's not sure. Jackson tells him that he's not going to heal if he keeps moving, and Incred says he's not overdoing it, this much is enough. Ragna tells him that the most he can do right now is stretch and continue resting. Rem asks if he's trying to spread his laziness to him, telling him to stop loitering in the walkway. Ragna goes to find his sword, and Rem asks if he's trying to fight, but Incred says he has a question regarding the sword, saying that he used a technique that he never practiced before. He asks if it's normal. Rem says that it's nothing special, and using the heart of the beast, he can actually see what the enemy is doing, so he would have been able to see how they swing the sword and how they use their strength. Ragna tells him that it should be easier since he learned the basics and should succeed with concentrating on a single point, so he definitely would have seen more. But he still must have gotten pretty lucky. Incred accepts the answer, saying that the day that just passed was not just one day for him. Rather, it was hundreds of days of struggle. He got stronger through sheer hard work, not just through memorizing patterns. No matter how pathetic his talent is, he can continue growing. He tells both Rem and Ragna that he wants to duel. Rem says that they call him a madman, but he's clearly more psycho, and Ragna says that it's rare for him to agree with this idiot, but asks what he hopes to achieve in that condition. Ragna says that with his body in that state, duels are off the table. The fairy commander then enters the tent, asking him if he was the one who broke the spell. He says that he thought Command would start asking questions soon, but he wonders why she is here herself. He tells her that it was him who did it, and he saw it while on patrol. He knew a little about it beforehand. She says there were 5 decoys, asking how he found the real one, and he tells her that he just guessed. She seems suspicious but heads out, and he asks if that's really all she came for. She says that she also came to see his face, and she truly believes that fate has brought the two of them together. As she leaves, he wonders what she is talking about with fate. Rem starts to laugh, asking if there's something going on between them, and Ragna says he realizes now that he was skilled with women. Ingrid tells him to shut up. Craze says that he knew he was suited to start a host bar with him, and he'll make the terms favorable for him. Ingrid just wonders why she's like that himself. Craze then tells him that he has some good news, as a squire from the Night Order is here. Ingrid is told that it is the Scarlet Cloak Night Order. The battalion he is with is called the Cypress Division, which was named after a knight, and Cypress is part of the Scarlet Cloak Night Order. Knights are especially skilled, which is true even across the entire continent. That's why a Night Order has many more people besides knights, squires, servants, and students of knights. Once a squire is approved by their knight, they become a proto-knight, and far above them exist knights who have surpassed humanity. Squires rarely fight in battles without their knight, so this squire is probably about to become a proto-knight. They then get yelled at, telling them it's time to go to battle. They say maybe they were all waiting for the squire, but it's time to head out, and they tell Ingrid to rest well. But Ingrid's eyes look determined, and Rem can sense that, saying that he can tell that he wants to come with them, but he guesses it can't be helped. Ingrid really wants to see the ideal that he has kept as a dream this entire time, on the battlefield. We see everybody forming up, and Ingrid says that he's about to witness a small piece of that dream. As he and the boys make it, his eyes are fixated on something as he sees a man slowly walking towards the enemy army all by himself. His cape flowing in the wind, he marches forward as the enemies draw their bows, beginning to grow uneasy as the air gets more tense with each step. As he gets closer and closer, the enemies yell fire, and the arrows begin to be unleashed one by one. The man looks up at them, and slowly the sky begins to get blotted out with a sea of arrows. They start to fall directly towards the man. He finally stops walking and kneels down to the ground while holding onto his blade. His legs begin to give off a strange aura, and Ragna says that he used determination on his legs, as we see the wind channeling upwards from him. He quickly bursts off the ground, completely redirecting all the arrows above him as he charges directly into the enemy line. Ingrid is completely speechless as the man stops just shy of the enemy front line. In one quick breath, he unsheathes his blade, slaughtering them and sending half of their corpses flying through the air with just that one strike, and Ingrid now realizes how big the gap truly is. The enemy soldiers start to wonder if they are dreaming. The man kneels down once more and quickly dashes forward, swinging to his left, sending a whole group of them flying, and then immediately dashing forward again and swinging to his right, carving out the enemy front lines. From the enemy's point of view, they are just getting sent flying through the air as one man renders their army useless, akin to a natural disaster. The commander yells, telling them to stop him, calling them all idiots, only for him to get ahead of himself as the man quickly leaps up, decapitating him on the spot. He then lands directly on top of the horse, and Ingrid's eyes are filled with nothing but admiration. Rem says that guy's not bad, and he isn't called the war specialist for no reason. Ragna starts to think about how it would be a good fight, but Jackson says the enemy had at least 5 opportunities to stop him, and the enemy commander is an idiot. Odan prays for those who died, and Craze says it's going to be over without them needing to do anything. Ingrid starts to think about what kind of sword technique he used, asking if maybe it's the righteous sword, but immediately correcting himself, saying it has elements of the heavy and the swift sword. He explains how the righteous sword is a just and intricate technique that lures the opponent into your moves. The heavy sword utilizes strength to cut through everything and dominate the opponent. The confounding sword tricks the opponent, ambushing them, and the swift sword overwhelms the enemy with speed. The flowing sword is a gentle technique that parries the enemy's attacks and retaliates. Ingrid says that even though the heavy and swift swords are at opposite ends of the spectrum, he can see both of them in this man. Then he realizes something, saying that they might actually be different in character. But all of these techniques started from one single source, and if one understands the commonality between all 5 and wields the sword like a living object, then maybe that is the secret to having any form of moderate success. He starts to have some form of enlightenment as his eyes start to close slowly. The main army starts to charge in towards the enemies, and both Rem and Ragna look at Ingrid and realize. Rem smiles and says that the squad leader is about to overcome something, so they shouldn't let anybody disturb him, and they all start to form a wall around him. While Incrid is lost in his mind, he says nothing changes despite his understanding, as understanding is nothing. He starts to look up, while in this limbo-like state, he only sees the wall he must overcome, and he says that it exists to show him how much further he has to claw his way up. As the main forces run by him, in his mind, he is still juggling with trying to truly understand the thought that he is having. He is climbing over the wall, saying that he will make sure he sees it all the way to the top. The armies now begin to battle, and Incrid starts to see a light on top of the wall. The troops finally start to push the enemies back. As Incrid continues crawling up more and more, the allied troops raise their hands into the air, cheering for victory. Incrid opens his eyes, saying that the war is finally coming to an end, and the following winter and spring are going to be very busy. Back at another kingdom, it is none other than the Principality of Aspen, and we learn that it is controlled by three main families: Aspen the Sovereign, Hurrier the Mighty, and Atkins the Administrator. The Administrator says they use the Frog General as an excuse, and the frogs do require a nightly response, so they have nothing to retort. The king starts to get angry, saying that the Greyhounds will pay for this, and Greyhound tells him that this will not end well for the enemies. So back to the army slowly marching back. Incrid says that after the lengthy war, the Aspen forces headed back as well, so they had no choice but to do the same. They made their way to Border Guard, the kingdom's remote fortress city, and with its proximity to Aspen, the city is heavily militarized, with 1 in 5 people being a soldier. The city commander starts yelling, telling everybody that he highly praises the heroes of their empire, specifically the Nalilia heroes who have led them to victory in the war. He calls forth Incrid, saying that for destroying the spells of Aspen, he plans to reward him. Everybody watches him step up onto the stage, asking how some useless squad leader like that really broke the spell, saying that he's actually weak and must just be taking credit for what his squad did. As they keep talking to him, Mac then steps forward, telling them to shut up, as Andrew says that he isn't someone they should be talking down to. Everybody who has been a part of his journey so far smiles watching him receive his reward, saying that he is much more than they'll ever know. As Incrid accepts the reward, he looks down at it, wondering what to do with his money. Craze asks if he wants some recommendations, and Incrid says yes. He wants to go to a good store, specifically, he wants to go to the best blacksmith in the city. As they head there, the dude starts yapping at him, saying there's no way he's going to use all that money to buy a sword, saying that the regular sword isn't bad, and there are also so many swords lying around on the battlefield. Incrid says to become a knight, he needs to prove his strength as well as his skill. As he starts to unsheath his blade, he looks down at it, telling Craze that he is going to take the soldier promotion exam, as his time as a lowly foot soldier is now over. Craze says that he thought he wasn't interested in promotions, and Incrid says that he can't stay at the bottom forever. He guesses it's time to get things set up then. There is a soldier ranking system to increase morale. Those stronger than the existing scale are designated as special, and you're treated according to your rank. To be promoted to a rank, you have to duel 3 soldiers in the rank you're aiming for and win. For the soldiers there to witness it, it is a fun sport involving bets. As we see, Craze is hustling everybody. He asks who wants to bet on Incrid. His opponent walks up, asking why somebody at the lowest rank is going for medium straight away, saying an award shouldn't warrant stupidity, but it must have been his squad who earned it, so that is getting to his head. Incrid says that he must be the first one, and he's skilled even among the medium ranks, hailing from a famous mercenary group. Back to the hustler. Only one person has voted in favor of Incrid, asking which idiot did that. The hustler says that you can't know the results until you see it. Incrid says he only got stronger by dying over and over up until now, but there's no risk of death in this fight, so this is his one and only chance. He needs to look ahead, not let his guard down. While his skills may be pathetic, he will show that hard work is not a foreign concept to him, and most of the guys here he never would have stood a chance against before. But now won't be the case, as he forces himself to focus and fight like his life is on the line. His opponent screams, running in, saying here he comes, and Incrid says that he needs to try to pull off the parry he learned from the last battle, and he can use that to create an opening. He swings his blade, knocking the sword out of his opponent's hand immediately. As it starts to fly away, Incrid notices the guy's fingers are bent in weird directions. The guy starts screaming about how his shit is cooked, and while he's distracted, Incrid charges forward, hitting him in the face with the hilt of his sword. The guy falls to the floor, bleeding out of the mouth, and Incrid wonders why the hell this guy is so weak. Everybody starts to go crazy, saying there's no way that loser just won, and they ask Craze if he was the one who bet on him, saying that surely he knew how strong he was. Of course, he didn't, as even he can't believe how strong he was, saying he just didn't want his bet to be empty. When someone else says he needs to have more faith in his squad leader, Incred says that maybe the guy let his guard down, but even if that's the case, he wonders if all duels end quickly, and he shouldn't be that weak if he has a medium rank. An older man steps up, telling him not to get cocky, saying it was sheer luck. He readies his spear, saying he'll fight him this time. Incred recognizes him, saying he's part of the heavy infantry, the strongest in his battalion. The man distracts him by moving the tip of his spear, trying to surprise him. Then immediately thrusts forward, but Incred's body moves before he can react, cutting the tip of the man's spear off, wondering why he thrust from so far away, saying maybe there's a trick up his sleeve, but immediately realizes that's just a bad thought as the dude looks like he just dropped a brick in his pants. Wondering if it's his turn to strike now, Incred takes the chance, kicking the dude in the stomach, making him fall to the floor. We see Henry and the crowd watching while everybody's surprised that he won again, realizing it's not a coincidence if he won twice in a row, and that the lowest rank took down 2 medium ranks. Craze start to ask who else wants to fight him, and everybody starts to wonder when so many people arrive, saying it's embarrassing to go out there and lose to him. Vengeance calls them idiots, saying everybody's scared now after looking down on him. His friend tries to say he was the most condescending, but he immediately tells him to shut up. Andrew starts to sit up, saying that after losing last time he trained with Mac every night and wants to ask for a rematch, but Mac tells him not to bother, as he makes him sit back down. He says he's gotten way stronger, and he doesn't think even he could win against him right now, and they both sit there watching intently. Rem nudges somebody, telling him to go up, and the guy wonders who he's talking to, only to get scared after seeing who it is. Rem says that he was just talking about how much he must have kissed the commander's ass to get his promotion, and that he should go up and show off his skills, but the guy says he's not scared. Incred says it was so normal for him to struggle up until now, so he didn't notice the stabbing pervert in the first loop he went through, the assassin in the next, and even Mitch from the most recent one, as well as the squad members he trained with daily. He just had it hella rough until now, and his old teacher told him to never underestimate his opponent. The yapper finally walks up asking if he is distracted before his fight, and Incred says no. He thought that advice was irrelevant to him, and he never thought he'd get to look down on another person in a fight. The yapper asks what the hell is with his face then, as we see Incred looking smug, saying that he's now become strong enough, and he tells him that it's just interesting, as he wants to know what it's like to dominate an enemy. He charges forward, and the yapper freezes up. Incred smacks his sword into his, and we learn that the Nalilia respects strength as they are called the Kingdom of Knights. Incred raises his blade and swings down again, cracking the yapper blade. The guy looks up in complete fear as Incred raises his blade once more, swinging down, stopping just shy of the dude's head. The dude's eyes start to roll to the back of his head, and he foams at the mouth. Incred says now he has proven himself, as everybody in the crowd is stun-locked, bro straight pissed in his pants. Somebody calls him the Spellbreaker, saying it really was him who destroyed the flag, and that he didn't just ride his squad's achievements. Andrew starts to stand up and screams, calling him the Spellbreaker. Incred wonders what he's doing. Andrew yells, telling everybody to say it too, saying if it wasn't for him, at least half of them would be dead. They all start to chant, calling him the Spellbreaker, as that is now his new nickname. He decides that it's not that bad, and the hustler runs over, telling him that he is now a medium rank. Incred says it's too early to get excited, as he has to get to a high rank. Bro is confused, asking if he's going to keep going, and a man stands up in the crowd, saying this is interesting. As he walks forward, people look over to see an eagle patch on his arm, meaning he is part of the border guard, the ones directly serving the crown, which is an elite squad. They wonder why he is here. The man calls out to Incred respectfully, asking if he would like to duel as well. Incred and the man begin to have a stare down. Rem stands up, saying that this is going to be difficult. Incred explains that the border guard is equivalent to Aspen's greyhounds, which means this guy might be as strong as Mitch. He wonders what would happen if he fought someone like him without dying. He points his blade at him, telling the man to come at him. The man finds this amusing, saying he's not scared while going against someone like him in the special forces, and after watching him, he's way more interesting than he thought. The crowds rush to cheer him on, telling Incred to show them the power of the Spellbreaker, and that the kings of the battlefield are the infantry, as that chant starts to drown out everything else. The man asks if they're stupid, saying that they know he's part of the infantry too, and that they are too cocky with their recent victory. He's going to try to humble them as he readies himself and then immediately dashes forward to close the gap with Incrid. Incrid starts to lock in, following the tip of his blade, seeing exactly where the path is going. He leans back slightly, just enough to parry the blade, and the man is surprised, saying that he's wasting as little movement as possible and that surprised him. He then grabs Incrid by the collar and tries to throw him down, but Incrid grabs onto his arm and raises his blade directly above the man. A chill runs down the man's spine as he realizes that if he doesn't dodge, he will die. As Incrid starts to thrust forward, he stabs the ground as the man sidesteps it. The man returns the favor by rearing his fist back and stabbing forward with all of his might directly towards Incrid's chest. Incrid doesn't even try to avoid it and instead grabs the blade directly with his bare hands and then knees the dude straight in the stomach. The guy regains his footing, as the momentum is back to being equal. He starts to charge back in, as does Incrid as he grabs a throwing knife off his vest. They both start stabbing directly at each other's heads, only for the fairy commander to appear, knocking both of their blades away with one strike. She tells them that's enough, any more and they'll kill each other. Incrid is gassed out, and so is the other dude, and Jackson is ready to kill him. Actually, it's not just him but rather all of the boys have pulled up. Rem says, "Look at this lucky bastard." The man tells him not to get too excited as this is only a duel. He says he almost got him when he lost sight of his movements and wonders what would have happened if they went until the end. The man says he didn't expect anything but he can't deny recognizing him, introducing himself as Torres, a platoon commander of the border guards. Incrid introduces himself as they shake hands. The crowd is surprised that he is a platoon commander, meaning he just fought a special rank soldier. That means he is at least a high rank one now, and they start to give him their respect. Incrid glances back at their cheers and raises his hand, brushing it off. Torres says he likes his reaction and that he'll see him again soon, calling him a high-rank soldier. Incrid says with this he is one step closer. On the outskirts of the town inside of the barracks, a man tries to tell Incrid to come to his company as he is the first company commander of the heavy armored infantry called the Turtles, and his name is Graham. Incrid says this is his third request, and maybe it's because of his rank or the role he played in breaking the spell. Accepting an offer means he would be a monthly lease in the military. While it's a great offer, he doesn't want it, so he bows apologizing to Graham. Graham says that if it's about the 4th company commander, he'll have a word with him. Incrid says that's not it. The guy says he seems completely unbothered and just knows that he would still like him on his side. Incrid asks if he would like Rem, and the guy says he does not want a psycho in his squad and that he survived the last battle thanks to him and should keep at it. Craze asks if it's time to pack their bags, and Incrid says no. He asks why he's rejecting everything, saying right now he'll get treated well no matter where he goes. When Incrid goes to explain it, somebody else appears. When they turn to see who it is, it's Torres, who asks Incrid how he's been. He says he'll be direct with him and wants him to come to the border guards. Incrid says that the border guards are directly under the Crown's command, and it's a better offer than the one from the Turtles. Rem says that this is something Incrid could have only dreamed of before, and even if he rejects the other offers, he'd be stupid to reject this one. Torres says he realized that as soon as they exchanged blows, that he wants a harder fight, and if he comes to him, he'll bestow him with hellish training and insane challenges. This means he'll be able to realize his full potential. Rem thinks the deal is over, and so does Ragna and the rest as they're already coming to terms with it. Incrid waits for a second and then says if he's talking about endless hellish training, there's no place like where he is currently and that what he wants is not to reach his full potential but rather fully overcome it. Sometime later, Rem is shivering in bed, saying it's so cold and he wishes he could fight it with his axe. He asks Incrid where he's going, telling him to get him some hot stones. Incrid says that with the battle over, he's completely useless. Odan says it'll get warmer if he moves and he should come outside for some training. Rem barks at him, saying he's gonna kill him. Odan asks Incrid if he wants to train with him, saying it'll thaw his frozen muscles. Incrid says he needs to go on duty right now and he'll do it once he's back. Then Rem reminds him to buy hot stones. As Incrid leaves, he says winter hit real quick. It jumps to a market stall and he says the border guard's purpose is to go to battle, but with the lack of battle, they patrol the streets to safeguard the city. He's introduced to 2 people named Jack and Bo, and the 3 of them are meant to work as a team today. Incrid wonders if they are part of the scouting mission, saying he has heard those names somewhere before. Jack says being on duty with the famous Spellbreaker is an honor, and Bo says he heard he got promoted to a high rank as well. Going from the lowest rank to the high rank in one go is amazing. Incrid says he got lucky, and Jack says he wants to see how strong he is, asking if they can duel when they go back. Incrid says he's always welcome to duels, and Jack says that's a promise. Later on, while they are patrolling, Jack and Bo start to get closer to him, wondering why they have to do this in such cold weather. Incrid wonders why they are so close, saying he's not big enough to block the wind. As they pass by a market stall, a robed figure begins to approach them. Incrid notices something as the person begins to trip. He goes to help the kid, but they immediately pull out a dagger, and before he can even react, it's plunged directly into his chest. He begins to spit up blood, wondering what's going on, and Jack and Bo quickly cover it up by saying that he was drinking so early in the morning and they are hiding him from the crowd, meaning they are all working together. The robed man asks if he's surprised, saying that a greyhound never forgets its target. Incrid says that this half-fairy assassin must have been sent because he broke the spell. The assassin pulls the knife out of Incrid's chest, causing him to drop to his knees as Jack and Bo leave him. Jack says the mission is successful and they should head back. One of them is named Rotten, as we see him up in a guard tower nodding for confirmation. Incrid says he remembers them now. They were the wounded soldiers from the recon mission according to Craze, and they found an excuse to make contact with Aspen. As he falls to the ground, he says it's a 4v1 and this is going to be rough. A woman spots him on the street and her face turns pale as she screams as his blood begins to pool out. Incrid says this will be interesting. His eyes open wide awake, and he tells them good morning. Rem asks what's wrong with him, and Incrid says nothing, he just wants to start today with some energy. Rem again tells him to get some hot stones. As Incrid approaches Odon, who is pouring water on his head in the ice, it immediately steams off. Odon asks what he can do for his squad leader. Incrid says he mentioned a method about heating up his body. Odon says it's called bare body training, and it's essential to keep your strength in this cold weather as it will prepare you for any situation. Incrid tells him to teach him. He saw the dagger being pulled out, but he could not react because his body wasn't prepared, he was frozen solid. Odon instructs him to get into a stretching position and says he should have noticed that as soon as he saw Jack and Bo stick close to him and he'll take those two down first. After he can't take them down too early, the assassin will flee. Odon says his muscles will be sad if he can't even hold this. Incrid tells him they're already screaming. He gets introduced to Jack and Bo once more and tells them it's nice to meet them. They ask him if he's cold seeing him without his cloak, and he says he was just training. They start to get close to him again, and Incrid shows that his body isn't in its prime, thanks to Odon. Right about now should be when the assassin makes his appearance as he spots him in the crowd, and on cue he makes his appearance from a bit ahead. Incrid immediately raises his hands, swinging backwards, hitting Jack in the face, but Bo manages to dodge under it. Bo asks if he somehow noticed and draws for his blade. Incrid sees the assassin, saying he's either going to charge in and attack or run away. He draws his blades and needs to take care of these two quickly. The assassin throws something at him, which makes a screeching sound. Incrid wonders what the sound is, but it's too late as the throwing knife has already pierced his chest. He looks down in confusion as it was so fast he didn't even see it. Not only that, but because of how far they were and through the crowd, it means this dude is deadly accurate. The guy tells him once more that a greyhound never forgets its target. Incrid says it pierced his heart by the time he noticed it flying through the air, and that is a dagger faster than sound. The same woman from before screams that a person just died here. Incrid says he needs to face melee and ranged assailants at once. He begins to smile, then faces death, asking how he should prepare. Incrid says that the half-fairy stabs when he's close and throws a dagger when he's far. This isn't hard to understand as this wall is relatively simple. He continues his stretching. Incrid says death. Odon asks if he's threatening him as he sits atop his back, but Incrid says no, he genuinely thinks he's going to die. Ragna asks if he's doing torture training or something, and Rem laughs, asking if it's that hard. Incrid tells him to get over here, saying he'll show him how to do it. Jackson enters, saying it's his turn on duty. He sees them all stretching and struggling except Odon, who laughs, saying this is his territory so they should step out of it. Jackson looks confused, and Incrid asks what's wrong with his face, saying they're only training. Incrid starts drawing in the dirt, saying he needs to somehow block the dagger he'll throw. He says the accuracy and speed aren't like other daggers, and it's shaped oddly too. Jackson then asks him if that's a whistle dagger. Incrid asks if that's what this is called, and Jackson says it's because of the sound it makes when it's thrown. If handled well, the target will never know what hit them, and it's good to stay far away from things using it. Incrid says he'll remember that, no matter how good he is at throwing daggers, he can't do anything if it's blocked ahead of time. Incrid raises his hands once more, swinging at Jack and Bo. Jack again gets hit, but Bo does not. Bo asks if he noticed, and Incred grabs him by the robe and uses him as a meat shield, saying that he should take down these idiots and use them to protect himself from the dagger. The whistle sound comes through, but it's too late as Incred is stabbed in the stomach and Bo is stabbed in the back. Even Jack is stabbed in the throat, and Incred realizes that he threw 3 in such a short time, and this dude is incredibly skilled. The assassin starts to grin and laughs as everybody begins to run away, screaming murder. Incred says he'll kill his own people if they get in the way, or maybe he never thought of them as his people. The assassin kneels close to him, saying that was admirable. Incred glares at him as the man repeats the line, "A greyhound never forgets its target." Incred says thankfully, and the guy wonders why he's joking at his deathbed. He pulls out his whistled dagger, calling him a funny guy. Incred admits that he underestimated this whole thing. As the dagger gets pulled out of him and his wound begins to gush out, he says that a wall is still a wall. The boatman asks why he is enjoying this, saying he should laugh while he still can because the despair at the end of that enjoyment is why this is a curse. Incred wakes back up in bed and heads out, saying no to him, this is solely a blessing. He asks Jackson to tell him about a whistled dagger, and Jackson asks where it came from. Incred asks if that's important for the explanation, and Jackson says that it's multiple thin blades pressed into one, which causes the whistling sound as it flies. At one point, it was called the dagger that is only heard, and it's really hard to follow with a human eye. Incred asks what he's meant to do if he wants to see and dodge it, and Jackson says that he can't. Incred asks what if he has 2, and Jackson asks if he needs 2, and he says yes, that he does. Jackson says that this guy is being weird again, wondering where he even heard about this. He says there's no point in spotting an already thrown dagger, he has to watch the hand of the thrower. The path it takes is decided at the moment it's thrown. There are ways to hide himself as it's thrown, but it's not hard to spot once you know what it is. Incred asks if he thinks he can learn the technique, and Jackson says not with the way he throws. Incred says he's continuously catching strays, and Jackson asks if he wants him to teach him how to throw daggers. Incred is surprised that he offered to teach him first, and Jackson says that if he's not confident, he doesn't need to do it, but Incred tells him he'll learn. Back at the market, Jack and Bo are following him once more. Incred explains that the moment he throws his dagger, he needs to relax his whole body and focus as the blade leaves his hands. Seeing and dodging it is the same. As he stares at where the assassin usually appears, he sees only his feet before drawing his blade, immediately cutting Jack's head off. As Bo goes to reach for his, he turns towards him, slicing him through the stomach. The woman that usually sees him die screams, saying that there's been a murder, and both Jack and Bo have dropped to the floor. The assassin starts to approach, and Incred says he needs to watch his opponent and switch from relaxed to focused. He can only avoid dying if he protects his heart, and he needs to watch the tip of his hand. The dagger is immediately lodged into his arm, and he didn't even see it. He looks down at it only to catch another one straight to the chest, saying that shit was too fast as it only lasted for a split second, but he saw something for sure at the start. He saw a shine from the assassin's hand, and he's sure of it. The assassin goes to say his line, but Incred finishes for him, saying that a greyhound never forgets its target. The assassin's surprised and asks how he knew. Incred smiles, saying that he'll see him again because after a few more loops, he'll know all of his tricks. In the next loop, Incred quickly draws his blade, piercing Jack in the throat, immediately following it up by killing Bo as well, saying he needs to eliminate these 2 as fast as possible. Everybody starts to scream about a murder, and he quickly turns his body to the side, looking for the assassin, saying he's no longer someone who only dreams of doing better. He sees the shine in the assassin's hand and says that he can achieve what he wants through hard work. The dagger is immediately thrown as it soars through the air towards him. Incred uses concentrate on a single point to follow its path and uses metal bracers to block the first one. The assassin begins to spin another one, calling him crazy while sweating nervously. Incred realizes that it's coming from the front and needs to dodge to the side. But it was none other than a feint, as the assassin is still spinning the whistle dagger on his finger. Incred realizes this and accepts his fate, as there's nothing he can do when the assassin throws the blade for real this time, piercing him through the chest. He drops to his knees, saying that he can adjust his timing according to his movements, and that this dagger is pretty damn cool as he pulls it out of his chest. He looks down at it, saying that he wants to have this as well. We see him spinning a throwing knife on his finger, and he throws it towards a fruit. He misses, and Jackson asks what he's doing. Incred says he's practicing with the whistle dagger, and Jackson tells him that's not a whistle dagger. Incred tells him that he'll have a real one soon. As he is spinning his throwing knife, the string breaks, and it flies right by Jackson's head, leading to an awkward silence. Incrid explains that this is the 8th loop. The whistle dagger comes straight in, and Incrid ducks underneath, saying he won't fall for his delayed attacks again. He then feels a sharp pain in his back as we see an arrow lodged into it, and he forgot that Rotten was up in the tower. On the 9th loop, he's throwing his own dagger, which hits Rotten straight in the throat. The assassin calls him an idiot for looking away and throws his dagger, only for him to die once more. Then we see the fruit he was throwing at earlier get pierced as Jackson was holding it, and it falls to the floor. He looks over at Incrid, surprised, and Incrid says that his arm and hands are for guiding it, and your entire body is used to throw, asking what he is missing here. Jackson says that this should be enough, asking if he learned to throw daggers before. Of course, Jackson taught him, but Incrid can't tell him that, so he says that he saw someone throwing one on the battlefield, and he just copied him. Jackson wonders if he is a hidden genius or something and asks if he has heard of the throwing blade technique, saying it was created by a man called Georg, an assassin. The name comes from his weapon, the whistle dagger. Georg strived for a soundless blade made of a very thin single-bladed knife. However, that was too difficult to handle, which led to the whistle dagger as they know it today. Incrid says that must have some real history behind it, and Jackson asks if he hasn't heard about it, saying that he thought he would have. Incrid asks why he would think that, and Jackson says that it's because his stance fits perfectly with throwing the whistle dagger. Now on his 10th loop, we see Jack asking him where he wants to go, and Incrid says that he told him they are patrolling another route today. Jack tries to tell him they were assigned to the market, though, and that they'll be punished for this. Incrid barks at him, pulling rank, saying that he ranks the highest, so he'll take responsibility to follow him. Jack and Bo then discuss what to do, and as they get further from the town, we see them up at a hilltop. Incrid says the market is a stage that has been perfectly set up by the assassins, but he doesn't plan to play their games. Jack tells him that they should return, and Incrid asks them what they earned for betraying them. Jack and Bo realize the jig is up and immediately draw their weapons, running at him. He slices horizontally, cutting Jack open, and immediately impales Bo with his sword, killing them both. Then he glares over as the assassin makes his way up the hill, but Rotten is there as well. Rotten is surprised, and Incrid tells them that they're late and to start already. The assassin then throws out 3 whistle daggers at the exact same time. Incrid pushes his hand on the ground and lifts his body up over them, saying it doesn't matter how many he throws as long as he sees his hands. Rotten then goes for a crossbow shot on his back, but Incrid throws a knife directly at him, piercing his skull. The assassin calls him an idiot, saying he looked away. Incrid then blocks it with his bracer, and the assassin starts to have some cold sweats as Incrid slowly turns towards him and lowers his arm, giving this dude one hell of a glare. The assassin starts to shake, asking him who the hell he is, and Incrid tells him there's no need for him to know as he pulls the dagger out of his forearm. He asks him how many of the whistle daggers he has on him. The assassin realizes that Incrid understands how to throw the whistle daggers as well, wondering if he is an assassin. Then he tells him that he has 2 left. Incrid says he's jealous as he only has 1. The assassin tells him that he sure does have some balls to be joking around like this and that he must be crazy. He should know that he's a dead man as soon as he throws that one out. Incrid says that there's only one way to know and they'll have to figure that out once he actually does it. He may hide his hands but he can't hide his entire arm. Incrid starts to focus in, saying that if he pays attention to his posture, then that'll be the key to dodging these daggers. On cue, the assassin's arm starts to be visible. As his hand is twirling one, Incrid realizes there's 2 at once. The assassin throws them as Incrid easily avoids them. He retaliates with his own, which the assassin dodges, getting his cape caught. Incrid stays locked in on the assassin, saying that he bets that he actually has more. As he sees them in the dude's hands, he realizes he's right. Incrid then raises his as well. The assassin is shocked, since he thought he only had 1. Incrid avoids the dude's whistle daggers and throws his own, which the assassin narrowly avoids too. He tells him that he lied, drawing his blade, calling him a bastard. Incrid says that he did the same, and this is something he hasn't seen so far. He guesses there's no rule saying that assassins can only use long-range attacks. The assassin starts charging in with a lowered position. Incrid says that this is a new attack. As the assassin thrusts forward, Incrid says it doesn't matter, as we see him grabbing onto the dude's wrist after dodging the attack. The assassin now understands that he's in some hot shit, as Incrid starts to pull him towards him. He raises his sword, saying that this is the end, and swings down, cutting half of the assassin's skull open and his chest. He then pants. As he pulls his sword out, the assassin's body falls over, and Incrid says it took him 10 attempts to overcome this wall. He sighs and looks up, saying that this cycle of fighting, losing, and getting stronger, then eventually winning is so damn exhilarating. Bro is getting addicted. He then looks back down at the assassin's corpse, and wonders if he has any more whistle daggers. He starts searching the dude's clothes, finding a good bit on his chest, and decides to take them with him. Back at the commander's lodging, we hear the ferry commander asking if he almost got assassinated, but that he expected that and led them away. He tells her that it was actually just a coincidence, as we see the whistle daggers on his chest now. She says that she doesn't really buy it, asking if it's a coincidence that he fought 4 people and only got a minor scratch. He says the goddess of luck is on his side, but she looks at him with eyes full of suspicion, as he tries his best not to even make eye contact. She then tells him to return to his post, as he heads back to the boys. He opens the door, saying he's back. As an axe flies straight by his face, he sidesteps it, and Rem is surprised he managed to dodge a sneak attack. Incred asks if he's insane, saying he almost killed him. Rem says he's got assassins on him now, and he's got to keep training. Incred tells him to eat this, as he throws a hot stone towards him. Rem catches it with his bare hands, for some reason he knows it's a hot stone, but not that it's edible, and starts screaming. The axe actually cuts some of Incred's hair. So he asks Craze how much for a haircut, and then they start haggling, as Rem is freaking out about the damn stone. They settle on 8 copper, as we see them now outside, with Craze cutting his hair. Incred then asks if he can get a discount for being a squad mate. Craze tells him to go to one in the city if he doesn't like it, but Incred says he won't do that, as the ones in the city suck. It then begins to snow. Craze looks up at the sky, saying it's pretty cold today. Rem calls it the devil's powdered shit, whereas Odan says it's a test from God. Ragna says he agrees, and Jackson just sits there silently. Incred just wonders why they are all out here, but it's obviously to protect him. He wonders how the assassin got into the border guard. Also thinking about Jack, Bo, and Rotten, wondering if they were corrupt before or after they joined, saying that someone else might be working with them. He asks Craze if he knew the 3 who died and where they are from. Craze says that Jack was conscripted after he was caught pickpocketing. Bo insulted a noble, which gets Rem's approval, and low-key Incred's too. Craze continues, saying that Rotten was a mercenary for a failed merchant association, and they all joined in the past year. He also thinks they were in a guild together. Incred says that based on all of these things, there's only one thing he can think of, and that has to be the Thieves' Guild. What in the Skyrim? He says it is a guild in name only, a den of criminals. A Thieves' Guild member would know the ins and outs of the city, so it makes sense. He asks Jackson if he knows anything about the Thieves' Guild. Jackson asks why he's asking him. Incred says that he thought he might know, asking if he doesn't. Jackson says he's become too open, but tells him anyway, saying after they reconstructed, his contact in the guild went silent, and he doesn't know any more than that. Craze tells him that he's all done, as Rem says that his barber lined that shit up really well. We see his hair's a little shorter. Incred looks up at the snow, saying there's quite a bit of it. Jackson then tells them all that he's going to be out in the city tonight, and Rem says that he knows he's just trying to get out of snow shoveling duty. Incred thinks about it, asking why they don't all go on a mission instead, and if they agree, none of them are going to have to shovel. As soon as they hear that, they immediately agree, saying bet. Even Craze is ready to go. Bro can't believe that everybody here hates snow shoveling this much. He says he's going to have to go get permission from the commander, and Ragna calls him lazy for not having done that already. They all head inside, as even Odan tells him to go do it now. Incred says at least they are unified in their hate for snow shoveling. He heads back to the ferry commander after telling her everything, and she asks if he wants to go investigate the Thieves' Guild. He says with her permission, of course. While she's still suspicious of him, he continues not making eye contact, and she realizes it's deeper, asking if he only wants to skip snow duty. Before she can even finish her sentence, he says no, and he really just wants to seek justice. He can't believe she sniffed his bullshit out so fast. He heads back out and regroups with the boys, who ask where the Thieves' Guild thing came from anyway. Craze says that he's talking about the Gilfin Guild, asking if he has any info. Incred says he doesn't, and that's what they're here to get. Poor Rem is cold. He then tells Jackson that they are going to wait in the inn and find out where they are. Jackson asks how he's meant to do that, and Incred says that's something he needs to figure out. Craze wonders what the hell kind of order that is, but Jackson immediately says he's got it. Craze starts to wonder if maybe he's the weird one here. At the inn, which is called Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup, Craze asks what will happen if the Gilfin Guild is innocent. Jackson says that even if they aren't involved with the assassins, they are still criminals. It's about time someone cleaned them out. Grace thinks about it and then tells the waitress named Lisa to wait. She asks what he needs, and he starts whispering into her ear. Ingrid wonders what it's about, but notices that Jackson is late. Even though it's him, he's still starting with no clues. He wonders if maybe his orders were too vague, because he's starting to feel bad for him. As we see Jackson standing on top of a roof covered with snow, overwatching something. He doesn't even move, just continuously letting the snow build up on him. As something catches his eyes, he sees two men walking down the street. Back at the inn, they start asking Grace if he knows who Lisa is. He tells them that her father is a shoemaker and her dream is to open an inn in the capital. They say he sure knows a lot about her, and he says that all pretty women are future customers. Jackson finally makes it back, opening the door covered in snow, saying he's found where they are located. They all stare at him, wondering where the hell the snow came from, and he stares, waiting for a reply. Ingrid then pulls the drumstick out of his mouth and tells Jackson to eat too. Jackson says he's good, asking why they are waiting, saying they should head out. Rem says hell no, it's way too cold out there. Jackson says he'll shower him with his own blood, and that'll make him warm. Ingrid says he also wants to head out now, but their mobility is compromised due to the snow and they need to be careful, so they'll leave when it stops snowing. He looks out the window and realizes it won't be anytime soon, then he tells them all to get ready to go. They say that he literally just said a couple seconds ago they were going to wait. He says that he's waited long enough. As we see them actually heading outside, poor Rem is still cold as hell. He says the inn was so nice, asking why they had to leave. As they make their way down the alley, a beggar beside them pulls out a hidden blade while glaring at them. It's not just him, but his boys pull up too as they start running at them. Rem takes off his blanket and greets the man with a smile, asking the man a hard-hitting question. He then hits the other dude in the face, saying that he came out of nowhere, asking Jackson if this is his friend. Grace says that they are probably with the Gilfin Guild. Jackson says that this will lead them to their hideout as he reveals a hatch. He says the beggars are their gatekeepers. The door is locked though, so they need to find a way in. Odon tells him that he just needs to get away from the door. He rears his fist back, saying knock, knock, as he punches straight down, shattering it open. He says it looks like they forgot to lock the door and that they can go ahead and enter. Rem calls him a brute, which is pretty funny from the barbarian. Ingrid says he doesn't really care as long as they get the door open. As they head inside, Rem wonders what he's going to ask them first, and Ingrid says that he'll talk later. For now, they just need to subdue them with force. As they make their way down a narrow hallway, the people on the other side have actually already been informed by someone about them, as we see them lying in wait for Ingrid and his squad. The leader of the small group says that reporting their failure would be a pain in the ass, and he guesses they can take care of it themselves. Another dude says he doesn't know if this is going to be okay as his squad mates are coming to him. The leader asks why they should care about a bunch of nobodies. As soon as he says that, the door gets blown off its hinges by Odon, who kicks it down again, saying it looks like they forgot to lock this one too. The leader now realizes that he might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. Rem says that now they can kill them, but Ingrid says to start with those who have never killed the weak. Those who are willing to go into a cell, those who do not want to die can throw down their weapons and cross this line, as he draws it in the dirt. He says that those who don't comply will die. Rem asks why they're not just killing them, and Ingrid says he's changed his mind, but just thinks to himself that he was pretty cool just now. Rem is just confused. The leader says that he's just another grunt, asking if he really thinks he can order them around. Odon says their judgment is clouded by demons, and they will not listen until he forces them to. Ingrid readies his blade, saying that they can do that as well, asking who the strongest is among them. The leader smirks, saying this will be fun, and tells their strongest swordsman, Wyvern, to step up. Mullet starts to walk up, following his leader's orders. He starts to wonder if Ingrid's even going to be able to block his blade, as he's never been beaten in his life. But before he finishes his own sentence, he charges forward with a surprise attack. Ingrid easily deflects Mullet's attack and stabs him straight through his chest. He says that is the Valen mercenary sword technique, stab while talking. And he's pretty used to it. The leader starts to sweat nervously, and Ingrid says if that was their strongest, he wanted to see the rest. As Mullet starts screaming on the ground, Ingrid says this is their last chance, telling them to surrender or die. Everybody else in the squad just kind of stares at him, wondering if he is really trying to act cool in this situation. They hesitate for a second, but then some of them begin dropping their weapons, saying they surrender. The leader gets pissed, and calls him a coward while swinging his blade directly towards him. The guy turns, looking at it, but before the leader's blade hits him, a whistle dagger gets lodged into his forehead as Incrid threw it to save the guy. The leader falls down to his knees, dead on the floor, while the rest look down at his body. Rem says, "Damn it, that was actually pretty cool," and it looks like Odan and Craze both share the same sentiment. Jackson too. Ragna's annoyed he didn't get the chance to show off, and Incrid, again, is saying they definitely thought that shit was sick. The rest of the group immediately start getting on their hands and knees, saying they surrender, begging not to die. Rem asks what the plan is, saying it'll be better to kill them now than deal with them again later. They plead, saying that there are people with sick mothers here. Incrid tells them that does not excuse their crimes. Baldy says that if he must kill someone, to kill him, as he is Gilfin. He asks if he means that he's the Gilfin Guild's Gilfin. Asking if he was not the boss of them all while pointing at the dead guy on the floor, Baldy says no, that was him. And Incrid says, wouldn't that make him Gilfin? But Baldy says that's him, actually. Incrid, confused as hell. Reminds me of Rush Hour. Craze says they named the guilds after random people on purpose. If they start getting chased down by the law, they ditch that person and run. Gilfin says that Bastard was a terrible person, but the rest of them aren't. So if he must kill someone, to kill him instead. They all start crying, saying they aren't gonna let Gilfin take the blame for this. As we learn, he's a pretty chill dude. He's taking care of all of their family members, and he's just a kind dude overall. Rem gets on their side, asking Incrid if he's really gonna kill them when they're acting like this, saying that he didn't think he'd be such a cold-hearted devil. Incrid says he was the one who suggested killing them. As Gilfin continues, saying that he'll give him the guild's fortune and everything else if he just lets them live. Incrid looks back down at him, while Craze smiles. Gilfin continues explaining, saying that most of it is in a safe, but they need to find the key that Bastard had hidden. Luckily for them, they have an expert at opening doors, as Odan rips the vault door open, revealing all the gold. Gilfin says my fault, OG Incrid tells the rest to go ahead, as they all start grabbing different things. Jackson grabs a knife. Rem grabs leather, saying this is super warm, and Ragna asks why he's not grabbing money. Incrid also starts looking through it, and spots something that interests him as he finds leather armor that's flexible yet strong, saying that he's gonna take this. Craze calls out to him, saying they should take over this guild. Incrid asks if he's wanting him to be a thief. Craze says yes, but not one that kills. Even if they took down this guild, within a month, another one will appear in its place. At this point, it would be better to just use Gilfin as a puppet to run this guild. Incrid thinks about it, saying this is all way too convenient, wondering if it was back when Craze was talking to Lisa. He says that he definitely told her something, and they were all gathered here for some reason. Craze laughs, asking if he noticed, saying that it was a plan to get them all together, and if he allows it, he'll get him a monthly payout from this guild, but also gathering information from it. Incrid says he doesn't particularly want a lot of money, but it's not like more money can hurt, so he'll allow it. Craze then tells Gilfin that from now on, they are a guild of thieves who don't kill, and they'll sort out the bad apples and send them to prison while they slowly work to reform the organization. Gilfin tells him that if they don't disband, they're all going to die. Craze asks why, as Gilfin continues explaining, saying that the dead boss worked for Aspen and their money. A frog comes every spring and fall to check on the guild. If they realize what happened, that frog is going to kill all of them. Craze tells him that won't be a problem, as they even have worse monsters on there. As he points to the boys, Incrid tells them that if they've got what they wanted, they should head back. Rem looks up at him, asking if he really thinks they're done shoveling the snow by now. Incrid can't believe he let such a crucial thought pass by. As he looks out the window, seeing it full of snow, Ragna says there's still some unfinished business here, whatever it may be. Odan starts sitting by the fire, saying that he's going to pray and reflect, and preach the word of God a little more. Jackson also says he has something to do, and he's going to head out until tomorrow morning. Incrid says that he didn't know that everybody was so busy, and he decides to join by laying down on the ground, as they prepare to take a group nap session. The next day rolls around, and Incrid starts reporting it all to the ferry commander, saying that they have located and destroyed the Thieves Guild. She asks if he had fun skipping snow duty. He says he has no clue what she's talking about, but can't believe she's so damn smart. She then says that she heard he doesn't turn down a duel. He says that is usually the case. She asks him to spar while pointing her blade at him. He says of course, and he wonders why he's getting a duel instead of punishment, saying he thought she was angry. She then comes in with a sweep to his leg, which he can't even react to as he falls over on the floor. She tells him to get back up, as he reaches for his blade. She comes in with yet another sweep, flipping him over this time. He wonders what's going on, and her first sword has always been this thin, saying it's like a whip. She tells him to get up over and over, as she continuously just makes him fall over. We see him laying there after a bit, gassed out. As she's looking down at him, she says that she's seen him respond instantly like he knew the future, but the way she sees it now, he seems blind. She really doesn't know who he is as a person, but it's still true that he broke the spell and killed 4 assassins. She looks up, saying that it's snowing again, and she'll be watching him. He says he can't believe she was actually angry about the snow, and he calls himself pathetic. He's trained endlessly with the sword, but he's never done anything with his bare hands. He's now realized what he's lacking. It's something that requires the use of your body, and every aspect of it. It's none other than martial arts, which he can learn from Odan, who it then jumps to, as he is squatting a whole tree. He tells Incred that one of the basics of martial arts, as he throws it down on the ground, is none other than a trained body. And it's not like he is wrong. Incred thinks about it, as some dude screams in the back, asking who the hell pulled this tree out. Odan tells him that he has a method for training. As Incred asks about the tree, Odan ignores him, saying that this method will push his body to the extreme, and it's called the isolation method. He smiles, saying that it's going to be really painful, so it would be better to go ahead and think of himself as a dead man. Obviously, death is something he is familiar with, so he tells him that's his specialty. It then jumps to him training with a boulder strapped to his back, doing lunges. He says that he is actually going to die. Odan says the fundamental principle of the isolation technique is overload. His muscles will become stronger as they are torn to shreds. As we see him shaking, Odan says that he needs to stay like this for 10 seconds, and he knows his limits better than he does. Incred wonders how he would even know that, as Odan pushes down on the rock. He smiles, saying that surely he regrets not starting this sooner, and that he needs to grow his body a lot more before he could properly start martial arts training. But Incred cuts him off, saying he doesn't have time to regret. The past is the past, and he is still faithful to the present. If he wasn't, he would have never made it past the first loop. He looks up at Odan, telling him to teach him something else while he is holding this pose. Odan can't believe he is so diligent, and his work ethic is nuts. He smiles, saying that he respects his squad leader, and saying that they can move on to the next thing. As we see even more rocks, he tells Incred he is going to return to the post on all fours today. The leopard watches this homicide in broad daylight. As Odan has him holding up the stones while having his arms extended out, Incred is clearly having a hard time and still doesn't give up, and the leopard continues watching. That night, Incred faceplants into the doorway of their barracks, and Rem asks him if somebody is bullying him, asking why he keeps coming back so worn out. He says that he is just training, as his leopard starts comforting him. Rem asks if he is going to keep it, and if so, that he should name it. He thinks about it, then says that it is warm, so he is going to call it Heater. The leopard starts hissing at him, and then he says that maybe because its eyes are blue, he will call it Blackie Blue. Of course, it hates this name too. Rem says that those names are all basically animal abuse, but Incred says that Blackie Blue sounds cute, but that he will have to think about the name a little more. It starts to cuddle up next to him as he starts to fall asleep. He begins to dream about a field of flowers, and when he opens his eyes, he is startled as he is standing up, walking around. There is an aurora borealis up in the sky above. He says it is weird to have a dream without seeing the boatsman, and that this doesn't really fit his vibe to begin with. As the petals are flowing through the wind, he turns, spotting a woman in a cloak approaching him. As she gets closer, we see her eyes are blue just like the leopard's, and he is surprised by how pretty she is. She then tells him Esther, and that her name is Esther. He looks down, seeing that Esther is now laying in his bed. She starts to sweat nervously. But luckily it's in the dead of night. We see he has his hand wrapped around her. She starts to blush, and he tells Esther goodnight while hugging onto her and falls back asleep. The next day, he starts to head out, and Rem asks where he is going, and he tells him training. Rem says that is gross, asking if he is not hurting from yesterday. He says that his body actually feels light, and Esther says of course it would if she used magic on him, and she needs him to free her from her curse so she can't have him die while throwing his body around like that. Rem asks if he met the priest last night or something, and he says nah, he dreamt about some woman though. Rem says that he didn't take him to be a guy who had dreams like that, asking what kind of woman it was. He recalls Esther's face, saying that she was hella pretty. She sighs, saying at least his eyes work well, and it is natural for magicians to endlessly explore magic and mystique, and in her quest for knowledge, she got cursed. Transforming into a beast, Least one of you freaks gonna look at your cat sideways, but due to this her powers are also bound. She was wandering the fields one day, led by the scent of a curse, only to find none other than Incrid. She continues watching the training, and Odan says that he can't believe it, as it is normally a week for Doms to go away, and that he's already stronger than he was yesterday. Incrid finishes his set and stacks the rocks on top of each other, calling out to Blackie Blue. Esther hisses at him. He says my fault, asking her since when she started watching. Esther explains that the world of magic is affected by the power of names. If she gets carelessly called by another name, her powers will be further weakened. She used what little power she had left to tell him her name, and she made a mistake while doing so. As we see, that's why she transformed back into herself at night, which made her really embarrassed, but she's glad he's a dull man. She says he definitely is under some type of curse, but it hasn't fully set in yet. From what she can tell though, it is far more powerful than what she is dealing with. A powerful curse slowly eats away at weaker curses near it. If she stays by his side, it's just a matter of time until she recovers her powers. Later in the day, we see Odan and Incrid practicing by sparring now. Odan comes in with a knee, which Incrid sidesteps to avoid. Odan expected this, as he stretches his hand out, grabbing onto Incrid's face, slamming him straight into the ground. He explains to him that for martial arts, his body needs to be ready just like swordsmanship, and he grabs onto his wrist, saying that this is all meaningless if he is not quick. He tells Incrid that he's still as slow as a turtle, yet his body is definitely changing, and he really doesn't know when to quit. That's because our boy is dedicated. It's been a whole month now, and the greens are starting to sprout through the snow. He spent his days occupied with training, as he's even got all of the boys helping. We see him thrust his sword at Rem, who's surprised, saying that he's improved and now he can fight properly while grinning. He then finishes his meal, telling Ragna that they should spar as well, but Ragna tells him he's still eating, so he waits a bit before getting his ass whooped. Ragna tells him that his adaptability is still lacking, his fundamentals are perfect for now, and his muscle memory alone should be able to do this in his sleep. But it's going to continue to require endless repetition. Incrid sighs and smiles, telling him that is his specialty. That night, he's looking at his blade, saying that training with his squad is great, but more real-life experiences would also be great too. He then hears rustling, which startles him, as Jackson comes in with a surprise attack that he manages to block. Jackson says that he won't die to an ambush anymore and that he has really improved. Craze tells him that he should go outside if he wants to train, and Jackson says that he's in here early, asking why he's not out there getting money. Esther then gets up from the bed, and Craze thinks this is his chance, as he starts looking for a claw, saying that he bet one dropped for sure this time, and that this is money waiting to be found. There's then a knock on the door, as Incrid is trying to get out of the bed. He wonders if Craze is lazy or hard-working. We see it's the ferry commander. She tells Incrid to follow her. He tells her that the snow is all gone, and she says that's not what she's here for, as there's been a new mission. He needs to take care of the mission specifically on the Mercenary Soldier Board. Incrid explains that the Mercenary Soldier Board is a policy that runs alongside the soldier ranking system. It's a policy that allows people in the cities to hire soldiers as mercenaries. It's cheaper than proper mercenaries, and has better trained people as well, which are usually quite polite, so it's pretty popular, and he wanted to test it out himself, so this is a good opportunity. We see a dude yawning, saying that he's finally finished his duty and he's been non-stop working, and he needs to find something new. He then spots Incrid and the ferry commander, as Incrid asks how many he should take. She tells him to do 3 in total and to bring a squad member with him, as she'll be the third. He can't believe she's doing this herself, wondering why. The dude passing by says that he heard they were dueling the other day as well, wondering if maybe they're dating. The ferry commander asks what's wrong with his expression, asking if he finds it uncomfortable to go on a mission with her. Dude can't help but mistake this as romance, and start spreading the good word. All around the camp now, they are talking about how the company commander and the spellbreaker have a fling going on, and that they apparently have kids together. Later in the day, they start talking about it while Incrid is training, saying they can't believe he managed to pull a fairy with a face like that, saying that's pretty respectable, but they do look great together. Incrid wonders what the hell is going on because of all these rumors. As soon as he heads back to the barracks, Rem yells, saying that Papa's home and asks how many months it's been, and he heard the baby's coming soon. He tells him that they've heard it wrong, and everybody's misunderstanding the rumors. Craze tells him not to be shy, as they're going to find out eventually. He says no. Ragna says that it sounds great and to keep her by her side and train, as even Odan is praising him too. Incrid says he can't help but feel like he's being bullied. As Rem asks when they're going to go on a date, and it'll be weird to be the third wheel, but he's got to do what he's got to do to help his boy out. Incrid asks if he's talking about the mission. He says he is definitely not taking him. Rem says that he has nobody else to take but him, and he points over at Jackson, who says he's ready, and they start heading out. Rem says he can't believe he's taking the damn cat and not him, asking if he got hit in the head recently. Incrid says he'd be the first to ask the commissioner if he got pissed, so definitely can't take him. Jackson asks if he is only bringing him because he thinks he won't cause trouble. Incrid says that he takes these missions often too, so he thought he would be a great help. Jackson says he wants to offer a piece of advice then, and that he shouldn't give too much of his heart to one woman, as it'll come back to hurt him. Incrid says he does not need advice on this. As they meet up with the commander, Incrid asks when the commissioner will be here. She says soon. And he looks off to the side, saying she probably hasn't heard the rumors yet, and it'll be awkward if she did. She instantly asks if they ever did something for people to think they have kids together. He says no, while Jackson holds back his laughter. Incrid asks if he's laughing. Jackson says he doesn't know what he's talking about. Incrid says he definitely heard it. The ferry commander asks if her questions make him uncomfortable, and he says no. She then asks if he's glad, and he says no, but changes it to a yes, and he's starting to get confused, as she teases him. A carriage then pulls up, as Jackson says that the commissioner is now here. The ferry commander clicks her tongue, saying that it was just getting fun, and turns around. Incrid can't believe she was joking with such a blank expression. He explains that the mission was to protect a son of a wealthy merchant, and the process of deciding which of the two heirs of the Roquefried Trading Company will become the next owner. They've been hired to make sure they don't hurt each other. He expected the heir to be some greedy toad, but instead, a pretty woman exits the carriage introducing herself as Leona, and she is the heiress to the Roquefried Company. She tells them all that it's nice to meet them. As they start heading downtown, Leona is whispering to a woman as we see Incrid in the back. He says not a word has been spoken since the initial greeting, and what little communication that does happen is done through her maid, who says that they'll get a room in the inn first, and then wait for the others. They really just want them there to escort her and nothing else. Incrid recalls Odon's words, saying that age, body stance, positioning, and gaze are all important information that he needs to pay attention to, as figuring out the enemy's strategy is a skill in itself. He's observing and analyzing as her guard is left-handed, her footsteps are heavy, wondering if she's heavily armed, and the sword tells him that she's pretty strong. None of them seem to be as strong as a special rank, and while his analysis is lacking, it'll do for now. Jackson says if he's bored they can play a game, and they can identify sounds. Jackson starts naming the sound, and Incrid names where it's from. Jackson says a rustling paper bag, and Incrid says that it's from a woman in the food market. They continue this game, and Jackson then asks them to identify the tongue clicking, and when Incrid starts to listen for it, Jackson says it was too late, and it was coming from the man near the shoe store. Incrid explains that the point of the game is to locate and identify the sources of sounds, and it's way harder than it seems. As they head to the inn, the guard tells them they're going to get a room upstairs, and they can all wait here. The commander sits down with them, saying that what they're doing seems interesting, and she wants to join. Incrid says he's heard that fairies are much more sensitive compared to humans. They continue as Jackson says a knife falling to the ground. Before Incrid can answer, the ferry commander says that the second floor next to the stairs. This happens again as Jackson asks about a dagger being unsheathed. She says it was at the entrance of an inn. Incrid says he's not even able to participate. Then he notices something as the directions of the game start to become more and more as if it's no longer a game. Jackson asks where they're silently being observed from, and the ferry commander says right behind him, as we see a man grabbing onto his blade. They then both deal with the assailants behind them in one quick motion, killing them both. Jackson says they're being ambushed, and she says she agrees. The other mercenaries are panicked at the assassins as we see one coming from behind towards Incrid. He turns, cutting the dude's throat. Then they hear a scream upstairs, and he says the commissioner comes first. He starts to run up as an assassin says no way. He throws knives towards him. Luckily Jackson's played PUBG, so he uses a frying pan to block the knives as the ferry commander starts making light work of the assassins on the first floor. They wonder why they're so strong, and the assassins say they'll just outnumber them. Jackson stabs a dude in the throat while Incrid runs upstairs, and the ferry commander says that all of his squad members are far stronger than him, but they all listen and trust him, and she can't help but wonder why it is this way. As one of the assassins starts charging at her while screaming, she smiles, saying it's interesting, and then turns, stabbing him through the arm and the throat at the same time. Ingrid stabs a dude in the chest, pinning him to a wall, and says after encountering the assassin that went after Krang, and recently the half-fairy assassin, attacks like this no longer faze him. All of the strength and combat skills he's been practicing have made him feel like an entirely different person. Odan says he's still too slow. But he can feel it already, that his movements are much more refined as he kicks the assassin straight in the chest through the railing, sending him off the second floor. He then turns, seeing the female guard thrown out of Leona's room as she hits the railing. He runs up to the door, seeing what's going on as an assassin is yelling glory to Aspen, going to stab at Leona. The maid stands in front of her screaming no. She is really about to Mr. President get down this. Ingrid says he's too close for the whistle daggers, and stopping him can't be guaranteed. He doesn't even know if he'll be able to reach them if he tried. As he starts to recall a way to quickly close the distance, he says he's seen it once. As he recalls the night on the battlefield, he says imitating it perfectly is impossible at his level. As he starts to try his best to do it, he says even if he replicates it a little bit, it'll be good enough. He does exactly that. As he quickly dashes in, making his way closer towards them, the assassin's blade starts coming down. As we see Ingrid make his way in front of it, he uses his back to block the attack. The assassin scrapes against it. He's surprised, and we see that it's actually been blocked by his armor. Ingrid says he's so glad he got this from the Gilfin Guild, telling the assassin that they should have a chat downstairs. He then picks the dude up over his shoulder and yeets both him and himself out of the window, and they land on the ground outside. The assassin starts coughing, and Ingrid stands up, saying that he managed to cushion his fall with the other dude. Leona looks out the window, wondering what the hell that was, and Ingrid says there are no more enemies on the second floor. This guy here is definitely in pain from the fall, but he's still standing up, which proves that he's got some grit. The dude pulls out a second blade, calling him crazy, asking if he is a border guard. Ingrid says no. The dude says that means there's no reason he shouldn't be able to beat him, as he pulls out a second blade. Ingrid says that even though the dude's swords are of different lengths, he's not off balance. Ingrid wonders if he knows how to use the flowing sword, thinking about how to respond. The assassin says that he's going to kill him first, and then destroy that woman. Ingrid asks him if anyone else has told him that he talks way too damn much. He gets pissed, charging in, and Ingrid says this is his first real fight in a while, and that the dude seems pretty strong. Ingrid lowers his back foot, starting to get into position, wondering what he should try first. The assassin, ready to thrust one of his blades, raises the other into the air. Ingrid says that both of these attacks are going to come in unison, and that it is a Valen duet. As one of the blades comes towards his head, he sidesteps to his left. The assassin immediately follows up with a swing, which he ducks underneath. The dude then tries it again by thrusting forward, which Ingrid backpedals. Now that there's distance, the assassin comes in for a big lunging thrust, which Ingrid avoids by ducking to the dude's other side. He stands behind the guy as he starts to realize he might have screwed up. He can't believe some random has dodged all of his attacks, and Ingrid tells him he's impressed. He couldn't learn that because he lacks the talent. Based on the guy's speed and accuracy, he's about as good as the stabbing pervert he met in his first loop. The guy comes back in, asking what he's saying, calling him crazy. As Ingrid locks in his eyes focus, he starts to hone in on the guy's blades, and says now he understands as he can tell which path of attack the assassin is going to use. Ingrid then raises up his arm and smoothly starts to move his blade forward, stabbing the dude in the chest while having zero wasted movements in doing so. Ingrid is a little surprised, says he wanted to stab him in the heart, but he missed a bit. The dude starts to scream as Ingrid pulls his blade out. He says he still needs to improve a lot, and he needs to train with both Ragna and Jackson. Ingrid then looks at the dude as he falls to the floor, as the other assassins run out the back door, saying they need to retreat. Ingrid says he has to go get them all, but Jackson tells him that his fight drew too much attention. Ingrid points, saying they're getting away, and Jackson says they are, making Ingrid wonder if he's not going to chase them. He says they weren't commissioned to root out criminals. They ran away on their own, so the commissioner should be safe. Ingrid says he must be solely focused on the mission. The ferry commander then tells him that wasn't bad, and he asks if she's okay. She then tilts her head, saying she can't believe he's worried about his lover, and that she's not going to be able to sleep with all these butterflies in her stomach. He stares at her with the stone face emoji, and Leona asks if they're in a relationship. He says no, and she continues asking if everything they've done so far was a joke to him. He once again hits the stone face, asking what the hell is wrong with everybody. Leona asks his name, and Ingrid tells her. She thanks him for protecting her, saying she will pay him properly in the future. He says it's fine, and it was what was asked of him. She looks at him like there's more she wants to say, but she doesn't yet. It then jumps to some time later, and he explains that the few they captured were sent to the army, and they were sent reinforcements in case of a second attack. Ingrid sits at a table wondering who the assassins were, saying that some of them were pretty skilled, so they definitely weren't just here to rob them, and he guesses they have to assume it's the other heirs of the company. Leona starts to make her way downstairs, saying he's up pretty early, and he tells her that this is his shift. She then sits down beside him, scooting her chair close, saying he should join her, and she'll give him a chance to join her personal forces, as their rogue-fried company leaves little to desire. Their key partners include the Shepherds of the Wilderness from the Beastlands, the Black Leather Guild that is famed for hunting dragons, and the Glacial Rangers who were the defenders of the permafrost. Additionally, the company map, which outlines key routes and regional specialties, is valuable enough to let those who sell it live without wanting anything more for the rest of their lives. All of this is too much for him to leave behind. She says that the previous owner's sons are all stupid. She needs to protect and grow this organization, and she needs talented people to do that. People who are talented enough to save her from the brink of death and a personality that doesn't seek additional rewards. A position at her association is wanted by most, and that he's probably no different. She tells him once more that she'll get him anything he wants and to come join her. He says nah. She can't believe he did that with zero hesitation, asking why. Jackson comes down the stairs, saying that continuing to ask after being refused is unsightly. The commander also says that it's not very becoming of a merchant to do so. Leona bows, saying that they're right and that other heirs of the association will arrive at noon, and she needs to prepare for that. As she heads back upstairs, the other two start to walk towards Ingrid, and Jackson says he managed to seduce a rich heiress too, asking if difficult women is his type. He says no, and Jackson continues, saying he needs to stop going around seducing all these women. He says he never did that in the first place, as the ferry commander calls him a two-timer, saying that hurts her. He grits his teeth, saying that he's sorry, and that his taste must have just changed. Jackson is surprised, and so is she, that he actually had a comeback. People from outside overhear this, saying they can't believe he's an asshole that seduced another woman when he asked the commander. The ferry commander then smiles, since she took this W. As he sits there in complete shame that he went along with it. Later on, we hear Craze saying he heard everything, that he spent the night with the commissioner after one night. Everybody starts saying that he's managed to score a rich heiress now, and that he's not the spellbreaker but the heartbreaker. Jackson asks Craze if he's here to make fun of him too, and he says that it's about the Gilfin Guild, and he needs to stay on top of things. Ingrid says that's good, and he needs to do something for him. He needs to catch the ones who got away and see what they're up to. We learn that Reynolds Roquefried, the previous owner of the Roquefried Merchant Association, was an honorable man with a sharp business mindset. He considered his stepdaughter, Leona, to be his successor due to her sharp wit and intellect, but he could not bring himself to push his son out of the picture. His barber did him dirty. So, without a clear successor to lead the Merchant Association, he passed away. We see a carriage in town as the kid who needs to fire his barber is being told the assassins failed. They say that he should have left it to them, and it was a missed opportunity. The kid's name is Polide. The man opposite of him says that they'll figure something out, and their agreement surely still stands. Polide says, of course, and he'll reward him handsomely if he inherits everything. The other dude in the carriage sits there not saying anything. They then arrive at the inn, and they open the door. Ingrid and the rest stare at him as Polide says there's too much dust here, and he says that calling him to a place like this is typical of that bitch, Leona. Ingrid stares at the dude with the black hair, saying that he can tell just by the way he holds himself that he's strong. The man glances down at him, making eye contact, then looks away as if he's not much of a threat to him. Polide then points at them, saying they need to go call Leona. Ingrid says it was a great idea to bring Jackson because if it was Rem, he would have mistaken the dude as a monster and cracked his skull open. He then sees Jackson pulling out his blade and stops him as Polide barks at him, asking him what he's doing and to get moving. Leona comes downstairs, telling him to stop shouting as it's not fitting of him, and tells him that he's late. He says, late my ass, and she should educate her bodyguards. She then slaps the piss out of him, and Ingrid says that nobody around him is normal at all, and he sighs. Jackson looks like he doesn't realize he's the odd one out. Polide asks if she's crazy and what she's doing. Leona says that he was the crazy one, and he's messing with a soldier mercenary of the border guards, asking if he wants to rot in prison for the rest of his life. He says that he didn't know about that, and the man behind him clears his throat, which scares him a little bit, and says that wasn't him, asking who she's trying to frame and how dare she, an outsider, yell at him. Leona says that sure she was adopted, but he can't even analyze trade routes or even calculate finances. He tells her that's a job for servants, and she says that she wouldn't be wasting time like this if it weren't for the will, and stating that the successor is to be decided after talks is way too much. Ingrid says the previous head must have been soft, and no matter how you look at it, Leona seems more suited to be a successor, and he wonders if he wanted to give his son one last chance. Leona says the only argument he has to support his succession is that he's a blood relative. Polite asks why that's important, and she grabs him by his fat chin, saying that no matter how she looks at it, he's nothing like him, and his ignorance and ugly-ass face make her wonder who he got it from. He grabs onto his blade, hella pissed, as Ingrid does his as well. He then is startled by something as he sees the dude he was glaring at earlier reach for his too. He then widens his stance as everybody is getting ready for the gang war. Ingrid sits there waiting for somebody to make a move, and Polide starts to get scared as his guards block him. Ingrid recognizes the stance, saying that the man is going to use the swift sword, but he wonders how fast it will be, saying he wonders if it will be as fast as Rem's axe or a whistle dagger, and tells the dude to show him his sword. As the guy starts to unsheath his blade, Ingrid smiles, doing the same as he unsheathes his blade too, but then a man tells everybody to stop. As he enters the room, we see it's none other than Torres, who says that he is part of the border guards who are directly commanded by the crown, and they'll consider them to have committed treason if they don't put their blades away. Polide looks like this wasn't part of his plans, and Ingrid also looks a little annoyed and then clicks his tongue. Jackson stares at him, recalling how he was talking about nobody around him being normal, and says that he's the weirdest dude here. As Torres says the assassins hired were foreigners, so they're taking over this case. They confess that they were paid by a merchant association, and surely Polide didn't hire them because of this inheritance dispute. The man puppeteering him asks if any of them confess to have been paid by their specific merchant association, and if not, then there's no evidence to blame them. Torres says he sure does yap a lot, asking if he thinks that they're that stupid. Leona says she would like to make an offer, and they should find more evidence to identify the true perpetrators, and that they can lock both her and Polide up until they find the ones responsible. Polide says that he didn't agree to this, and Ingrid finds it strange that the victim is asking to be locked up. Torres says the ones they detained were all grunts who had no information. They just kept repeating that they were told to do so by their boss. Leona says there are still people to interrogate, as people managed to escape from that scene, and one of them might be the boss with the details, and that they should try to find them. Torres says that he wants to know what they should do if they can't find the ones behind it, and she says that's for him to deal with. Although it's not prudent to continue discussing the air matter of the border guards, they will return to their city under the condition that they all return if they were to be summoned. Ingrid says that they won't be guarding her if they leave the city, and her bodyguards won't be able to take on Polides, especially the guy with the rapier, so she'll die as soon as she leaves the protection of the border guards. Surely she knows this, wondering what the hell she is thinking. Her maid hands her something, and she says she's a merchant, so she doesn't ask for anything without proper compensation, and she'll give this to whoever catches the ones who got away. As she starts to unsheath it, Jackson is obviously startled by it, which Ingrid wonders what's going on, and she says this is the fourth work of the Carmen collection. It's Carmen's stiletto. She says hopefully this is enough to get them to go find them. Jackson steps up, calling out to Ingrid, saying that he'll take this one. Ingrid wonders what's got him so motivated and why that dagger is so special to him. Polide recognizes it as well, asking if she is insane and if she doesn't know how much that thing is worth. She says the stiletto is hers, so she can do what she pleases with it. Ingrid asks if it's that amazing. Jackson says he's surprised he doesn't know about it, and it was made by a legendary weaponsmith named Carmen. Originally a slave, Carmen worked as an assassin out for revenge and used 7 weapons of his own creation. The fourth among them was the stiletto. There are people who would offer up people's lives for the weapons as well. Torres then says that since everybody is present, he's going to hold them all, and nobody is allowed to leave the inn. Ingrid tells Jackson not to worry about the stiletto, as he told Craze to get the dudes from earlier, so they should hear from him soon. Polide starts to get pissed while the guy with the rapier looks over, glancing at Ingrid, who turns, and they make eye contact once more. Looks like the dude might acknowledge him now as he turns away. Ingrid watches him leave. That night Polide says if things lead back to them like this, it's going to be a problem. The puppeteer says they can't do anything against the border guards, and they just need to wait. If the two of them can't sort out who becomes the successor, Then the decision will be left up to the investors, which is what they need to use. Polide says that'll be fine, as he already sent word. He already told them he'd reward them if they place him as the successor, and he'll win if just half of them agree. The man with the rapier looks out the window to see Incred doing planks with stones on his back. He's clearly having a hard time, but of course, bro is dedicated. He finishes his workout, and Torres asks why he's doing all that tedious training. Incred wonders what Torres wants, and Torres says that surely this is a prime opportunity for some time off. Incred says he would think that way if their time were equal, but time is valued differently from geniuses and those who are not. And things they can learn in a week, he needs a month or sometimes even a year to learn, and that means he doesn't have any time to waste. He then picks up the rocks again, starting to do curls, saying that he'll make sure to use each and every day to make sure his foundation is better to allow his future to be brighter. One of Torres's men says that he sure is an odd one, or maybe they are the ones that are lazy. Torres thinks about it for a second and then decides to get up, telling Incred to calm down with trying to get stronger, as he's already plenty strong. They only had a draw because he didn't expect that from him, wondering what he thinks the outcome would be now. Incred stares at him and then smiles while nodding, which means that they are about to start fighting. We hear people cheering them on as we see Torres preparing an attack, and both he and Incred stop shy of each other's throats. But obviously Torres would have won. They start cheering, saying that this makes 7 wins for Torres, and he says this is how it should be. They remind him he also lost 4 times too. Incred tells him to run it back. Torres asks if he's not tired yet, calling him a fiend, saying they've already gone at it 11 times. One of Torres' men says he wants to try as well, and the dude from earlier says he wants to do it too. If they've introduced these guys before, my bad, I haven't done this series in a while. It just now got enough chapters for another part. They start cheering, saying they need to take him down, and Polide watches, asking what they are doing so late, calling them barbarians. The guy who subbed out Torres is now throwing Incred to the ground, and as soon as he hits it, we see the man with the rapier is actually watching intently. Incred asks what that was and if he can do it again. The dude calls him insane, and the rapier guy says that his pride isn't hurt when he loses, rather, it's like a little kid who found something new to play with. On top of that, his open hostility while knowing he's far stronger than him is certainly unique. But even so, as we see Incred fall to the ground again, the dude says he falls for the same thing at least 3 to 4 times, and he's really not talented at fighting whatsoever. This time Incred slaps the dude's hand away and hits him with a judo throw, doing the exact same thing the guy did, slamming him into the ground. Torres starts cheering him on, saying good shit, and even the rest do, asking who's going to do it next. We see the ferry commander watching, saying that he's going around charming everybody, and that makes him a bad man. Leona asks if they are dating, and the ferry commander says no. Leona asks if it was a joke then, as the ferry commander tells them they are married. Leona gets surprised, and the ferry commander says they didn't hold a ceremony, but she thinks there's a child. Leona is even more confused, and Incred says this bothers him, and he really wishes she just had gone inside already. We then hear the rapier man call out, asking if it would be okay if he joined in with them. Incred turns as we see the dude raring to go. Torres wonders what he's thinking, and the dude says that his talent is by no means worth speaking of, yet he still has a desire to teach him, and he can't hold himself back from doing so. The man who taught him the throw says that the rapier dude's in a different boat from them, and that he should just sit down and watch, but Incred says nah, and he's been waiting for this. The dude stares at him, realizing he's a man of culture, and smiles while Jackson watches from the roof. He says that even though the only thing that dude's holding is a wooden stick, he is still hella dangerous, and he grabs onto his blade, saying he needs to make sure he's prepared. Incred readies his stick as well as the man with the rapier gets ready. They start to have a WWE stare down, and the man raises up his wooden stick. Incred says that tension is creeping up his entire body as if he was at war again. The man then begins to thrust forward as Incred focuses his eyes. Concentrating on a single point, he can see the dude's attack path. He says there's a slight feint mixed in, but it's coming for his neck, and he needs to block his line and extend his own. But then he feels as if he just got stabbed in the throat, which surprises him. As we see that Incred couldn't react in time, but it's not just him, everybody is surprised. The dude says he read his attack well, but he's slow. Incred says that he lives up to the name of the swift sword, and it's so much faster than he imagined. He thought he'd gotten a lot stronger, but he hasn't. The dude is so inconceivably far, and it's at a height that's so intimidating. As the dude starts to walk away, Incred laughs and tells the dude, one more. The man smiles, saying that his attitude is exceptional. He continues losing over and over to the point where Torres and the rest fall asleep. We see the ferry commander still watching intently, and she looks like she's really enjoying it. We see Incred losing his balance. The man with the rapier starts speaking, saying that anyone who has ever held a sword knows the despair one feels when meeting someone you can't beat. Incred falls to the floor and begins coughing, and he says that he's shown him this unbridgeable gap between them, but for some reason, he's not giving up. Incred stands back up, and Jackson says that Incred's reaction speed is too slow to be seeing and dodging everything. At this rate, he'll never overcome this wall, and he says he's going to have to teach him something more about his speed. The man says that's enough, and they should get some sleep as Incred is gassed out. We see him sweating hella, and he tells the dude he's amazing and that Swift Sword is something that he will eventually learn. The dude laughs, saying he's even more impressed by him. It's unfortunate, if only he had the slightest bit more talent. Later on, we hear Craze calling out to both Incred and Torres, saying they've captured the runaway mercenaries as they are beaten up on the floor in front of them. Incred nods, telling him good job, and Craze says that it was just finding a couple of hidden people, no big deal. Leona says they must be Incred's squad members, thanking him for it again. He still has his armor torn from when he protected her last time. Torres then asks who hired them and asks which people it was. Belide's fat little diabetes heart starts beating really fast, and the mercenary then speaks up, saying that it was Aspen. It was a merchants association from there that wanted to expand across the contested zones, and he doesn't know which specific one. He only received a letter, and the money was promised upon completion. Leona says that might be what he's saying, but what happens next is up to the border guards. Torres says that she seems satisfied by the outcome, asking if she wasn't hoping that the ugly idiot was behind all of this. She says of course she did, enough to offer up the precious stiletto as a reward. Torres says that breaking these bastards is their job, and that all the rogue-fried people are free to go. As everybody starts leaving, Jackson unsheaths the stiletto, and Incred tells him not to do that in public. He can't believe he's so happy, saying it's almost as if he's a kid sometimes. Craze then tells Incred not to love Leona, as she's scary. He says he doesn't, asking if he's even listening to him. Craze then says it's weird. No matter how he thinks about it, those guys were hired by Polide. Yet they are saying it was Aspen. He had a little run-in yesterday after they found those guys. We see them in a room with the mercs, and a man enters, asking if he is Craze of the 444th Squad. He says that he's someone who serves Leona, which confused Craze. He continues explaining to Incred they already had tabs on where they were and knew everything about the Gilfin Guild too. They wanted to pay the military to let those mercs go and told them to say what they did. Incred wonders why, saying that Leona is going to be disadvantaged now. If Polide is the one who was behind this, it would have been better for her. But on cue, she says it's a relief he wasn't behind it, as it would have left a bad record on the previous leader's accomplishments. He now understands it was out of loyalty to the previous leader. She says surely he's not interested in these kinds of things. He asks her if this will even be okay, saying she won't be able to receive their protection outside of the border, and if he decides to come attack again she'll be in danger. She says that it's already been taken care of and not to worry. As we see a whole group of troops waiting at the front of the gate, a knight-like man stands on guard with his platoon behind him. He introduces himself as the Roquefried Merchant Association Guard Corps Commander, Mattis, and he says that he is here to escort the new leader, Leona. They all then start bowing towards her. Incred says that she had them held up here on purpose and managed to get a vote going with the shareholders in the meantime. She has loyalty, decisive action, and information, which means she truly is a scary woman. She says asking again would be undignified, so she won't tell Incred to accompany her, but he has a knack for having people root for him, and she hopes that they can meet each other again in the future as friends. He looks down at her hand and shakes it, saying of course. Polide hops out of his whip, asking Mattis what he's doing, calling him a bastard, asking if he doesn't know how nice his father was to him, yet he betrayed him. Mattis tells him to stop dishonoring his name and calls him a dumbass, which scares the little lardass to the point he might have dropped a brick in his pants. The puppeteer says it turned out to be a failure, and the man with the rapier says they got something out of it at least. Now they know that the new leader of the Roquefried Empire is quite cunning. He then glances to his side, saying that he also learned about the existence of a peculiar soldier. We get a flashback to the man with the rapier telling Incred to lower his sword. He admires his effort and strength, but he doesn't have the talent to back it up, and it's just painful and depressing. Incred says he hasn't heard this in a while, but he's never listened to it in the past either, and he's managed to get to where he is now by pushing through. The man with the rapier just wonders where all this dedication and willpower comes from and walks away. The next day, in the city, Incred tells Rem to get up, but Rem says that he doesn't want him waking up when he's just going to go hang out with that cat-like bastard anyways, but Incred wants to train with him, saying that he needs him. Rem gets super excited. Bro is just a giant golden retriever as a human. Incred wants to practice the swift sword, as we see them training, and there you are. Incred says that first is the decision making for finding the most efficient line. As he begins focusing on a single point, he readies his sword for thrust, saying that the second would be for him to master the explosive movement, and as he thrusts forward, he says that he needs it to be efficient every single time. We see blood being drawn from Rem's neck, and Incred is surprised as the blood begins pouring down. Rem looks down at it and is also a little caught off guard. Incred says that with this, he is now faster than Rem, with his repeated fundamentals, fluid flexibility, and strength in muscles all working in harmony to create his newfound strength. Rem says that sure surprised him, and that he finally figured out how to swing his sword fast, and that now it's time for him to speed up as well for the first time in a while. Incred wonders what this means, but can barely react in time to Rem's attack, so he knows he was telling the truth, and it's also heavy enough to make his hands ring. He then looks forward, seeing an axe coming straight towards his head, and he barely ducks underneath it, and he says that his axe was always fast, but now it's even quicker. Rem is coming in for another attack, but Incred runs head in, meeting it 1-to-1, saying that there's still a long way to go. At night, he continues his training, and senses something blocking an attack from Jackson and his dagger. Jackson says that his eyes and ears are both doing great, and he won't need to train those anymore. Incred asks if he came all the way here to say that. As he walks away, Jackson says for now. Incred sighs, saying that this is why Rem calls him a cat-like bastard, only for Jackson to appear behind him, slicing his throat. Incred reaches for it, screaming, but we see Jackson far away, saying that is called murderous intent. It's what comes out of a person's intent to kill another. If he can't predict an attack with his sight and hearing, he'll need to detect it instead. This skill lets him detect something that supersedes the five senses. It is called the sixth sense. He will teach him that, as it will be his repayment for getting him the stiletto. Incred is just glad there's always more to learn, saying that an endless amount of fun is awaiting him. The next day, Jackson explains that the sixth sense borders on his instincts, and he can't rely on his perception, because his perception relies on his existing five. His sense of direction, his ability to move, they're all things that predators use to hunt their prey. They are all part of one's instincts. If he repeatedly fights with all of his senses on high alert, he will be able to detect ill intent as well. Incred turns, saying that he senses him behind him, but Jackson says that he won't be able to get this so easily at first, but as he continues training, his sixth sense is sure to open as well. That night, Rem says that he seems a little different. Incred says that it's because he's got more muscles, but Rem says that's not what he's talking about. Odan chimes in, saying that he smells more reform. Ragna says that he doesn't think that's all. Krace thinks that he's more insane than usual. Rem says that's right, while all the boys begin agreeing. Incred says that he's the only normal one amongst these lunatics, and that's just how they must see him. Jackson wonders when he'll realize that he is the most insane one among all of them. That night, as they set up the brazier to sleep, Esther crawls over to Incred's bed as Rem asks if he smells like food or something since she's always sleeping with him. Esther tunes him out, saying that he once more put his body through hell, and she starts sleeping on his chest, saying that he's training enough to die every day. He would have collapsed long ago if it were not for her magic, and if he does end up dying, she won't ever be able to break her curse. She puts her paw on his armor, enchanting it with her magic. The next morning, Incred is stretching, saying that just like how he's repeating these loops, he'll train again. He'll never get tired of it, and knowing that this is something that will improve him is enough of a reward. He senses something, turning around, saying that that's where Jackson is, but of course he's wrong. He does it again, to be wrong, and once more, and all the boys are watching, and they seem to be thinking something in unison. Rem says that he wants to take back what he said about him seeming different. He has not changed at all. Odan says that it was weird, because he improved so much in one day. Ragna says that he too felt that he was once a genius, but he guesses he isn't. Jackson mentions that if he doesn't improve with as much practice, he can agree. But Rem says there's nothing like real-life experience. Since the Aspens will be quiet for a while, he should go get commissioned to hunt beasts or something similar. The next day, Ingrid goes in front of the commission board, saying that all 4 of them are pushing him for real experience, as if they are trying to test him. But he also understands, since he's not improving at all. A man then says that if he doesn't find anything he likes, then he could do this for him as he hands him a paper. Ingrid looks down at it, as it says that he wants him to investigate a shoemaker's basement. Ingrid asks why he would do this mission, saying that this is something that a recon party should be doing. The man says that a recon party won't be enough, as according to the shoemaker, he thinks there were undead in his basement. Ingrid is a little curious, saying that there's no way something like that is in the city, and he must have heard a rat or something, and he needs more experience right now. The man then says that he should please do it, and he calls him the spellbreaker, saying that he can probably tell but nobody else wants to do it. The shoemaker is short-tempered, but he's a good man. His wife went missing recently too, so he must be angry, and that he should go check it out. Ingrid says that he's sorry, but this request is too much, only for him to fold under zero pressure as he accepts it. A woman says that if he's here for the request, he needs to quickly get to the basement, and that he just keeps digging into the ground. Ingrid says that he did hear he was short-tempered, and the shoemaker calls out to him, saying that this is what he was talking about. He shows Ingrid the ground, and he found this tunnel. Ingrid is surprised there's a tunnel in the middle of the city, saying that it can't have just been a rat. He lights up a torch and starts to explore it, saying that this looks like it was man-made. It's quite large, and there might really be monsters down here. He then is surprised as he sees multiple pathways in front of him, and there are 6 total. He says that this is made to be a maze. The shoemaker tells him to listen to the weird sound as they hear some form of rattling, and he says there must really be undead down here. Ingrid tells him not just to walk in, and that he'll head in first, so he should stay back. As he takes a step forward, immediately the entire cave gets hit by the world's brightest flashlight. Soon they are drowned out by a blue light and they feel an intense heat. Ingrid wonders what this feeling is. As it starts to get closer and closer, completely blinding them in the tunnel until it actually begins to disintegrate them, turning them both into ashes straight up on the spot. Ingrid's eyes jolt open as Esther is laying on his chest. He said as soon as he detected the heat, he burned up instantly. He wasn't even able to take another step, and that was definitely a magic trap. It's common sense when you face magicians that you need to run. Rem then says that he and the boys were talking, and that he needs more experience. Ingrid's lost in thought, saying that you're lucky if you die when facing a magician in combat. If you survive, you'll meet a worse fate. This advice applies to traps that are created by magicians. He wonders what he can do against the traps, saying that he doesn't know what skill he can train to overcome this. The man then tells him that if he doesn't see anything he likes to take care of this one, and it's the shoemaker's request once more. Ingrid says this needs a magic specialist or support from the higher-ups. It's not like other walls that he's faced, which he could just do head-on, and that the ferry company commander would listen to his request. But before that hot-headed man goes in there alone, he then realizes that he barely made it last time and begins running, and grits his teeth, saying that he can't be late. He runs over to the shoemaker's house, kicking the door open. The daughter is scared. He asks where her father is, and she tells him the basement. He immediately leaps into the hole with zero hesitation, because the father is nowhere in sight, as he took a little longer this time to accept their request. As he begins sliding down the hole, he realizes he's too late, as he sees the shoemaker ahead of him walking down the middle path, and Ingrid runs over towards him, telling him to stop. The shoemaker turns surprised and confused, but we see his foot was too far into the hole, as that bright blue light begins to appear behind the man, and Ingrid screams out for him, only for the both of them to once more get deleted, turning into straight ash. In the waters of the afterlife, Ingrid says that he needs to find a quicker way. He needs to go see him first and tell him to stay out of the basement. The boatman says that it may only be a moment, but he must have felt the pain of his flesh emulating and his entire body turning to ash, yet he still intends on stepping towards that flame. Ingrid says that it's just as he said, the pain was like a million needles passing through his body in an instant. But that doesn't come close to how bad it hurts for him to watch idly by as an innocent bystander dies, and that is the true way of a knight. I love this guy. He immediately gets up out of bed and starts to head out, as Rem asks where he's going since they need to talk. Incrid says that he's going to save an annoying old shoemaker, and Rem wonders if there are leather boot monsters or something, wondering what the hell he's going to a shoemaker for. Incrid makes it in time, and he's actually the one digging the hole. He says that he can stop him from digging and make him ignore it, but he can't let something as dangerous as this remain. He tells the shoemaker that he'll go in alone, so he shouldn't follow him. The shoemaker says this is still his house, so he can't let him do that. Incrid tells him that this isn't a negotiation, and the dude agrees. He says it would take too long to find a magic specialist, and there's no way they'd even listen to his request. It's a mysterious trap that he has some information on, and someone is bound to die while exploring it. That goes even for him and his squad, so he needs to find as much information about it as possible. One of these paths must be rigged, and he wonders if the only way to find out is by walking through them. He says using the repeating loops is the easy way out, and there must be a better way for him to do this. If he can find a hint or something that tells him there's a trap, he might be able to figure this out. He then wonders how many times he's died and what he felt each time. He wonders what exactly he felt when he felt helpless, or when he felt a blade piercing his throat, when his opponent would kick away his sword, or even when he first met the pervert he could instinctively feel the murderer's intent. Jackson's words echo throughout his head as it's something that wants nothing more than his death. Something begins to shine in the darkness as it goes towards Incrid, and we see a Dark Souls trap. Incrid actually senses it. As he comes to a complete standstill, he says that he actually did it. He then steps forward, saying that he felt something for sure just now as it cuts him straight down the middle very cleanly. It's so clean that his blood is still flying out the back of his body as he hasn't fallen into two yet. He says that he really felt the trap's murderous intent, and he has one hell of a grin on his face. The next day, he immediately heads back down to the shoemaker's store and says that detecting the murderous intent of the trap is today's wall. As he stands before the entrances, he says that he can't just walk in. Instead, he needs to walk back and forth until he gets a good feel for it. As he slowly walks forward, with each step, he stays locked in, saying that he hasn't set his foot on this path yet, and he doesn't feel anything, wondering if this is the right way. He slowly raises his foot down in front of him, then turning around, saying that this is where the blade came out from. He then steps towards it and sees an image of the blade flying straight towards him. There's nothing coming yet, and he says that he didn't actually detect it. He just remembered what happened. The shoemaker asks why he keeps walking back and forth and if he needs to take a piss. Incrid says that he told him to stay up there, and he hasn't been down this path before, so he'll keep going until he detects it. As he continuously steps forward and back until the night comes, the shoemaker asks what the hell he's even doing down there without eating. Incrid says that he'll come back tomorrow morning, so he shouldn't go in there since there are traps everywhere. He tells him to please help and take care of this, as he can't even sleep because he's afraid that he'll lose his daughter. Incrid asks if he doesn't have any leads that might point towards his missing wife. The shoemaker says that there have been a lot of missing people lately, so they haven't addressed it. He says if he sees a brunette woman with freckles wearing this wedding band, to please let him know. Incrid says that he understands. That night back in the barracks, we see him focusing with Esther laying on his lap. He then turns, thinking he senses Jackson, but instead, it's the opposite direction. Rem says that he's like this because he hung out with the stupid shoemaker, telling him to go to bed. Incrid says that now that he thinks about it, this is the first time he ended a loop without dying. He wonders what happens if the day just passes like this and if it'll continue into tomorrow, and he guesses he'll find out. He then takes one more step back into the boatman's into the waters of the afterlife and wakes up the next day. Rem then says they were talking yesterday, and they think he needs more experience. Incrid realizes that he's come back to the same day and wonders what will happen if he doesn't sleep. As he sits out watching the moon slowly set and the sun begin to rise, his eyes look tired, and he begins to fall asleep until he wakes back up in his bed. He says that he just blinked, but he's back in his room. Rem once again says he needs more experience, and Incrid says that he can't get past the loop without facing the wall, but this is fine, as he has no intention of facing it without overcoming this. It goes on for 10 days and then 20. He says that this is different from simple fear. He needs to feel it as he slowly lowers his foot down into the pathway. He says that lingering feeling of death is something he needs to be familiar with. As he continues slowly lowering his foot, it has now been 40 days. He throws the torch aside, and we're 50 days in now. On the 60th, he is getting closer and closer. And on the 70th day, we see a bunch of corpses' hands reaching out from under the ground, tugging all over his clothing, trying to pull him down into the ground. He doesn't continue his step forward, and he smiles as he's got some kind of idea of what it should feel like now. That night, Jackson comes in for a sneak attack, which Ingrid dodges. He then turns, looking at Jackson, and Jackson asks if he really figured it out in just a few days. It is now the 72nd day, and he's got his whistle daggers and everything ready for war. Then Rem asks if he's going to war at the shoemaker's place, and Ingrid says that he won't come back until he's slashed through 10 boots. Rem asks what the hell that even means, as Esther watches intently. Ingrid says that there are 6 paths and only one leads to an exit without traps, was what he thought. But whoever made this tunnel is a true creep, as there are traps in every single path. A safe option does not exist in the first place. But still, there is a path ahead of him. He just has to make sure that he does not step on the traps. On the first path, you instantly burn up into ashes if you take a wrong step. He exhales deeply before raising his foot, slowly marching forward. He senses the trap starting to activate as he stops his foot before it touches the ground. He realizes that this is what he needs to do all the way through, and with his foot still hovering, he slowly starts to move it to the side before he confidently slams it into the ground, and there's not a single hint of the trap activating. He stays locked in, focusing on his senses, saying that one step at a time is all he needs. As he just has to continuously keep this pace up, taking baby steps, focusing to not activate the trap, as he's opening his 6th sense, he begins to feel the path open up ahead of him. He begins walking forward as naturally as breathing was to him, following his 6th sense. He then steps into an area with light, which as he slowly opens his eyes, he sees torches in front of him, and he says that once again he has overcome a wall. A ghoul begins to attack at him, but he cleanly slices at it, cutting it clean in half, sending its torso across the room, and he smiles, thanking this cycle because it has given him a great present. Our boy is a freak. As the ghouls continue running forward, Ingrid says that ghouls have a strong poison on their fingernails. Even a slight scratch will lead to a serious injury. Normally, a ghoul takes multiple soldiers to subdue. But we see him charging, slicing through a good chunk of them. Ingrid then rotates, keeping his momentum carrying through with his hips, giving us that classic baseball swing, cutting the group in front of him also in half. He's not done there, as he grits his teeth and lowers his blade and does a very big overhead slash, making his way through the ghouls. He then leaps through the air with his sword behind him and swings forward, cutting the one in front of him in half, but also the head off of the one behind him. As he lands on the ground, they begin falling over. He's gassed out. He says that he fought quite well back there, and his squad should have seen this with how they've been treating him recently. He then hears some ghoul dogs barking and running towards him. As he looks over, the shit looks like straight nightmare fuel. He says that it's a demon wolf, but realizes it's mixed with other beasts and monsters, so he wonders what exactly is up ahead of him. Meanwhile, Esther is jumping roof to roof, saying that Ingrid seemed weird today. She wonders why he would go to a shoemaker while being so heavily armed, and it'll be very bad if he ends up dying because he's so reckless. She then starts to sense some energy coming from the shoemaker's house, saying that it's the smell of a spell, and she looks very wary about approaching it. Back to Ingrid stabbing his sword into one of the wolves. He still stands there, panting. He hears some weird breathing, saying that it's coming from deeper in the cave. It's really faint, as if it's about to stop any second. He wonders if it's another demon, or if it's the one who dug the tunnel. But what he sees ahead shocks him, as there are corpses littered all throughout the section. He begins looking up at the corpses, saying that he spent a lot of time in the battlefield, so he doesn't blink at the sight of a regular corpse. But this is definitely not the same. He begins to hear a woman begging that somebody please grant her peace, and she begs for him to kill her, as he spots the wedding band on her finger. It's the shoemaker's wife. He recalls him saying that she is a brunette with freckles. Ingrid starts to feel hella pissed, as a man says that he's been hearing some noise, and it looks like he has fresh new material. He doesn't know how he got here, but all is well, and that he can make a friend for Bamillo. Ingrid asks the man if all these corpses are his doing. He asks who else would do it besides him. And the man says that those pieces of trash are failures, and that this child behind him is Bamillo. This is pure art, saying that he'll make something beautiful out of him too. Incrid says that he's a magician, and his instincts are telling him to run, because like he said before, he's lucky if he dies when facing a magician in combat, but if he survives he'll meet a worse fate. Incrid is too far gone, saying that he'll kill him even if it takes him tens of thousands of lives. As he pulls out the whistle daggers, he throws the first one forward, directly towards the man's head, but it bounces off a barrier. Incrid instantly closes the gap with his sword reared behind him, then feels a heavy hit, directly under his armpit, on his torso, sending him flying backwards as if he just got hit with a bullet of air. Incrid lands safely from the attack, but never keeps his eyes off of the mage. In the corner, we see Esther watching this, saying as expected he's fighting a magician. She hasn't managed to gather a lot of power yet, but if she gathers everything she is now, a nobody like that will be meaningless. The man raises his fingers up, pointing them at Incrid, before shooting out another air bullet. That shit broke the sound barrier. As it starts to fly towards him, he dodges it in the last second, which tears his clothing. He says he can't sense or hear it, but he can feel it. His murderous intent, that is. The magician is just surprised that he actually dodged it. As Incrid starts to close the gap, taking this chance, the magician shoots out 4 more air blasts towards him. He recalls some time ago when he asked his squad about what to do if he faces a mage in combat. Rem says to shoot him with an arrow. As once again, Incrid narrowly dodges the attack, but it cuts his clothing. Jackson tells him to kill him when he isn't looking. Odan says that he just needs to get up close and personal and beat his ass. The next 2 attacks begin to come towards him. Ragna says that anything that breathes can be cut down, and nothing is exempt from this rule. The magician's face looks worried, as Incrid is now overhead. With his sword ready to swing down, he says that the magician has an invisible shield that surrounds him. If he can't break it with his whistle daggers, he'll just have to smash through it with pure brute force, as he begins to pour everything he is into the attack. The magician smiles, telling him to go ahead and try. Now that Incrid is fully committed to the swing with no way out, the magician counterattacks with a spell. We see Esther watching as it flies directly up towards Incrid's chest. She says that he has won. It comes into contact with his vest, which Esther had blessed the night before, completely dispelling the magic everywhere in the room, shattering the mage's barrier. His eyes instantly fill with fear, as Incrid continues swinging his sword down. The mage tries to block it with his arm, but it is futile because he gets nothing but cut in half diagonally. There was so much power, Incrid swung straight into the floor. What an absolute Chad. Incrid starts panting. His sword then chips, and he says that, thankfully only his sword got damaged, and that the impact was strong enough to tear him apart. He wonders why he wasn't hurt. And if maybe his armor is actually that great. He then looks back up towards the shoemaker's wife. Now she is no longer moving, he says that her faint breathing has stopped. He's trained his 6th sense and taken down a magician, but he has a very bitter feeling inside of him. As he leaves the magician's corpse there on the ground, Esther walks in, calling the magician foolish, saying that he lost because he didn't use his creation. A flesh golem created to supplement a magician's physical abilities. And that it'll wake up with a few touches, but she'll be taking this. She raises her paw. We don't get to see what happens, because it jumps back to the barracks as Incrid is talking to the ferry commander. She says that she just wants to double check that he said there was a magician's tunnel under the shoemaker's door, and that there was a civilian who was kidnapped and experimented on in the middle of the city. There would be chaos at the news if it spreads. He says that he thinks it's best to keep this under wraps. She asks why, as his contributions would go unrecognized. He says that the lives of the people are more important. Also, he doesn't want the shopkeeper to find out that his wife is actually gone. As the men are filling up the hole, a lot of bystanders wonder what happened to the shoe store, and that apparently they just told everybody that there was a tunnel dug up by the Thieves' Guild. The shoemaker says he's surprised that it was thieves, and tells Incrid to take this as a gift for him, and since his shoes seem quite worn out, he wanted to fix that. And now that's one thing off of his chest. He just hopes that his wife finds her way back safely. Incrid looks over at him with a somber expression, and the shoemaker says that he knows he's done a lot, but he really hopes that he'll find her. Incrid does his best to keep his expression hidden, and tells the shoemaker in an almost broken voice that he'll do his best. Later that evening, as he's watching the sunrise, he wonders if it was really okay for him to lie to the shoemaker like this, and that it would have been better just to tell him the truth and let him experience despair maybe. He says that maybe if he becomes a knight, he would be able to prevent these things from happening, but he doesn't know yet. As he stabs his sword into the ground, he walks away, leaving it as if it was a gravestone for the man's wife, as a symbol of regret that he'll never forget. Some time later, we see some demon dogs charging at the group. They effortlessly kill them, and they're making a shield formation while the men inside are killing the wolves. Incred says right after taking down that magician, they took on a monster hunting request immediately. As it's a much slower fight than they're used to at this point, with the wolves being taken care of extremely slow, it's making Rem low-key fall asleep, and Incred says that he doesn't think this will make him stronger. He says that this is what other people go through, and he maybe should have taken a solo mission instead. Rem says that he can tell he's thinking that this isn't enough, and he wants to fix that for him. As he starts to pull out his weapons, he lets go of his shield running forward, as the other men wonder if he's insane. Rem starts effortlessly ripping apart the wolves, and one of the men tells the spellbreaker to rein in his men. But of course, Incred's already run off, and they say that his squad of lunatics had rubbed off on him. Incred charges in, carrying his sword behind him, preparing for a heavy swing as he follows through, once more getting a 2-for-1 with the wolves. Rem says they shouldn't get things mixed up, as they were the ones who rubbed off on his craziness. Incred asks if it's really okay for him, the craziest one, to say that. Rem asks why he's the one catching strays. Incred tightens the grip on his sword, and he and Rem start tearing the monsters apart. The other soldiers watch, saying they are both not there upstairs. Incred then cleans his blade after the fight, and the men can't help but acknowledge that they are still really good at their jobs. Incred still doesn't seem that happy, and Rem notices this, saying that he doesn't seem satisfied. The men say that if he really wants more action, he should go to the armored units. Incred asks if they are fighting strong monsters. The man says that they went to fight a herd of monsters. And we see some more nightmare fuel, as the soldiers are yelling for the archers to support them. But there's nothing happening. Something starts to fly in off screen, and the man looks up, horrified, only to see a harpy flying straight in. The men start getting kidnapped one after the other, as they are forced into a circle and picked up by the harpy. They then drop from high up, either killing them or severely injuring them. Rem says that looks like it hurts. Incred spots the harpy, saying that in his brief stint as a mercenary, his group was massacred by them, and they were people he really liked. He starts to unsheath his blade, saying that he refuses to let any more people die today. Both Incred and Rem begin running forward towards the harpies. The harpy lets out a screech, making the normal soldiers cover their ears. Incred explains that a harpy's cry disorientates you. As it comes in for an attack, he says that it's actually not as painful as death. So he got through it with sheer willpower. He swings his sword forward, cutting into the harpy's wing, and begins to follow through until he cuts it clean off. Rem yells out to him, saying that he's doing great, and he's holding onto one of the harpy's feet, saying that they should bet on who's going to kill more, as he slams it into the ground, killing it. Another harpy begins to fly in towards Incred, and right as it gets to the back of his head, he says that they're not here to have fun, and he avoids the attack, taking back shots too literally, and swings, killing it too. The other soldiers wonder if the spellbreaker has always fought this well. They know Rem has, but they can't believe that the spellbreaker is keeping up. Rem goes in for another attack, and the harpy does its best to stop it with its foot, but his axe pierces through it anyways, and he slams it straight into the ground. Incred follows up with a diagonal slash upwards, cutting another one of the harpies in half, and Taurus says that Incred got better. His men ask if they can really just stay here like this when they're here to support him, as Bro is sitting on the ground. He says that they're not needed anymore. A few of the remaining harpies begin to fly in, and one of them takes Incred's sword, knocking it out of his hand. Now that there's distance between him and his blade, the harpies begin screeching and flying in, thinking they've won. We see a whistle dagger get launched into one of their foreheads. As Incred now only has one more to deal with, it begins to fly in, and he charges forward as well, as it's now a dash if he can get his sword in time before the attack hits. Right as it's in his face, he grabs onto his blade and swings upwards, cleaving the harpy clean in two. They start to actually notice the last of the harpies begin screeching, flying in circles before leaving. The soldiers can't believe that the harpies ran away, and they say that since they scared off the monsters, they must be monsters themselves. Incred says that the harpies that killed the mercenary corps aren't the same ones. We see a man saying that's because he was weak, that these bastards died saving him, and it was all his fault. These words stuck with him, and he says that now he'll be the one saving others. Torres says that the harpies are all gone, wondering if they should go back. His men say that it would look bad if they go back empty-handed, so they should kill some dogs at least. Incrid and Rem get informed that the support has arrived, so they can leave, and Rem asks Incrid what he wants to do. Incrid says that it's too soon to return. Torres and all of his boys think he's a complete lunatic now. Back at the camps, people are talking about how he helped the heavy armored corps. We see him doing his lunging squats, and they're still talking about how he has changed a lot, and that he tries really hard, so they should maybe do it too. Incrid takes his request off the board, and the dude says that he thought he did one yesterday. Incrid says that he's going to finish it quickly and do another one tonight. The dude asks if he has clones or something. And later that night, Incrid is still swinging by training his blade. A man sees this and says that he trains every single day, wondering if it's fun to live like that, and that he should try it too. So he continues to train throughout the night. The next day comes and passes, but again that night, there's 2 people training. This happens again, and that night there are way more than 2 people training, as there's a whole group just going crazy throughout the night. The ferry commander appears in the morning, and she looks over at them, saying that everybody seems different nowadays. A man says that they're following the spellbreaker, and it's become a trend. She says that she can't just ignore it anymore, and she walks over saying that they had a long meeting about him, and that these are the orders from above, so he should listen well. And now his squad, which is the 444th Regiment, will be promoted to an independent platoon operating under the 4th Company. From now on, he is an independent platoon leader. He says that he can only have 5 men under him, so he cannot be a platoon. She says that she'll reassign more men according to his request. Incrid says that being a platoon leader is nice, but it'll be a pain with all the lunatics in his squad, and she says that if he becomes a platoon leader, he will be exempt from menial duties, so he'll have more time to train. He looks her dead in the eyes and immediately folds, saying that he'll do his best in his new assignment. She says it's a shame to let him go like this, asking if he wants to have a duel. She raises up her hands, saying that these will be the weapons, and she wants to go unarmed again. Incrid says that after he lost with her last time, he's worked his ass off training with Odan. He drops his sword, saying this was great, and it's time to see how much he's progressed as he is ready to show her the equal rights, equal lefts. As they start to square up, he recalls how Odan once said before, that hand-to-hand combat requires him to get up close and personal. Something quick is better than something complicated. The ferry commander dashes forward, swinging in, but he manages to block it. And he says that pretty much what Odan is telling him. As he starts to push her arm back, he says he needs to use his size against her. As he begins to get the momentum, pushing her directly towards the ground, she lands, and he puts his arm on her chest, saying that he thinks he's won. She asks if that's so, saying that a human's proposal is quite aggressive. He can't believe she's at this once again. As she raises her leg, wrapping it around his side, she instantly 180s the situation, getting atop him. She says that analyzing his opponent's weakness and breaking them down with his own advantages sure was a good thing. She tells him that he did a good job, calling him her fiancé, telling him that he should keep it up. He says that he's not her fiancé and that she should get off of him. She does so, and they start dusting off, then she apologizes. He wonders what she's talking about, and she says that she couldn't stop it. Now he's even more confused because he has no idea what she's talking about. As the winter began to leave, the battlefield once again was getting heated up. It was time for an all-out war. The Aspens have begun mobilizing, desperate to wash off the dishonor of defeat. A man slowly walks up to the podium, getting ready to give a speech. Since the Aspens were preparing for war, so did the army of Nalilia. The man introduces himself as the new battalion commander, Marcus. Crace says that since that guy is here, it seems like they'll actually see through to the end of this now. He is Marcus the Warmonger. He is one of the key officers under the Cyprus division. Unlike his predecessor, he's a great tactician, and he's very well experienced. Inside of Marcus's head, he says that the Aspens aren't weak, and their army is filled with nothing but weaklings. And that is the only thing they offer. With the exception of the heavy armored corps and the border guards, Among them, the only one who caught his eye was the platoon commander. People call him the Spellbreaker. He's been doing heroic deeds since the last battle, and he wonders if it was luck or skill, saying that it's time for him to prove himself, and that he should prove his usefulness. Later that day, Rem asks if they're really getting sent out to scout along the Penanel River, and if it was directly by the battalion commander. Ingrid says that this is what the ferry commander was talking about. Craze then mentions the area, but a familiar voice cuts him off, as it's none other than Henry who says that it's near the Cross Guard, which is Aspen's fortress city. It was created for military purposes similar to the border guards. I'm glad that Henry managed to join the group. He then continues, saying that if they were to go at this time, and this time Craze finishes his sentence, saying that they're only going to gather intel. Rem says that he shouldn't go, but Ingrid says that he can't refuse an order from the commander. Rem says that he guesses he'll get ready too. Yet another familiar voice, as we hear Andrew saying that the battalion commander has also ordered him all to obey the commands of the new squad leader, and that they should all follow his commands, and we see Mac with him too. Rem approaches him and begins licking the hell out of his blade, but really slowly like a freak, asking why the hell there's an insect in their midst. Andrew starts to get freaked out, saying that he's the new squad leader, and they should all listen to him. Odan says that he can feel him trembling all the way from over here. Ragna asks if that little kid is really their squad leader. Andrew says if they have a problem, they can fight it out. He volunteered for this so that he could fight by Ingrid's side, and he's not going to leave. Rem readies his axes, saying that he sure is a feisty insect. Odan also begins cracking his knuckles, saying that he wants to gently loosen up his joints. Jackson says that a finger should do, but Ingrid tells them all to go easy on him. Ragna says that he should focus on his own fight, but Mac begs that Ingrid stop Andrew from continuing. Ingrid says they seem to be getting along well, and if Rem's offering to duel, it means that he likes you. Mac asks if he's really not planning to murder him, saying that he needs to tell him more, and he starts dragging Andrew away from Rem as Andrew is provoking him. Henry asks Ingrid if he knows anything about the geography of the Panhandle River. As he warns him, the area is very dangerous, and he can tell him what he knows about before he sets out. Ingrid tells him to go for it, and that night outside of the barracks, Ingrid begins walking somewhere, and we see him dripped out, killing that shit. Torres asks if he's not going out on duty, as he's been seeing him around often. He also heard about his promotion, congratulating him, saying now they're the same rank. Ingrid says that he won't compare himself to the king's finest, but Torres tells him that he should relax because it's not that deep. Then he asks how old he is, and Ingrid says he's 30. Torres says that he can't believe he's older than him, wondering why his face is so young. Ingrid just wonders why bro is so old. Torres says that he's the only one aging. Ingrid says that he told him to relax, so he will, wondering what the mission is about. Torres says that the two of them will cross the Panhandle River first, and he was going to explain the rest once they meet the others. But the boat Swain isn't here, and it can't be helped. They should chill out. Ingrid says sure, as he starts to unsheath his blade, instantly starting to train. Torres tells him to rest, but Ingrid says this is rest for him. Torres says that he sure is persistent. He trains hard, people acknowledge him, plus he looks young, and he's handsome, and then he is low-key too much. Bro might drown him in the river. Ingrid can feel the murderous intent and turns, only to see Torres crying, and he wonders why he's making that face. Torres sighs, asking if the record at the end was 14-6, saying that at least he's better at fighting. Ingrid reminds him that was in the past, and Torres says that he's not the only one getting stronger, and Ingrid says that he's glad to hear that. We see Torres' sword starting to get swung down as Ingrid blocks it and instantly returns, deflecting his. They start trading blow for blow with one another. On the spot, Torres says that he noticed when he was fighting the Harpies, but that Ingrid has gotten way stronger than when they fought previously. We see his eyes are full of determination. Torres grits his teeth and pushes down as hard as he can, knocking Ingrid's sword towards the ground. He then instantly rears back his fist, coming in for an attack to Ingrid's face. Ingrid doesn't take his eyes away from it and spots the hidden blade underneath, stepping to his side just barely in time. As we see blood coming off the blade, Ingrid asks where he got that from, as we see it cut his cheek. Torres says that it's his little secret hidden knife, and Ingrid says that he's speechless. Torres asks if he's going to say that it's unfair or something, but Incrid says that's really cool and now he wants to know how to use it. Torres says that he's more insane than he thought, and he should practice first with flat stones and use the snap of his wrist. As he starts showing him, but of course, he's an awful teacher, saying that it needs to be like a bam motion. The bosun finally appears, asking if they're going to cross or not. As they begin doing so, Torres teaches him the entire ride. They finally get across, so Incrid asks where exactly the rendezvous is because they're meant to meet the recon platoon here. Torres says they should wash beforehand, as there's no reason to start this while drenched in sweat. Incrid smells himself, saying that he's probably right, and they start getting undressed, hopping into the river. Torres tells him it's cold as hell, but that he needs to hurry up and get in, only for him to be absolutely shocked by what he sees. He calls Incrid greedy, saying that he lost his will to compete. Incrid says that he still wants to fight though. Torres says that he's not talking about with their fist, calling him an idiot. A woman then says that they came looking since they were late, but they're wasting their time taking a bath. Incrid's just surprised, wondering how long she's been there because he didn't sense her. She says they need to get near Crossguard by today, so they should hop out. Torres asks how they're meant to do that with her watching, and she says there's nothing to look at in the first place. Incrid hops out of the water, and she also makes a face full of surprise, and says that she takes back what she said. Torres says that her gaze is too lecherous, so she says that she's only looking at his abs. He says that he also has cool abs, and she introduces herself as Pin, the leader of the recon platoon. She shakes Incrid's hand as Torres is looking down at himself, getting body dysmorphia. They get dressed, following Pin, and she says that before she explains the mission, she wants to brief them. Their spy in Crossguard is named Kitten, but they also said there was something important to be relayed. They were supposed to receive word 4 days ago, but Kitten didn't appear at the rendezvous point, and is still MIA. Incrid asks if something happened to her. Pin says that's exactly what this mission is for. They're going to infiltrate Crossguard and rescue Kitten. Crossguard is right next to the land of the monsters and beasts, so the enemy doesn't patrol it often, relying on the monsters instead. They have 3 different infiltration routes. First, a tunnel. Smugglers use it to enter the city, so the guards leave it alone. Second, they can try scaling the walls at night. It's going to be tiring, but it's the safest option. The last would be to enter while disguised as a merchant. This could be dangerous because they have to use the main gates, but it's also the least tiring. Her platoon will head in first just in case Kitten is running late and head to the meeting point. The 3 of them will be the only ones entering Crossguard. Whichever route they pick, it's going to be equally difficult, so she'll let them decide. Incrid says that she says it like it's all so easy, and she must know better than anyone that it's going to be hard. Torres says that it would be better for her to pick since she knows the area. Pin says in that case, they set out tomorrow, and they'll go with the first option, the tunnel. That night, while they're all camped out under a rock, Incrid is still practicing flicking his wrist, using stones so he doesn't hurt himself. But it doesn't work at all, so Torres asks how he uses a sword when he's this bad, but he'll figure that out eventually, so he should keep at it. Pin says that she wondered what they were doing by not eating dinner, but wonders what exactly he's doing. He tells her it's training, so she hands him some food, saying he should eat first, as they have a platoon member who wants to be a chef and it's really good. They start eating it, then both say this shit is actually gas. She says that they can get more if they want. His parents apparently have a shop in Border Guard, so they should check it out. She also tells him not to go over there to train, pointing at a tree, and she goes to tell him what's under there, and Incrid says there's a viper. She's surprised, asking how he knows, so he tells her that he has a hunter in his platoon, and he learned it from him. She says that he sure is well prepared, and she likes him after all, asking if he wants to train with her too, but it'll be adult training. Incrid stares at her for a second, but still has no idea what this could possibly mean, so she just says that she's flirting with him, asking if he's stupid. She says that she's actually quite nice. Torres asks why she's doing this in front of him, but Incrid straight up refuses. She asks if he's taken, and then says that she did recall hearing about him with the company commander, and it sure is a waste. He can't believe this has become so widespread. As Pin goes to leave, she points at Torres, saying that if Incrid talks casually to him, he should talk the same way to her. He says only if she wants, She says they'll go to crossguard tomorrow so they should get some rest. Torres has been ignored until the very end. Ingrid is sleeping, and as he falls deep into sleep, we see the boatman's face holding the lantern. Ingrid immediately opens his eyes again, saying that he hasn't seen that guy in a while, and it probably wants to tell him something. He recalls the ferry commander apologizing, and he smiles while getting the chills. This mission might be rough. As they start heading out the next day, he says he can tell that it's going to be a massive wall as they finally approach the tunnel. Torres asks why they are moving during the day, as it would be better to move at night. Pen asks if he's stupid, as the guards are turning a blind eye, but they aren't clueless about what happens here. Ingrid agrees with her, saying that they're catching them off guard because they won't expect it during the day. Pen says, she was expecting someone so handsome to understand. Torres just wonders why the hell he's getting so many strays. Pen says it's time for her to lead the way, as that it's a ranger's job. Ingrid says that a ranger works as a scout, and it's imperative that they move quietly with the bare minimum equipment. As she walks forward, he barely hears a sound, and he says that sure does suit somebody that is a ranger, and he wonders if he can do the same. As he slowly walks forward, we hear a man saying that he's got them, calling them little rats as they were waiting in ambush. Pen is surprised, and she yells, telling them that they need to retreat. But the guard says there's nowhere to run, as we see men with the crossbows behind them as well. And the guard tells his men to kill all of them. Pen yells, saying they need to fight their way out of this as the crossbowmen unleash their bolts. Ingrid runs in, cutting as many as he can in front of him, and Pen blocks one with her arm. She runs up, swinging, cutting one of the men's arms, and immediately gets on top of him, going to finish the job. Torres also instantly kills one, and Ingrid says that the two of them aren't used to fighting against a larger force. So they won't be able to fight to their full capabilities in this situation. As one of the men gets behind Pen, going to finish her, another does the same with Torres, and Ingrid watches helplessly as both of them get executed directly in front of him. As they start surrounding him, he says this is definitely a tall wall, but he won't die so easily. He throws out some of his whistle daggers forward, instantly killing two of the crossbowmen. He runs in, cutting another one's throat, then instantly to the next, cutting the dude in half. The guard yells, telling his men to surround him. One of them kicks him straight in the chest, causing him to fall to the floor, and they dogpile him, stabbing him all over. As he's going down, he stabs one of the men in the legs, and his eyes are still filled with absolute determination. But against their overwhelming numbers, there's not much he can do. Back in the next loop, he says that a force of that size wouldn't have just appeared there, and they were prepared beforehand. Which means the enemy expects them to come. I wonder how he didn't notice them. They must be skilled. Pen asks Ingrid why he's not getting ready, as it's time for them to head through the tunnel. He says that he doesn't have a good feeling about that place, and they should enter by scaling the walls instead. Torres tells her that Ingrid wants to sort an enemy's spell just by following his guts, so it won't hurt to listen to him. Ingrid says that it wasn't really his gut, but rather what he experienced. Pen says sure, but they'll need to wait till night, so they'll end up wasting time. Ingrid asks her if she wants to go for a round, and she starts to blush, saying that she can't believe he likes doing it out in the day. He says he didn't mean that, but he wants to duel. She says that she guesses they can, but she doesn't want to use any weapons. He says they could do it without weapons, and she smiles, saying she's more than up for it. As the men gather around to watch, Ingrid says that if the enemy knows that they're coming, they'll probably end up fighting no matter where they go. And it'll be good to know how capable his team is, and on top of that, he can get some training out of it. He asks her if she wants to go first, but she says nah, he can have the first go. He runs in with his fist reared back, punching straight towards her head. She ducks underneath it, leading in with a knee to his chest that he blocks. As he's starting to get sent from the attack, she begins to pivot, preserving her momentum, following through with a roundhouse straight to his head, but he narrowly dodges. He says he's going to use the same tactic as the ferry commander and use his superior physical size, as he grabs onto her, slamming her down into the ground, putting his hand right by her head. She says that was the wrong call, as she grabs onto his wrist and wraps her legs around his chest. She hits him with a triangle choke and begins squeezing his throat. Torres says that's enough and gives her the W. Ingrid says that she's small but packed with muscles, and there's a reason why she prefers barehanded fights over those with swords. She asks if he knows that he lost, and he says that she's going to be perfect to train with, asking if she wants another round. She smiles and begins blushing, so Incred clarifies that he meant sparring. She asks how he knew what she was thinking about, and Torres tells him to stop doing that shit in front of him. As the night starts to set, Pen asks Incred if this is really how he's going up, and he asks if there's something wrong. She says that he has too many weapons on him, and that he's going to pass out from exhaustion before they make it halfway up. Torres asks what about him. She gives him one glance, telling him to do whatever he wants. Bro starts crying, saying that his feelings are getting hurt here. Incred says that he thinks he can climb the walls fine with this much gear, and she sighs, saying that he sure is innocent. They aren't just climbing the walls, they need to climb this giant mountain just to get to the walls in the first place. Torres says that's really high up. Incred says that climbing it alone will be a challenge, but none of his walls have been easy to climb thus far. Before we can see them climbing, Incred explains that when he got back from the magician's tunnel under the shopkeeper's house, he picked up some trophies to buy a new sword since his broke. Craze was surprised by all of the magic tools, saying that just one of these is worth enough to buy a full set of new equipment. Incred says that he should go get him the best sword he can with this money. Craze asks if he really has nothing in his brain but swords. Incred says to a person who lives and dies by this sword, their sword is their lifeline, and heading out with that one is not an option for him as he starts scaling the wall. At the top, Pen says that she told him to leave his sword behind, even if he puts away all of his other weapons, just that one he has is just going to drain all of his stamina. Incred says that it really is weighing him down, but he continues climbing up, saying that muscles that have been pushed to their limits become stronger. This is just another example of training to him as he keeps scaling up the wall. He says that he has already reached and overcome countless limits. As he finally makes his way to the top, he says this much won't be enough to stop him. He finally climbs to the top and lets out a big deep-winded sigh. Pen tells him that he's only making it difficult for himself, and Torres wonders why he insisted to bring his sword, wondering if it was to train, but says there's no way he can be that insane. Some wolves begin to howl as they look down, seeing a pack of them, but they're just not normal wolves. They are werewolves. Incred calls them lycanthropes. Torres comments on how it's rare to see them moving in such a big pack. Pen says that means they are going to have to be on their guard now, and she spots the wall off in the distance. As they hide in some nearby foliage, she says there is nowhere for them to take cover, and the guards begin doing their rounds. She says that it's actually so bright when 2 full moons are up that the guards don't really pay attention anymore. As soon as the guard turns, she tells them now is their chance as they begin running straight in towards the wall itself. Finally, as they start to get close, the guard turns, looking straight down, but since they are already out of his line of sight, he doesn't see them, as they have made it directly underneath him. She says that she told them it's easier on nights like these. Incred says that he thinks he met eyes with the guard, wondering if he saw it wrong. She starts to rub her hands in ash, saying that past these walls are the slums. If they hide within them, there's no way they can find them. Before they get up, he should really ditch his sword, as this wall is going to be much harder to climb than the mountain. He says it won't be a proper workout without some weight behind him. Torres says he knew it, calling him crazy. As they begin scaling the wall, he says that he gets why she says this is the safest route. If they safely get past the walls, infiltrating crossguard will be a piece of cake. But that's only if this was not a wall. Just like how there were greyhounds ambushing them in the tunnels, there's a high chance they're waiting for them atop the wall too. As Pan is the first to make it up, Incred wonders how they're going to get stopped this time around. Somebody stomps forward, and we hear a woman's voice saying they sure did work hard this late at night, but it's now time for them to rest. As she snaps her fingers, vines begin to sprout from the ground, flying towards them. Pen yells, telling them all to duck, as they narrowly get underneath the vines. She tells them to run to the base of the wall. As she throws her axe forward, the magician blocks it with her vines, but not just that, she shatters it to pieces. Incred is surprised to see a magician, saying he didn't expect that, and it sure is an impressive trap. He dashes forward, getting right in close to her, but a vine pops out from underneath the ground, blocking him from directly attacking her now. He says he's dealt with the magician once, using his sixth sense as he prepares to thrust. He does exactly that. As the blade starts to go straight towards her, he says that he should have her, but she doesn't take her eyes off the tip of his sword. He recalls Jackson's words about how he should trust his senses, but he shouldn't swear by them, because a strong opponent can fool them, especially magicians. She begins to push him back with her vines, knocking him into the air, entangling him completely. Pen and Torres spot this from halfway down the wall, and she calls him an idiot, asking what the hell he stayed up there for. Vines begin to make their way down the castle wall, killing both Pen and Torres in an instant, piercing their chests. Incrid is doing his best to free himself, but the vines are way too thick and he can't get away. The magician says that she applauds his courage for not running away. He grits his teeth while staring at her, and she introduces herself, Richa of the Rose Vines. She begins to raise her hand. She clenches her fist, and Incrid can tell that this life is over as a giant magic explosion happens within the midst of her vines. He says that just like how not all foot soldiers are equal, he should have expected the same would apply to magicians, and he got too cocky. He got drunk on the fact that he grew stronger, and charged in without analyzing her. The boatman asks if he knows his place now, saying he is an oddity using the power of loops to get stronger instead of suffering like he should, but against an overwhelming tall wall, he's nothing but an ant. Incrid thanks him, saying that he thinks he reignited that spark within him, and this is exactly the wall he needed. The boatman says that he can't wait to see the third wall. I love how the boatman's face is becoming more distinguished with each and every passing loop. We then see Pen asking if he really wants to try disguising themselves as merchants. He tells her that he has a bad feeling about the other ways. She says that's fine, and they just have to enter along with the merchants who go in regularly to trade. He asks her when that will be. She says tomorrow morning. He says that if it's tomorrow, he wonders how that will work because he can't make the day go by without surpassing the wall. He wonders what will happen. Torres says they have to wait another day. As Pen says they should have some time and enjoy themselves. She then tells one of her men to get everything they've got. Incrid wonders what it's going to be. As she brings out a lot of alcohol and meat, Incrid wonders if she really just brought out alcohol in front of the enemy, asking if she's insane. He says that it would be too dangerous to get this relaxed. She says it's more inefficient to be stressed out in the first place, and that he'll end up losing sight of the forest if he's all uptight, and that he too should take a drink and relax as his shoulders look tense. He says that he's always done his best to overcome his limits, and he thought that was for the best, but she's right. He was tunnel-visioned, and he began to think that the only way to surpass this wall was to face it head-on. As he steps forward, he says he wants to think about this calmly for a second. As he unsheathes his blade, he says struggling head-on isn't the only way. Today, this moment, it will all become a part of him as he begins focusing, as he's about to start training. Pen says that she told him to rest, asking what his problem is. Torres says that it is resting for him. She seems curious as Incrid begins racking up a sweat from swinging his sword, and she says that he sure is a delight for the eyes. Torres tells her that's harassment, and she says that's only harassment if she wasn't pretty. As the two moons begin to overlap and night has fallen, we see them camping out, and Incrid says that he had a big revelation today, and that alone made his day productive. They would have arrived at the walls about this time. The greyhounds are in the tunnels, and there's a magician atop the wall, and he wonders what's going to stand in their way this time around. As we see a wolf's foot enter the frame, the lycanthropes begin to howl, and these are the ones we saw from under the cliffs previously. Pen looks surprised, and so does Torres. Incrid looks a bit tense, and he recognizes it as well, saying that these howls are the lycanthropes they saw underneath the cliff that one time, when they climbed it. As the army of werewolves begin to run in, Pen tells him to run for it, but they get cut off by the werewolves as they have been completely surrounded. Torres mentions how they need at least 10 men to handle one of them, and there must be 20, but there's only 6 of them, and that pretty much just means they're dead. Pen says there definitely weren't any monsters nearby, asking where the hell they all came from. Incrid didn't sense anything at all either, and he says that fooling the senses is very similar to what happened last time with Richa. The wolves let out an even nastier howl, and Incrid says that he said he wouldn't just throw himself into his problems, but he refuses to get taken down so easily. As he charges straight in, he begins to use all of his senses, feeling where the attack is coming from. He looks over, spotting a second one, dodging backward to avoid it. He says that they're going to attack in irregular patterns from all over, and he can't respond properly while concentrating on a single point anymore, as there's just too many attacks. One of the werewolves leaps in with its mouth, and he blocks it with his sword, and he says that focusing on a single point is the problem, and then he zooms out to a larger field of view. But as soon as he does that, all he sees and hears are the screams and cries of everybody being ripped apart. This poor dude is getting scrunked on. Some of the men are being torn into like a pit bull at a daycare, but poor Torres got crazy back shots, and it's not the typical ones that he'd like, dying almost instantly, as Pen had her throat bitten by the werewolf. Ingrid says that he knows that none of this matters once this day loops, but seeing these brutal deaths is still very painful to him. As he manages to push the werewolf back, biting his sword, he swings, cutting its throat, sending blood everywhere. He then raises his sword overhead, changing his grip, piercing down, stabbing another one in its shoulder blade. One of the wolves charges in, and this one has a scar on its head, and we see it hit him straight in the stomach. Ingrid begins to spit up blood, saying that if it's smart enough to throw a punch, this one isn't the same as the others, and this must be the leader of the pack. It instantly goes for his arm, and then uses its large size to easily whip him around, launching him into the air overhead. Ingrid looks down, seeing nothing but a pack of werewolves below him, and takes one more glance at everybody's corpses. He hears the boatman, saying that no matter which wall he picks, they are all hopelessly tall. As long as the loops exist, he will be forced to repeat these situations forever, asking if he still finds this fun. Ingrid says this certainly isn't ideal. As Torres and Pen are staring at him, they ask if he's delirious or something. Ingrid says there is no reason for him to give up, and that he's fine, and they can continue. No matter how hard these walls may be, it's not like he won't be able to find a way to overcome them, as walls are only a temporary obstacle. But he's come up with nothing so far. Torres and Pen won't lose to the Greyhounds one-on-one, but there's no way out when they're surrounded by that many people in this small area. The best way out of this is to not be surrounded in the first place. If he can figure out where they're hiding using his sixth senses, then that might be a good start. We then hear the guard once more saying that he found him some rats, as they have been surrounded in an instant with the crossbowmen cutting off their exits. Ingrid says that he got nothing with his senses, only for him to once more get dog-piled on by the spearmen, dying. He wonders if there is magic here as well, blocking his senses, and he tries to go fight Richa once more. As he dodges underneath one of the vines, he asks if the magic that's been cast in the tunnels is her doing. She's surprised that he knew about that, saying that somebody named Roger must not be doing their job properly. This is probably the Greyhound guy. But again, he gets killed by the vines, and he's still practicing the wrist snapping technique. He wonders why the rock isn't coming out. Torres says that he's really bad with his hands. But Ingrid's still thinking about it. There's no way to escape the ambush with his senses when a magician is involved. Even if they did get out the ambush, it is the persistent lovers that they're talking about. And there's no way they could evade all of them. The same goes for the lycanthropes. It's a many versus few situation, and if he doesn't find a way to bridge this gap, then he's going to have a hard time. As he's running in headfirst, he then stops himself, saying that he is running at the problem, tunnel visioning once more. Back to the cave, he swings his sword, deflecting one of the spears, cutting a man's arm off. Then back to the fight with Richa, he says that he can't be hasty. This is a rare opportunity for him to train endlessly once more after all. Back to the lycanthropes, into the spear death. Richa is the only one where it looks like he's making a good bit of progress. I take that back, as we see his sword soaked in blood as he's killing a lycanthrope by grabbing onto its head, slicing it off. He says that he won't waste this precious time, which he can use to become stronger, only for him to immediately get killed. The boatman's lantern begins swaying, and he wonders how much longer he's going to play around. If he doesn't want to stay in this loop forever, he better choose a wall to climb over once and for all. Ingrid says after repeating all of them, he could tell each of the 3 walls are excellent, and it's almost a waste to have to choose one of them. Then, in one of the loops, morning arrives, and Torres wakes up, spotting Ingrid training in front of him. Ingrid punches forward, and then snaps his wrist as the hidden blade comes out of it. Torres is surprised, saying that he couldn't do that yesterday, asking when he figured it out. Ingrid says it was around 30 days ago, leaving Torres confused, asking what he meant. Ingrid says now that he has become strong enough, this is actually the 79th loop, and he's going to climb over this wall and progress to tomorrow. He says that they have time before they go into the tunnel, wondering if he could get a simple pouch made, and he gives them the measurements, saying that he needs to be wrapped around his wrist. The guy says that that's not hard. Then Incrid comments on the inside of Pen's boots, as they seem special. She asks if he's that curious, as she takes off her boots, saying that she put fabric on the inside, and it dampens the sound of her walking, as there are a lot of sensitive monsters in the area. Incrid tells Torres they should do this too. Torres is surprised, as Incrid says that she's saying that there's a lot of monsters, but she reminds him that they probably won't run into them. They do it anyway, and Incrid's foot is barely making any sound at all, to the point that Pen is surprised, asking if he has worked as a ranger before. He says no, and she says that even if he did the fabric dampening to his boots, it's hard to walk this quietly. It's because he's practiced this loop over and over again, and to survive in the smuggler's tunnel, he needs to find the enemies first, and then create a gap. It's not easy to find where they'll ambush from in this dark tunnel, but they have an expert on their side. He asks what they should do if there are enemies waiting in the tunnel, and Pen says there's a low chance, but they can run if that happens. He then asks what will happen if the exit is blocked, and asks about the width and height of the tunnel, wondering if there are any side paths if their main one is blocked. Torres asks if he's scared or if he has a bad feeling about this, as he's asking a lot of questions unlike his usual self. Incrid asks her if they are armed and waiting for them, if they are as good as dead. She says that he could sit this one out if he's scared, as it'll be better than listening to him talk ominously. He's saying that they should just be careful, and she can tell that he's serious, but she wonders where it's coming from. Incrid says that the way to make his comrades act like he wants them to, given their ranks, he can't use force, and that means he needs to persuade them. The level of intimidation that Krang showed at the infirmary tent, and the forceful way of speaking, he got his point across. That method is more effective than 100 words. She says that he's right, and she admits that she was too relaxed. The air has now shifted, and if she stays alert, she'll notice things. As she's looking at the floor, she says it's odd, and that there are footsteps that have been muddled on purpose. She then grits her teeth, realizing that this is a trap, saying they need to go back immediately and secure the exit. Finally, men start walking up behind them, wielding crossbows, pointing them directly at them, and Torres and them hide. We then hear Incrid running, saying that he has word from their boss Roger, and that Roger is the name of the enemy commander that Richa had mentioned. It's difficult to see faces and how people are dressed in the dark, as he starts screaming about the city and monsters. They ask if he means Commander Roger, wanting him to explain. Incrid says that these guys think that he's one of them just because he knows the name Roger, and as he gets close, Incrid starts to draw his blade. He says of course they'll realize now that he's up close that that's not the case, but by then it's too late as he instantly kills one of them. They start screaming, saying that he's an intruder, and the man yells for everybody to shoot as Incrid grabs onto his uniform and begins holding him hostage, telling everybody to shoot. The man orders them not to, saying that they better not dare. Incrid taunts them, saying that he thought these Aspen dogs were trained, and he can't believe they can't take down one man, and that they should do something. Both Torres and Pen wonder what the hell he's doing, provoking them. Pen says that if there are others here, this is going to be bad, and she needs to check it out. But Incrid starts screaming, asking if their crossbows are for show, and if their heads are just empty. Continuing to taunt them, Pen then realizes exactly what is going on. He keeps yelling the name Roger, saying it over and over. We see her coming up behind one of the guards as she instantly hits him with the "does this rag smell funny" no jutsu. Torres also picks up what he's putting down, killing another one of them, and she realizes that this is the perfect opportunity for them to kill them, and that he is a real genius, as she stabs a man in the throat. The soldiers now realize that they're pinched and yell about the men behind them. One of them asks where, but Torres instantly cuts him down. Incrid yells, saying that the moon shirks away from the oncoming darkness. The sun rises to reveal a new dawn, and he continues screaming meaningless things. One of the soldiers looks absolutely terrified as he's readying his crossbow. He points it forward towards Incrid, and the guy releases the bolt, only to friendly fire his boy. They scream, telling him to die, as they start charging at him. Incrid says that's the end of wasting time, but that wasn't enough. He throws out 2 whistle daggers, hitting 2 men each in their eyes, as Pen yells that they need to get to the exit. They then hear more soldiers marching in, so he turns, spotting the main forces of Roger's greyhounds. I guess Roger is not this guy, my bad. He yells, saying that he has word from Richa. The captain freezes up, asking how he knows their name, as he yells, saying that they need to run. The guy realizes now that he was being toyed with and yells, telling his men to chase them. As they're about to reach the exit, they finally make it out with the soldiers directly on their asses. Pen asks if they're going to continue chasing them, wondering how to avoid them, saying they need to go to the creek or the cliff. But Ingrid says they have to go to camp. She asks why, but he tells her there's no time to explain. She decides to go with it, telling them to follow her. He says the sun will set soon, and it's about time for him to call them. He's definitely about to use the werewolves to kill the soldiers. He recalls Henry's words about a flat earth-colored stone near the Panhandle River, and that vipers live under those stones, are extremely dangerous. As he puts his sword behind one, he flings it backwards, and we see the tail of a snake as one of the soldiers blocks it, saying that his tricks aren't going to work. We then see a viper that pops out from the broken debris, but it's not just one, as he continues throwing rocks to cause the soldiers to panic and scream in absolute fear. Pen asks what the hell they are doing, saying that if they're this loud, the monsters will hear. But Ingrid says that was the point, and their big ears won't fail to hear all of this. As they continue running up the hill, he says that the moon will now rise, and when the moon is at its peak, it's time for the monsters to roam, as the night belongs to them. The werewolves begin howling as we see them below them. Ingrid says that monsters care not about what's in front of them, they just want flesh and blood. He then tells Torres and Pen to go on ahead. They ask if he's really trying to get them to abandon him, as they wouldn't go without him. He yells, saying they have to, and he has a plan. They just need to go, as they'll get in his way. He then stops, killing his momentum, and begins to turn towards the guards. The captain yells, telling his men to split up after them. And he says that with all of the greyhounds and lycanthropes in one place, he can get them to fight each other to the end, and that this is the diverging point, and he needs to get them all to focus on him so they don't go after Torres and Pen. He needs to let out an immense killing intent strong enough that nobody can focus on a single other thing. As a red aura emanates off him. Bro is straight aura farming at this point. The captain immediately turns towards him as a chill runs down his spine, but so does the alpha of the werewolves. The captain grits his teeth, realizing what must be done, and yells, telling his men to kill him first. The werewolves also begin scaling the cliffs directly below him and leap up directly behind, as the soldiers are in front. Ingrid turns, using his senses, and he dodges the attack, saying that friend or foe, it no longer matters. It will be in complete chaos here, and it's just as he wanted. Everything has turned into a Black Friday sale at Walmart. While Torres and Pen are running away, Torres says that he doesn't know if this is going to be okay, and they should head back. They then hear the werewolves howling and turn, worried, only to see the absolute bloodbath, saying that he's now alone in a sea of enemies. Torres says they need to head back immediately, and then he's in complete disbelief by something, as he has to rub his eyes to double check. He asks why the hell he's so good at dodging, as we see a spear go straight past Ingrid's throat. He says in the midst of this chaotic battle, there are those who sense his murderous intent and attack, as he's focusing on not just a single point but everything around him in unison, predicting the trajectories of their attacks with the most minimal movement required. He easily dodges. He says he had to adapt his senses, and spread his concentrating on a single point to be wide, to places he can't see. Split-second decisions are important, and the tiniest mistake can lead to his death. He says that the tiniest mistake will never happen though, as he turns smiling. The captain yells, telling the greyhounds to get into formation. He says that the greyhounds are an elite troop, and the lycanthropes are no match for them once they get into their formation, and the chaos needs to continue for his purposes. The thing that he discovered in one of the past loops after he was clashing with them, one of them called him stupid, saying that he has challenged Roger, who doesn't take his helmet off, this is his title, and that he will be no match for him. Turns out the captain is Roger. Ingrid wonders why he doesn't take his helmet off and decides to figure out, as he knocks it off with an attack. As his helmet falls to the floor, the men all look worried, saying now they understand the reason he doesn't take his helmet off. Ingrid says that it's not shameful to be bald, as Roger is just absolutely pissed. Bro kinda looks like a monk. Also a bit like my friend Ian. But he figured out that he was hella ashamed of it. Ingrid yells, telling Roger to take his helmet off, and says that, Oh, one who sent his hair follicles off to heaven first, he needs to reveal the desolate hellscape that is his scalp. Roger starts to get pissed, and says that he has to stay calm, and he doesn't need to play along with his childish taunts, only for Incrid to start putting his hands into his hair, showing his nice, beautiful hairline and his super healthy hair. And he looks down at Roger, asking if he understands now that this is the genetics he wished he had. Torres is speechless, but Pen says that he's gone mad. Roger completely falls for the bait, losing it, charging forward, saying that he won't let him have a peaceful death. Incrid smiles, telling him to do his worst. As he swings his sword, knocking Roger's sword back, Roger then immediately starts to come in for a follow-up, which Incrid blocks with his blade. He then thrusts towards Roger's eye, but Roger narrowly avoids it, and Incrid says that it's time for him to meet his hair again in the afterlife. Roger looks up, realizing he messed up. We then see the Alpha's hand come in and instantly take Roger's head off before Incrid even has the chance to finish his attack. As Roger's bald-ass head starts to fly across the ground, he and the Alpha lock eyes. The men start screaming out for Roger. Incrid says that the Alpha attacked when they were distracted, and he sure is smart. The Alpha then immediately closes the distance just to pass by him, heading back into the crowd. Incrid realizes that it's ambushing people by hiding amongst the chaos. As he watches it, he says that the Alpha is more of a problem than Roger, as its increased intelligence and monstrous strength made him repeat this loop hella times. As it comes from behind, rearing back its fist, Incrid turns, saying that he's going to end it this time, though, as he manages to deflect the attack with his blade. As sparks begin to fly, he immediately charges in, generating momentum. But the Alpha does the exact same thing. Incrid raises his sword overhead and swings down, cutting the Alpha's arm off with one clean strike. He then follows up with a shallow cut to the Alpha's chest, causing it to scream. As it comes in for a left, Incrid dodges underneath, lunging forward, ready to thrust. He says that this is the end of it. As he thrusts forward, piercing its chest, he has now killed the Alpha, hella cleanly at that too. While the battle ensues, Torres and Pen are both in disbelief. They feel bad for the werewolf as it falls dead to the ground, and they said that was way too one-sided. Incrid lets out a sigh now that he has finally accomplished his goal. Pen says that they should go join him, and they start yelling out to him. As he looks over, she says that he needs to get out of there. He starts running, as the soldiers yell, telling the rest to catch him. But the werewolves don't allow them to even attempt, as they're getting overrun and toyed with. Pen asks if he planned for all this to happen, and if he knew that the werewolves would be here. He says he got lucky. Torres says regardless of all that, when the hell did he get so strong, and how he knew the enemy leader is named Roger. Incrid says it's obvious that they're confused, because they don't know about his loops, but he can't explain it to them, and he'd rather finish. He says there's something more important, as their mission is not over yet. As they look towards the giant cliffs, he says they need to go climb the wall, because atop it is none other than Richa. The final hurdle of this set of loops. I wish she'd step on me. Immediately we are taken to the wall as they begin scaling up it. We see he has the pouch under his wrist. As they watch him scale the wall, Pen is just surprised, asking if he really wasn't a ranger. Torres says that he wasn't, and she asks why he's so good. He says he has no idea what he's even supposed to be anymore. As he's meant to be a knight, Incrid says that his sixth senses aren't on full alert because of Richa, but he knows where she will be, and that she hasn't moved in the countless loops he's encountered. As he crouches down behind the wall, he starts to give them hand signals to notify them. He says there's an enemy ahead, so he'll head in first. Pen's just confused as Incrid starts running along the edge of the wall. Richa turns, surprised, only to see his sword coming straight for her throat. She summons her vines as they wrap around his arm, and she sends him flying backwards. He cuts some of the vines, and she asks how he is here, as her children are on the move. He says that they're busy facing the greyhounds, and that she must not have trained them properly. She screams out, sending vines once more. He dodges their attacks, and parries the ones that he can't. He says that as long as he continues this pattern, this is all he has to do. One of them starts spinning like a helicopter, and he says that he needs to cut away the thin whip-like ones. As he continues his charge forward, Pen says that she can't believe he's demonstrating such a high level of combat against a mage. Torres asks if they should even step in, but she says that they'll definitely get in his way. Some more greyhounds appear, saying they need to go help Richa. The dude instantly gets asked a question, as Pen says she can't let them get close to Incrid. Richa starts to get pissed as roses begin to sprout from her vines, and she calls them worthless, and shoots out some roses. I was wondering where the rose in her name came from. What a cool attack. Incrid says that he already realized how to beat her, since in the end she's still human. She'll die if she gets stabbed or slashed, but he needs to figure out how to create the gap to do so. He happens to have something perfect for that task, as we see the pouch. He starts to charge in, concentrating on his surroundings, dodging the arrows, and cutting away at the vines like he has been doing so far. As he cuts away at the ones directly in front of her, shielding her, she's surprised. She starts to create a barrier around her, and he puts his fist straight in front of her face, just like he did that one time with his sword. He says that his trump card was repaired with the help of the hidden knife. Back when Craze asked what he wanted to do with these leftover magic devices, and if he wanted them to be sold, he said that he wants to keep them, as they'll have a use for them somewhere. We see that's what's actually inside the pouch, as he flicks his wrist, sending it directly out to her face. He says that these are the magic devices from the cave, as it starts to create a blue blinding light, as if the sun had risen. Both Pen and Torres also have to cover their eyes. As the people in the slums look up, all they see is this very bright light atop the wall. Richa starts screaming in pain. As Incrid swings his sword forward, cutting through her vines, but also cutting through her side as well. He says that what he realized once he learned to relax his shoulders was that there's no reason to pick only one direction. Each of the three walls were excellent in their own way. As Richa falls to the floor in the stone with her, he lets out a long-winded sigh, and says that he created his version of today by using all three of them, and he smiles. Torres kills one of the soldiers. When Pen goes to ask about what just happened, Torres says before they ask questions, they need to leave before more people flock to the light. She yells, telling them it's time to move. As we see guards patrolling the slums, they're looking around holding torches. He says that they've managed to infiltrate Crossguard, and now if they rescue Kitten and escape as planned, he can end this loop. Pen guides them to a house, saying that this is the last place Kitten stayed at before they went missing. As we see signs of torture, they must have figured out Kitten was a spy. Pen says this makes things certain, and that Kitten must be dead. Incrid says that the enemy is on their way here, and the informant they were supposed to see is dead. It means that the entire plan was an aspen trap. The letter from Kitten saying that there was important information to be conveyed was probably made up by the aspens to lure them and kill them. Torres realizes they were played with as the guards ask the other one if he found anything. He says no, but they know they need to search the area. Pen says they should try to make their escape. Torres says that it's a huge gamble to try to do anything with guards everywhere, asking if there's a way to divert their attention. Incrid says that he has a method that's proven to work, asking if they want to try it. As we see one of the houses set ablaze. The soldiers begin running over, putting out the fire. Incrid says there's nothing better than this to draw attention. Now that he's done this multiple times, he's picked up some techniques, and at this point he might end up as an arsonist and not a knight. So he's going to train with his sword more once he gets back. They finally make it back over the walls, leaving their robes behind. And it's now time for them to return back to border guard. Amongst the rebel of the house, we see a man looking at it from up high, as another man, who I thought was Mitch, but it definitely isn't, tells somebody that the infiltrator escaped after setting a fire. The man says that every trap they set up turned out to be meaningless, and they took a heavy blow, and he can't believe Richa would die so easily. He thought the plan was perfect. They had the perfect opportunity to kill all of their rangers and spies, and to inflict a heavy blow on the morale. But he decides it's fine, as there are still lots of things they can do, and he tells the soldier it's time to go, as it's time to prepare for what's next. And we are introduced to the Aspen's genius strategist, Abner. We see them in the boat heading back. As both Pen and Torres are panting heavily, Incrid looks refreshed, saying that he wants to do one more duel after they get off the boat. Torres calls him crazy, saying they've dueled over 10 times on the way here. The boat Swain wonders why they are always covered in sweat. The boat reaches its docking point, and Torres says that their mission is over, so they should rest, and realizes that this is rest for Incrid. Incrid tells Pen that he wants to go for a round, and she says that his seduction skills aren't enough for her to fall under his spell. As they reach the gate, we see a man begging as he needs to meet the platoon of lunatics. Torres asks what's the Baldy's problem. Ingrid says that they should go report now that they've returned because he knows this Baldy. We see a familiar face as it's none other than Gilfin. He runs over saying that the guildmaster Craze is in danger. Ingrid asks what he means, and Gilfin says that the frogs are here. He recalls that when they took over his guild, the boss was paid by the Aspens, and during spring, the Aspens sent over someone to check on the guild, and they were frogs, and now they are finally here. We get a flashback to 4 days ago as Craze says this should be enough. There's a lot to prepare since they're leaving soon, and it's been about a week since he was at the camp. The higher-ups received goods thanks to him, so this much should be overlooked. We see Gilfin approaching him as he hears a report. The innkeeper is a nervous wreck, saying that she thinks she saw an Aspen spy. Craze says they could send the boys to check it out, and if there is a spy, they can take care of them. As the Gilfin Guild has now volunteered with the night guards, they guarantee the safety of the backstreets, which were not covered by the border guard reservists. Thanks to that, the guild's reputation has arisen, improving their income, and every citizen here is his eyes and ears, which is why he has so much more information. If he raises the tax on the people now, he'll be able to further increase the guild's reach. In 1 year, rather in half a year, he should be able to take over all of the backstreets. We see a man standing guard outside of the door as, on the other side of the hallway, is a man in a robe. He goes to ask him what he is doing, but they already close the distance and send him flying through the door in front of Craze. We can tell from their silhouette that they're not human. We see Craze surprised, and Gilfin asks if he's already here. Craze says that it's a frog, and we see its little inbred flippers as they take off their hood, revealing their face. Craze recognizes that the frog didn't kill his men, so he can still talk to the frog. He gets a bit nervous and tells the frog to please come this way. The frog starts to find him amusing, laughing, saying that's an interesting response, asking who he thinks they are. He says that he doesn't think that's important, asking if they've eaten. The frog says that he doesn't think that's what is important right now, as he hits Gilfin with a backhand, instantly closing the distance, catching Craze with an upper. As Craze starts to soar through the air, and Gilfin hits the ground, the frog grabs onto his clothing and says that humans need to be eaten up before they can listen, and that's been his experience. Craze says that he would have answered no matter what, even if he didn't hit him, wondering what makes him so curious. The frog says that he's really funny for smiling in this situation, wondering where the last guildmaster went and where he came from. Craze says the previous guildmaster has died. The frog asks to who, as Craze says it was to the border guard reservist. The frog asks for their name, as Craze thinks about it, he gives them Ragna's name, saying that that is the one who did it. The frog begins licking his lips, telling Gilfin to bring him this Ragna. Instead, Craze says that he should bring the true guildmaster, and Gilfin realizes he's talking about any of the boys and begins making a mad dash for it. But since then he couldn't find any of them, as they have been reassigned, so none of them are here. Ingrid says that Craze sure did think well. Waking up Ragna is a challenge in itself. That means the order was meant for anyone within his squad who could kill the frog. He doesn't think he'd expect every single one of them to be out on a mission, wondering how they even managed to get them out as they only listened to him. Ingrid asks Gilfin if he thinks Craze has died in the last 4 days. Gilfin says that he's still alive. Then Ingrid asks if he has all of his limbs intact. Gilfin is confused, so Ingrid asks if he is being tortured. He says no and that he's fine. Ingrid says that he has drawn blood from the werewolves and the commander of the greyhounds, also he has killed a mage. He's grown so much stronger than his past self, but he still recalls how easily he was taken down by a frog in the past. But now he thinks he can do it. More than that, he really wants to fight one so he can test how much he has grown since that incident. Recovering from the crossguard trip should take about a day. And he tells Gilfin that the frog should know that Ragna will come to visit him tomorrow. Craze won't die just because he waited a day. He can tell this much from the frog's actions. There's a stereotype that they are simple-minded, but like how all humans are different, so are frogs. Craze is being held hostage by the frog there who is biding his time, and that's not something an idiot does. Ingrid heads over, reporting about his duty. If it has introduced this guy, my bad, it's been a while. And he says that he's heard all of his platoon members have been set out on a mission, wondering if he's going to join them immediately. Incrid says that he's quite tired, so he'll join them after 2 days of rest. At that night in the barracks, he says that just in case he dies from fighting the frog, he's going to be in the best condition possible, as we see Esther cuddled up beside him. He eats well and immediately gets to training. He looks down at his whistle dagger, saying that he didn't get to recover all of them, so he only has these 2 left, and there must be a way for him to get more. Esther starts approaching him, meowing, and he says that she sure is friendly today, as she starts purring from him, rubbing her head. He asks if she's been bored by herself and wonders if she wants to come with him, but she should watch from afar as he's looking forward to this. It's the opportunity for him to fight a frog. Back to the hideout, the frog says that he's waited long enough and he better keep his word about him being here today. Craze says of course, and he will be for sure. Before that, he should try this bowl of food as they are much more fresh, so they should suit his taste. The frog says that he isn't half bad and they might end up regretting killing him. Craze laughs, saying that they are too kind, and he can't wait for legitimately anyone to come already, as he's going to die at this rate. Again a little later, at the Thieves' Guild, the frog is eating something else, waiting with his legs on top of the table. Craze says that they're late, wondering what the hell these crazy bastards are doing to be so late, and that he would go and get them himself, but he can't. The frog tells him to bring more of this as he holds up the apple core. Craze says yes, and says that this crazy frog bastard is keeping an eye on him, barely sleeping, and that he'll just have to hold on a little longer, as they will easily be able to beat this frog, but that's only if just one of the lunatics came to fight him, that is. As Incrid starts walking down the hallway, he readies his whistle daggers, and the frog goes to take a bite of his apple before sensing that Incrid is here, as he bursts through the door, sending the debris everywhere. He raises his whistle daggers, and Craze is just surprised and yells, asking what the hell he's doing here, since he's the weakest of them all. Incrid throws the 2 whistle daggers forward, the frog avoids them as they hit the chair, and then lands atop the desk. Incrid rears his sword back, swinging forward, which the frog dodges as well, by leaping overhead, drawing his own blade, coming in for an attack. Incrid dodges by ducking underneath it, and now they are on equal footing, and it's time for one of them to gain tempo in this fight. They both start charging in at one another, trading blows, creating sparks with each clash, sending nothing but the sound of their swords clashing throughout the room. Craze is surprised, asking if this is really the boss, wondering how he's going up against a frog, as it looks extremely evenly matched with the 2 of them trading attacks. Incrid says that a novice would continue to block against the frog's crazy amount of strength, but his bones will break if this continues. The frog begins to come in with a thrust, so Incrid raises his sword, and he says that he needs to use the flowing sword technique to parry. As he starts to guide the blade, it continuously generates sparks, as he sends it down towards the tip, and he says the only thing he should go for is the frog's only weakness, which is its heart. As he goes in for a thrust, he says that he needs to get a good stab into it to stop it from regenerating. The frog kicks him in the chest, sending him flying backwards, and he crashes into some boxes in the nearby wall, close to Craze. Craze says that he got hit really hard, and if he loses his consciousness like before, he'll be in trouble. The frog asks if he dare goes for his heart so easily, and the frog explains that they are usually called skill readers who are being able to recognize talent readily, but this one he cannot understand at all, and that he has reached his limits a long time ago. As Incrid starts to stand up, the frog wonders how he has gone above and beyond his body's designated talent, and Incrid smiles, saying that even a frog's kick is bearable now. The frog says that he displeases him, so he'll kill him right now. As he goes for an overhead swing, Incrid goes in for a thrust. The frog can tell that he's going for his heart again, and as they both continue their attacks, the frog's attack looks a bit closer. Incrid says that he needs to stop its heart to stop its regeneration, but it turns out that he also understands that he needs to get the advantage. He swings, cutting its arm off, sending it flying through the air. He immediately begins to follow up, saying that it won't have enough to regenerate its arm in the middle of a fight, and if he goes for his gaps now, it should work. The frog says that he can easily kill the likes of him with just one of his arms, and he continues his follow through that he was doing earlier. Swinging forward, Incrid does his best to try to parry it, as we see his sword flying through the air, because the frog is too damn strong. The frog immediately gets overhead, raising his sword to finish the job, and Incrid asks if this is where it ends this time, and that he'll challenge it again in these loops. As the frog goes to follow through to finish Incred, it stops just shy of his head, sending his hair rustling from the wind pressure. As the room falls eerily quiet, the frog begins to ribbit and growl. Incred wonders why it stopped before the killing blow. As the frog turns around, he says that he can feel it, and he can sense an immensely strong spell as Esther is giving him the death glare. He says that it's emanating from the beast, and it must be a warning that his life will be in serious danger if he kills the human in front of him, as Esther begins to slowly walk into the room. The frog's throat begins to bulge as he's holding back his rivets, and he says that he really wants to kill a human who has surpassed his limits. Since he is unpredictable, he's the type of human that they need to cull early. But he raises his weapon, and Esther understands what's going on. As he isn't trying to kill him anymore, he's sheathing it, and he says that it's not as important as staying alive. He tells Incred to remember this, and we learn that his name is Merlune, and that he will be sure to kill him next time. Incred honestly wished they could continue going, but Merlune takes his leave. As soon as he's gone, Crace starts to get up and ask if this is finally over, saying that this means they survived. He thought he was really going to die, wondering when Incred got strong enough to fight a frog. Incred says that he wasn't quite there. The frog's last attack hit his wrist, making him lose grip on his sword. We see it all swollen. He clenches his fist, saying that 3 times would have been all he needed, because 3 loops and he would have killed Merlune. As they head out into town, Crace says that none of them showed any signs of showing up, and he didn't know that all of the lunatics would be out on a mission willingly. He says that surprised him too. Crace says it was just a relief that the frog just left, but Incred wonders why. He definitely could have killed the both of them if he wanted to. He looks down at Esther, asking her if it was her doing. She meows, and Crace asks if he's really talking to animals now. The first company commander runs in, asking where he's been, and notices the bandages on his arm, asking if he's hurt. Incred says that he got into a fight. The first company commander says that's bad timing, but it's not like they need him to fight now, so he wants him to join, as it's been asked of him by his own company commander. He wonders what she wants. As we see her overlooking a battlefield, she says that she understands why they consider these men lunatics. Rem is tearing apart the enemies, and looks absolutely bored doing so. As he only kills 3 men, he leaves, saying that's all for today. A man yells, saying that there are more, but Rem says that's all he agreed to. A bit later, Ragna enters the camp, bloodied, carrying a man's head, and they said that they thought he died, but he's still alive, since he went missing in the last battle. Ragna says that they should have told him if they moved camp, and puts the guy's head in the other guy's hand, saying that he's going to go to sleep. The guy says they never moved the camps. Then he starts freaking out, because he's holding the head of the enemy commander, and they can't believe that he made it into the enemy base and came back out alive. Odan is straight up bullying these dudes, saying that they sure are noisy, and they need to be taught some manners. He grabs one of the man's arms, and just squeezes it, crushing it in an instant. The other soldiers are scared that he broke that shit like a twig. For Jackson, they're unable to get a single hit on him, because he's dodging each and every attack. He also doesn't feel like putting in any effort without Incred. He starts to leave, as the soldier falls to his knees, saying that he needs to hit him instead. The ferry commander is watching all of this. Then later back in the camp, we hear Marcus asking if she really managed to bring those uncontrollable bastards here. She says that bringing them was the easy part. She told them all that she wants them to fill the shoes of their missing leader. Andrew says they'll prepare to set out. Rem says that she took away their squad leader, and now she wants them to fill his place. She says that the blame of the individual falls upon their leaders, asking if they want Incred to pay for their insubordination. Rem glares at her, but doesn't want that, so he says that 3 a day, and he won't kill any more than that, as he and the boys all get ready. She says she's thankful that these lunatics are doing at least this much, but those above them don't see it as a good thing. Marcus says that their forces are the tip of the spear in this war. Their win or loss will decide the course of the rest of this war. She asks if the Aspens are still trying to provoke them into a one-on-one duel. They lost against them in a proper battle, so now they're trying cheap tricks. She says the method is questionable, but they've only sent out skilled people, and they've never won even once. Though if they were to experience repeated losses, their soldiers are beginning to worry that if they keep losing like this, then they will eventually lose the war too. Marcus says their morale is going to suffer if this continues, and they only need to send in those who are strong, and it would be perfect if those lunatics would do that for them. She says that just getting them to show up to the battlefield is difficult enough. If they ask them for more, they might refuse to fight altogether. He says they are too disobedient given their skill, and it's a waste to get rid of them. As she leaves his tent, Marcus says those Aspen bastards sure are sly. They were never this cunning before, but recently there have been reports of a young genius tactician in the Aspens, and it must be his doing. That night at the barracks, we see Andrew and the boys, and Andrew says that he is the man who will rebuild his house, but currently, he is a squad leader of a band of lunatics, and he is trying his best to keep them in line in Incred's absence. Henry asks if his eye is okay, saying that it's time for him to stop dueling with Rem for a bit. Andrew asks who will take care of his murderous instincts then, as he will paint the ground red with the blood of their own men, and every time he fights him, the closer he brings him to death, the stronger he can feel himself getting. Like he's getting more powerful the more he dances with death. Max says it's frustrating, but it does help. Bro also got his ass whooped. Henry says thankfully the other lunatics all keep to themselves and don't really fight. We see a man barking at Rem, saying that he needs to do his job properly, and that everyone here is risking their lives on this battlefield, asking if he finds it a joke. Andrew says this is the newly appointed platoon commander, asking if he has a death wish. He steps in front of Rem, saying that only their commander is allowed to give orders to them of the independent platoon. He asks if they're just going to slack off in the open, calling them bastards. Rem says he'd feel a little better if he ripped this guy's guts apart, and starts to release killing intent. Andrew says he needs to save this man, telling him that if he's so pressed about it then they should fight, and that they'll listen to whoever wins, asking if he's scared. The guy asks if he really thinks that a squad leader should be stepping up to him, and starts dragging him away, saying that he's going to destroy him. Rem looks up at this guy and sighs, saying that this is boring. He was just about to destroy that asshole, but that little kid just took him away, and there's nothing fun to do here. As he opens his tent, looking at his bed, he thinks about maybe quitting being a soldier. But it's not just him, as Odan and Ragna also look depressed. Ragna says there's no news of Incred, wondering if he's dead. Odan also wonders if he's returned to the Earth, and the feeling is there's no reason to stay here. Jackson says that he's being inefficient, he's already accomplished what he wanted to in the army. And now there is no more reason to stay, and they all agree that if Incred does not return by the end of the day, then they don't want to be here anymore, and they will leave, accepting the fact that he's dead. Of course he isn't, as we see him walking through the camp. The ferry commander says it's time for her fiancé to return to his platoon. As he is crazed behind him, we see Andrew fighting the platoon leader, and he enters the camp with the boys, telling them that he's all back. Rem goes to call him boss, but Andrew bursts into the tent full of tears, screaming out for him, asking why he's so late, and starts hugging onto his waist, saying that he's waited so much for him, and that he's had to deal with so much bullshit. Rem smiles, and starts to chuckle a little bit, asking Andrew why the hell he's getting ahead of him, and he and the boys start telling Incred that he's late. And they all call him boss. He says that he was, then they have a wholesome little reunion. Later that night, he says after looking around, it seems the reason why they wanted him here was to take control of these lunatics, and that they should listen to their superior sometimes. Rem says that only if he feels like it, but Incred says that it's not like he can order them around either. Rem says that's not what's important right now, asking if he got any stronger. Ragna also taps the floor with a sword, saying that he wants to duel. Krace tells them to wait, saying that surely they can see his wrist is hurt. Both Rem and Ragna start butting heads, trying to see who will duel him first. Odan tells them not to fight while laughing, saying that it's been a while, so they should start by warming up their bodies. Incred tells them to stop causing a ruckus, and Krace says it's about time for him to make them quiet, but instead, him being the battle junkie he is, he says that he'll fight all of them on their own. Krace says he can't since he's hurt, but Incred says it's not broken, and he can move a little. Jackson tells him that he can't ignore injuries no matter how small they are, and that he should show him the injury so he can put some ointment on it. Incred can't put strength in it, but he thinks he can still hold the sword, and after fighting the frog and cross guard from earlier, he's gotten stronger yet again, as now he was able to fight Merlun and stand his own. He says of course he is still far from being a knight, and the heights he must reach are still far away, however, he has already climbed so much. I am proud of bro's progress. He wants to show everyone how strong he's gotten so far. Jackson tells him that it'll be bad if he goes overboard, but dealing with any side effects is his burden to bear. Ingrid smiles as the boys all step outside, ready for him to scrap. Rem is up first, saying that he seems pretty confident, and he can't wait to see how much he's really improved as he dashes in. He swings directly towards Ingrid, and Ingrid watches the axe and actually swings and knocks it away. Rem notices that something is different about him. He's moving without hesitation, and his confidence only comes from a man who got stronger. Rem starts to laugh, saying that he can't wait to see more. Ingrid readies his sword as Rem comes in for another attack. Jackson says that they've only been away from him for a week, yet he's already this different from when he stopped changing. Odan says that his patience is waning, and we see him open his eyes so clearly. For the first time. Ragna says that Rem better hurry up and finish his turn, but it's not just him, as everybody shares this sentiment. Rem can feel them burning a hole in the back of his neck, saying that there's no way he could wait patiently either. A bit later, after they finish their duels, Jackson says that he should tell them what happened. Ingrid says it's nothing, and he fought a frog before coming here. Andrew says that's not nothing at all. Then Rem mentions that he heard he went to Crossguard, asking if he saw a frog there. Craze butts in, saying that they met one at the Thieves' Guild, and he only got hurt after he returned. Odan asks how the mission was, so Ingrid tells him that they set up a trap. There were greyhounds, lycanthropes, and a mage waiting for them. Andrew looks confused, saying that he tried really hard too, and he did his best to fight these crazy bastards, but he still can't close the gap between him and Ingrid. They say that even with all odds against him, he still survived. Ingrid says that he just got lucky, as we see Esther sleeping on his chest. He says that there was much to learn from the duels today, but he could feel them holding back because of his wrist, and he wants to recover and fight them at full strength. So he wonders how much he can bring out of his platoon when he's fully recovered. Rem says that he doesn't want them to lose to a frog anymore, and Ragna as well says there's still much to learn. Odan says that training is the only way. Jackson says that he can still see openings in his fights. Ingrid says he'll win if they fight again, and Rem laughs, saying that he sure is confident, and he and all the boys start to slowly fall asleep. And just as he starts to actually slump out, Rem says they'll fight again when he's healed. The rest keep chiming in, saying that they'll get rid of his bad habits, and there's no end to the training, also he should use more of his senses. He says yeah, they'll do it once he's recovered, and Esther starts covering her ear since they won't shut the hell up. Once more, they start to fall asleep, and they continue yapping, and both he and Esther can't believe they won't shut the hell up. Rem says that he'd just need to block it and then cave its head in, and starts guiding him. Ragna as well says that he just needs to learn more of the heavy sword, while Odan says that he just needs better muscles. Jackson says that he shouldn't get cocky, because that'll lead to mistakes. Ingrid tells them all to go to sleep, and they immediately lay back down, saying good night. That was probably the hardest wall of all, getting them to shut up. As the morning comes, he sits up saying that he slept in, and he hasn't woken up this late in a while, saying that it seems that Esther slept in late too. As he wakes up, Craze asks if he's ready to go. Ingrid asks if the men are at the front, and he says that those who can fight are all at the front right now, and only those standing guard and the men of the logistics platoon are at base. He starts doing some planks and feels his wrist hurting, saying that it feels worse than yesterday, and he shouldn't have fought, but they seem so eager, and he couldn't let them down. After thinking about it, it makes him want to swing his sword again. He looks up, spotting a sword on the rack, and walks over, grabbing it, saying that he's supposed to hold it with 2 hands. But if he has enough strength, he's actually wielded the sword with just his right before, and if he trains enough with his left, then there might be something to it. But when he swings, we see it's very awkward. He says that it's a pathetic sword path, like when he first held it, and there is nothing better than this to review everything he's learned thus far. The next morning, Ingrid is training with his left hand, saying that starting from scratch is not easy. But, thanks to the isolation technique, he doesn't lack strength. Vengeance watches him, saying that he's apparently injured, but he's still training, saying that he's insane. Ingrid says that he thought he went to the front, and Vengeance says that his platoon is in charge of defense. Ingrid then notices that the strap is loose on his sword. Vengeance says that both the sword and the owner are whack, saying that he won't be able to tie it with one hand. As he starts doing it, Incrid says that he was always so quick to pick a fight with him, but now he's being nice, wondering why he was like that beforehand. So he decides to ask why he hated him. Vengeance looks up, saying that it's because of Jenny. Incrid is confused, asking who Jenny is. Vengeance tells him that she is the herb merchant. Incrid is completely lost, because remember, for him, it's been a very long time, so he probably just doesn't remember. Vengeance gets pissed, handing him the sword, saying that he's done, and starts stomping away. Incrid tells him that he was never interested, and the affection was one-sided, as now he remembers. She ran a herb shop at the border guard, and he dropped by there a lot because her products were good, and he guesses that she grew feelings for him. But Vengeance also happened to like her, and he says that he was interested in her, not her products. Vengeance says that he knows, since he's into the blade and not women, and he was just jealous. Jenny never once lifted a brow at him, but fell for his face, and he calls him a bastard and clicks his tongue. Incrid wonders what his problem is, and Vengeance tells him to take care of his sword, as he's going to work. Incrid wonders how often his mood changes, saying that he sure is odd. Back inside of the tent, Esther is hitting a nasty stretch, and Incrid says that she seems tired, asking if she's sick. She looks up at him, annoyed, saying it's all because of him. He keeps fighting people even while injured, and she overdid it while trying to reduce his fatigue, and she won't be able to use magic for a while. He tells her to get some rest, and back outside of the barracks, we see some guards exiting the camp towards the lake. One of them notices the water acting strange, and keeps staring at it. His friend asks him what he's staring at. He says that he thinks he heard something before, and he catches an arrow straight to the dome. Bells start ringing, and Incrid and Esther are awake. Vengeance yells, saying that there's an enemy attack, and they can't lose their supply, so they have to defend this. Incrid just wonders where they are, and Craze asks why he cares, and that he should stay inside because he's crippled right now. The men start exiting the pond, and Incrid stares, saying that he didn't think he would meet him again here. As we see, it's none other than some Aspen troops, but specifically, it's the Greyhounds being led by none other than Mitch Hurrier. Incrid says he didn't expect to see him, and when Mitch glances over, also spotting him. Realizing that they are now face to face once more, Mitch says that God has heard his prayers, and he's longed to meet him again. Incrid is surprised that he remembered his name, and Mitch says that he realized how prideful he was thanks to him, and now he has reached new heights, and he wants to see his end with his own hands. Incrid yells, telling Craze to take Esther and go. As he starts to draw his blade, he raises it overhead and starts swinging to match Mitch's strike, and when their blades come into contact with one another, due to his injury, Incrid's blade is sent flying backwards because he can't match his strength. Mitch asks if he's injured, saying that's unfortunate, as he raises his sword overhead to finish the job. He starts to swing down, but a blade comes in blocking it, as it's none other than Vengeance who screams. He tells Incrid to run, and charges in, but Incrid tells him to stay back because he's too strong for him, only for him to see Mitch's blade cut straight through Vengeance's skull. Incrid looks horrified as Vengeance's head starts flying through the air and lands beside him on the ground. Incrid looks to his side, spotting it, and Mitch says that the small fry should stay out of this. Esther charges in, and Craze yells, telling her to stop and come back. Incrid says that she can't do this because if she goes that way, she'll die too, as she's leaping directly at Mitch. He swings his blade, cutting through her, also killing her on the spot. Incrid starts running in to save Craze, as Mitch closes the gap, but it's too late. Incrid stretches his hand out, but watches as Mitch pierces through his throat, killing him in an instant as well. Incrid has no choice but to watch helplessly as everybody is murdered. Mitch says that sure is disappointing. If only his wrist was fine, he would have shown him how much stronger he's truly gotten. Before he swings his blade, clean through Incrid's head, sending it soaring in the sky. Damn, this scene was brutal. He wakes back up in the camp and starts petting Esther's head, saying that he couldn't do anything, all because his wrist is injured. He looks down at it, wondering what to do. He heads outside, and Craze says he's glad to see him up. Incrid says that he doesn't have anyone he can receive help from. The Greyhounds will attack before the afternoon, as he's out there training his blade, practicing his swordsmanship, thinking about how to overcome this. He recalls someone saying that it's because he's a weak and pathetic loser that people died saving him. As his sweat hits the ground, he He wonders if that's really the case right now. Vengeance approaches him, asking if he's training with his left hand because his other is injured. He says that this much training has to be a disease, asking if anything even comes out of it. Incrid says that he'll make sure he gets something out of it, and this time, he's going to save all of them. Vengeance is confused while he's staring at him, and Incrid says that he's sorry about Jenny. Vengeance is just surprised that he knew, and he says it's not like he did it on purpose, and Incrid says to cheer up, as there are women in this world who don't care about looks. Vengeance asks if he wants to die, and says that he's just trying to brag about how handsome he is, and Incrid laughs. The bells get ringing, and with enemies attacking the base, Incrid steps up, this time prepared a little more. He meets Mitch, who glares at him, and Incrid says that Mitch is strong, he was always over the level of a special rank soldier, and now he's more focused than ever. He blocks the first attack, and starts pushing Incrid back due to his injury. Incrid creates some distance, saying that he's lacking in strength because he can't use both hands. As Mitch starts charging in with a thrust, Incrid does his best to deflect it with his blade, but since he can't get enough strength, he gets trapped, and Mitch gets a slice in on his throat. Incrid falls to the floor coughing, and Mitch asks about his hand. Incrid tells him that it's injured, and Mitch says it's a shame, as he raises his sword up. He says he really wanted to fight him at his peak, before stabbing him in the chest. Incrid says there's not much, no matter how much stronger he is now, there's only one thing he can do, as it's time for him to grind his left side. He needs to focus on how he grips the sword, and how he swings it, his stance, and pretty much everything. From what he learned as a child from a local instructor, to the heavy sword of Ragna, and the basics of the other sword forms, he won't waste any time in figuring them out with his other side. Mitch arrives once more, and again, he gets defeated. Incrid continues training, saying that he's already walked this path once with his right side. Again, he gets defeated, and he's training on a dummy, swinging through it, but still, Mitch is easily dealing with him as he gets stabbed in the chest. Incrid continues practicing, saying that, thankfully he learns quickly. We all know that's cap, but maybe since he's already done it, it'll be true this time. He says that it's already been 40 loops, and his blade trajectory is still shaky, and he wonders why that is, and if it's because he's not used to it. Vengeance is watching his training, and thinks about something, and calls out to him, asking if he wants to have a duel. Incrid says this has never happened in any of the other loops, wondering what could have caused this. But he can tell in Vengeance's eyes that he is being dead serious about this, and says that he has no reason to refuse. As they start to square off, Vengeance charges in, saying that he's not going to hold back. He swings down, and Incrid blocks it, saying that he's still a platoon leader, and he's strong, so it's hard to withstand him with just his left side. He starts deflecting his sword, and kicks his feet out from underneath him, causing Vengeance to eat shit and faceplant. Incrid says he won, and Vengeance says that he didn't expect him to use his left. Incrid says that he's been training with it for a reason, but he's curious as to why he wanted a duel. Vengeance says that he doesn't know, watching him made his blood boil, and Incrid says that he's only been doing the basics. Vengeance says that's part of it. Looking at him reminds him of the first time he picked up a sword and began training, the desire to become stronger, and the giddiness he felt from swinging the sword. But when he looks at Incrid, he can't help but feel that his sword's a bit weird. Incrid asks what he means, and he explains it, that it seems like the sword of the dead. Incrid asks what he means by that, and Vengeance says that it's a pain to explain, and he doesn't know how to word it. Incrid starts thinking about what it could mean, and if that means he's not powerful enough or something, but Vengeance asks if he's not listening to him speaking. But Incrid realizes it on his own, seeing that he tried to follow the trajectory he learned with his right hand, and he was just following it without any thought, and that the left and right sides are fundamentally different. He decides to give it a try with his new understanding, and he says that he needs to look for a trajectory that works with his left. As he starts swinging down, he cleanly cuts through the dummy's arm, saying that the cut was good, and that the sound and the feel of the cut were clearly different from before. He smiles, thanking Vengeance, saying that he finally sees a way forward now. Incrid says that he needs to awaken the feeling on his left arm, and that'll be the key to using it. And he'll begin by changing his habits. As he's eating with his left hand, Craze asks if he's always done that. Incrid says that since his right is hurt, he's just letting it rest. Craze says that it's going too far though, as he drops the food, even hitting Esther with it. Incrid says be it eating, putting on clothes, or training, he's going to use his left arm for everything. As we see him stabbing his sword into the ground after training, he says that to speed things up, he'll also practice the technique that Torres had taught him as well. As we see him flicking his wrist to try to throw it out, and it lands on the ground, he says this hidden knife will surely come in handy in his fight. And today is his 50th loop. Vengeance calls out, asking if he wants the duel, and we see him getting thrown onto the floor. Vengeance says that he fights well with his left arm, but something feels off with his sword. Ingrid says that he still has the sword of the dead, and he's going to have to keep going until it's gone. The next loop, he and Vengeance are dueling once more. He blocks the sword. He starts speedrunning the loops. He's over 60 loops, now 70. As he's finally now able to knock Vengeance back with extreme ease, we are now in the 80th loop, and we see him practicing his hidden knife technique. He starts to flick his wrist, throwing it forward, and it's perfect. He then knocks Vengeance's sword out of his hands, causing it to fly backward into the ground. Vengeance can't believe he fights that well with his left arm, and Ingrid wonders what he's thinking so attentively about. Vengeance says once he's out of here, he's going to train way harder than he's ever done before. Ingrid says that he doesn't mention the sword of the dead anymore. He tells him to do his best, and he's sure this will make Jenny notice him soon. Vengeance gets pissed. He tells him to fight him again, as he's going to beat his ass. Ingrid says that his reactions are always so funny, and he needs to see that he gets to confess to Jenny. For him to do that, he must not die here. He heads out to the lake by himself, and he starts having a philosophical conversation with himself about talent, as it can't be defined so easily. Training his body well is one thing, but being able to focus without being distracted by anything is another part of it. As we see him training his techniques at a young age, falling in love with the blade one swing at a time. And now, as he starts to grip his blade with his left hand, he draws it from his sheath. He says he's getting a taste of being talented for the first time in his life. The days of him training with his left arm have piled up and caught up to the 30 years of his right arm within 100 days. We are now on the 112th loop. Mitch comes out of the water, and Ingrid is determined to surpass this wall that is Mitch. Vengeance yells, saying they need to protect the base and drive the enemies out. Craze tries to get Ingrid to come back, as he's holding on to Esther so she can't run up. But Ingrid slowly marches forward, and Mitch thanks him, saying he wanted to meet him once more. Ingrid says he did too, and Mitch says he gave him an awakening in his period of stagnation, and he will try his best to destroy him and climb even higher. Ingrid says that he low-key feels kind of bad, as he's already seen his best countless times already, and he has realized that he can't win against him in a pure fight of blades. As he charges in, he catches Mitch off guard with the attack, but Mitch manages to block it. And as he starts to slide backwards, he catches his footing and starts pushing back, since he is stronger than Ingrid. Ingrid grabs onto his hand that's holding the sword and breaks his thumb, causing him to let go of his blade and scream out in pain. He returns with a kick to Ingrid's chest. Ingrid uses his sword to stop himself from falling over, and with Mitch's sword hitting the ground, he says he can't believe that this bastard is using such cheap tricks. Ingrid says that in all of the loops he has repeated, he has only ever used his sword to defeat him, and he would like to reciprocate, but he doesn't think he can improve with his left arm by repeating any more of this loop. This battle of blades against Mitch was fun, but he's going to have to surpass this. Mitch says that this might be his way of trying to survive, but it's no use, as he picks up the sword with his left hand, but warns him that he can use both of his arms. Ingrid says that he can too, as he's been training for this reason, but he knows that to fight and defeat the next wall, he won't be able to accomplish it with his sword alone. He's going to have to use a skill that he's been saving up for moments of desperation. It is the ultimate skill in the Veil and Mercenary sword technique. As he rears back his hand, he yeets the piss out of his sword. Mitch uses his to block it, confused. Ingrid charges in, grabbing him by the throat, saying that the only way out of this is for him to get into an all-out brawl with Mitch. Ingrid starts to come in with a punch, which Mitch narrowly dodges. He calls him a bastard as he starts coming with his sword, but Ingrid doesn't give him the chance as he grabs onto his waist and tackles him, saying that he just needs to get close no matter what. They both fall to the floor. Ingrid puts his knees on his wrist so he can't use the blade, and he says that he needs to win at all costs, and will tear his flesh with his teeth if need be. He raises his hand, now in a mounted position, and starts wailing on Mitch's face. He says he has to use all methods at his disposal to achieve victory. As Mitch is reeling from the punch, Incred comes in with another, saying that this is the essence of an all-out brawl. Mitch sees the attack coming in and realizes what he must do, as he kicks upwards, causing Incred to roll overhead. Incred lands on the ground, and Mitch starts charging in, telling him to fight seriously and to use his sword like a man, as he wants a proper duel. He swings down, and Incred doesn't even try dodging it, as he catches it with his shoulder. Mitch is surprised, but we see that he came prepared with shoulder plates, and Incred says he's being extremely serious right now. He then starts to swing in once more, but we recognize it as he's using the hidden blade technique to cut across Mitch's face as he dodges the punch. Mitch's left eye gets caught in the attack, and half of his face is now bleeding hella from the assassin's hidden blade. Mitch starts to let out a primal scream and pushes down as hard as he can, cutting through the shoulder plates into Incred's shoulder. He then follows through with a swing, getting a very deep cut in. Incred says that first his wrist and now his shoulder. If this drags on, he's gonna lose, and while his sense of distance is messed up with one of his eyes gone, he needs to use that to his advantage before he gets accustomed to it. Mitch charges in full of rage, and Incred then flicks his wrist, causing the hidden dagger to get sent flying towards Mitch. Mitch puts his sword up to block it, and it catches him straight in the hand, and Incred comes back in with another tackle, taking advantage of this. As they both fall to the floor, Mitch's sword flies out of his hand and slides across the ground away from them. Mitch calls him a bastard, and Incred grabs onto his leg, putting him in an ankle lock and breaks his ankle in an instant. Mitch starts to scream and punches, trying to get him away from him. Incred then goes to the other ankle, breaking it as well. Mitch, realizing now that he's a cripple, lets out another primal scream at the top of his lungs. This shit is crazy. As he's sitting there howling in pain, everybody wonders what's going on. We learn that Mitch was called the lazy genius. He was a man who was satisfied with what he had despite his talent. However, he changed once he returned from the last battlefield. The fire in his eyes was back, and he never left the training grounds and mastered his blade. His talent, now combined with hard work, allowed his blade to finally shine. It didn't go the way he wanted to, as he's now crawling towards his sword with both of his legs broken. He wonders how it came to this. Incred goes to his sword first and stands before it. Mitch looks up, calling out to him, and Incred looks down at him, also not entirely satisfied with this, but says that he was a very high wall, and he gave him a rude awakening both times that they've met. Mitch says that he doesn't want this kind of fight. As the wall begins to crumble down, as Mitch crawls forward, he begins begging him to just have a proper fight. As he just wants a proper clash of blades with him, and stretches out towards Incred. Incred picks up the blade, telling him that while he would have loved that, that's not how it goes, because in the end, they're on a battlefield, and that this is nothing but war, before he slams the sword down through Mitch's neck, killing him and impaling him into the ground. And while Incred says this, he doesn't feel the greatest about it, because he too is a swordsman, and he has an insane amount of respect for Mitch. Mitch's men start running in, screaming out to him, as Vengeance yells, telling his boys to fire and to kill all the Aspen troops. As they are being pushed back, unable to go claim Mitch's body, Incred takes one final look at him, realizing that the wall has been completely destroyed. He lets out a couple of deep breaths, and we see his eyes ready for the next wall, and he tells Mitch that it was fun. While it didn't go out exactly as he wished it could have, he's going to use him as a stepping stone to climb even further past his own limits. Back inside the barracks, Craze says things could have gone real bad if they had lost this place, and that headquarters sent archers just in case, and they live, thanks to them. Vengeance enters, saying that he only lived because Incred slowed them down, and drops him his sword, telling him that he found it and that he should take care of it, and he can't just leave it out there. Craze says that he thought he already had his sword with him, and when Incred looks back at it, he unsheathes the blade, saying that it's Mitch's, the enemy he just fought against. Vengeance says it looks like a good blade, and Craze wants a closer look. And since it glows light blue when light hits it, it must have been made with steel from Demp. Incred asks what that is, and he says that it's a famous iron mine in Aspen. It's much more expensive than the Valerian or Noir steel that he's been using, so if he wants to sell it. But Incred ignores him, asking Vengeance if he's going to the front. Vengeance asks if he's trying to come with him, and Incred says that he can't leave his men for too long. Craze asks if he's going to use that now instead of this blade. Vengeance says that he should use the sword he's used too, but Incred grabs onto it, saying there's no need to use just one, and that he wants to start using both of them. Back to the front lines, we see the boys as Rem is whistling. He says that the boss is ready for the next step now, and he can't believe he started favoring someone from the mainland. He could probably advance further from Heart of the Beast, and learn his secret technique now. Odan is also thinking the same thing, saying that he's muscular now, so it's time for his joints. Then his posture and body will change, and he's going to build him a body that doesn't break from joint locks and other blows. But doing it all at once will be a terrible burden, and it'll be good to just do it one step at a time. As he's lost in thought, he starts walking slowly, causing Rem to bump straight into his back. As Rem is holding onto his head, Odan turns around, and Rem asks what the hell happened to his feet, and he needs to keep moving. Odan says that it seems that he hasn't grown much, and they both start to go to fight each other until Ragna steps in, yawning. Odan says that he can't just walk between them because he's lazy, and they both call him crazy. But Ragna says training to get the body accustomed to the sword is something that he needs to start thinking about for Incred. He wants to be able to make it so he can use his sword more freely, and control the tip of his sword like in this extension of his body. But first he needs to go sleep. Surprisingly, Jackson says that it'll be good to teach him how to walk. He won't be as quiet as an assassin, but he'll minimize his movement for maximum efficiency, and it'll help him. But he wonders if he needs to do this, and why he's doing something so bothersome. As he's looking at the squad, Rem grabs Ragna so he doesn't wander off, calling him an idiot, saying that he's always getting lost. Ragna just tells him that he's still more normal than he is, and while they start yelling at each other, saying how crazy they are, Jackson says that he can't let Incred become like these idiots, and he'll set him straight. The ferry commander is also there and notices something, telling all of her men to stop, as Aspen soldiers appear from the bushes. She wonders if they're about to fight, and the man introduces himself as Raoul, asking if anybody will have a one-on-one fight with him. She says here it begins, it's their cheap tactic to draw out a one-on-one fight. She says it doesn't seem like much, but they keep losing, causing very low morale, and they can't just ignore him, because people think they avoided them because they can't beat them. And it's not like she can step up either, because they would call her cowardly, and morale will improve if they just get one good victory. She recalls Craze saying to use the lunatics, as they'll be in a good mood since Incred returns, so they'll listen for a while. She glances back, asking Rem if he wishes to go. He wonders what she's talking about and glances over at the soldiers, and they start shit-talking him, and he says that he'll definitely step up to fix some of his boredom. As he does, the men laugh, saying they can't believe they sent out a barbarian, before Rem sends his head flying off. And in an instant, before the other men can react, they look up to see it, and start screaming as they get painted with blood, and Rem starts laughing like a maniac, asking who's next. The soldiers say that he's crazy, but he sure is good at fighting. As the Aspen soldiers begin begging for mercy, the ferry commander says that it seems like morale has been improved by such a good fighter. But as he continuously sits there and yells that he surrenders, her face turns into that of disgust, as Rem just keeps beating the shit out of this guy. Even the allied soldiers say they can't look because it's too violent, and she says it's enough. Then we see one of the Aspen soldiers begging Rem to stop, as he's just wailing at the guy's corpse now with his axe, and he tells him to stop, while calling him a monster. But Rem has no plans to, as he's just mutilating this guy. He starts laughing, saying that he can't hear him. The soldiers all watch in horror, saying they don't want to be on the same side as him anymore. The ferry commander says with this, their morale has diminished once again, and this was for nothing. And it seems that the only one who can control them is none other than Incred, who's making his way here as they speak. They set up camp, and Incred ends up arriving. Jackson's asking him how he got more injured, as he told him to rest, and that he shouldn't think of fighting even if he's here. Rem also says that he can't do it until he heals up properly. The ferry commander enters, saying that it seems like her fiancé has a bad habit of playing rough. Incred greets her, and she throws him a vial of something, telling him to take it. He asks what it is, and Jackson recognizes it, saying that the medicine of fairies can't be bought with money, and that this is better than his ointment. Rem says that this means that she does care about him then. And Incred thanks her, but asks why. She says that she thought that they promised their future together, but she never gave him anything to show for it, and it's a small engagement gift. He can't believe she's still going along with it, and she just leaves, saying welcome back and to get some rest. As all three of them watch her leave, Craze says that he should do business and sell it, but Incred tells him to piss off. Rem jokingly says that he's better at talking to women than using his sword, and Ragna says that he is. But Incred is just wondering why she's still joking around about the engagement, and he can't understand her at all. A few days after reaching their front lines, the Aspens continued to repeat little skirmishes, but avoided a proper fight. Thanks to that, his wounds got a chance to recover, as we see him doing squats with some weights. Odan tells him he's up early, asking if his body is doing better now. Incred puts down the weights, saying, thanks to the fairy's cream. Odan asks if he's trying to get his shit rocked, and Incred says bet. And then we see the aftermath of the fight. Odan's analyzing his wounds, saying that his right wrist, shoulder, and lots of contusions all over his body. And it's not yet time for him to abuse his body like this. But if there's still a fight, he'll definitely participate, asking if he's right. Incred says as long as he can still move, the answer is yes. Odan looks around, making sure nobody's watching, and then calls out to him. Incred asks what he wants, before a warm feeling starts to envelop his body. As Odan is now starting to glow a bright golden yellow, it begins pulsing all throughout Jackson. Incred says this feeling is divinity. As Odan is doing something to him, a giant ray of golden light begins raining down to the both of them. Odan starts to retract his wrist as the light leaves, and Incred turns surprised. And Odan says that he shouldn't say anything, and he won't speak of this to anyone, and he will swear this upon the name of their lord. Incred realizes he must have his reasons, and says that he won't. Odan walks away, saying that this morning fog is a blessing from God. We learn though that divinity is the hallmark of clerics who serve God, and miracles can heal the injured. Odan, who always prays, has never once used divinity before, and nobody knew for certain whether he was truly a cleric or not. As Odan is begging his lord for forgiveness, Incred wonders if maybe there's a rule against using divinity, as it feels like he broke some to heal him. Incred thanks him as he walks away, and Odan says that if someone finds out that he used divinity, they'll send the inquisitors. As he left the church with many restrictions, and they bound his body so that he couldn't use his divine power, but despite the stabbing pain in his chest, he couldn't let Incred be. Odan says that the Lord always presides over them, but never responds to them, but after meeting Incred, he began to believe that his words live within him, and he will that he believes is right. After mealtime, Craze asks if Incred needs help with his wound again, as he'll apply the ointment, but Incred says that he's got it. It's not fully healed, but it's mostly there, and he can't show this to the others if he wants to keep it a secret, and he needs to be careful in the field too. And he asks when they are going to fight. Craze says both sides just keep testing the waters. Their troops, commanded by Marcus, are their vanguard preventing them from flanking them, and their main force is here waiting at the Green Pearl. They broke the unwritten rules of warfare last time by bringing out sorcerers and spellcasters, so both main forces are probably prepared for an all-out war, with entire night orders at the ready. Rem says they should have been there, and they keep trying for 1v1 duels, and it's no fun here at all. Craze says they can't continue that for long, and he doubts it'll be like this here soon. It is now some time later. As troops begin marching, war horns are blown, and we see their troops standing off against the Aspens. Incred and the entire squad has pulled up for this. What a nice panel to see all of them together. The commander is also there with the fairy, and 3 men step up, calling them all adolescent pricks. Rem wonders why these dudes keep yapping, and if their swords are just for cooking. Craze says this is a battle of words. Without a force offset like a knight, the Aspens and them are evenly matched, and they're attempting to get one up on them psychologically before the fight. They die easily to an arrow, but their morale is already low, and if they strike first, they'll lose. As they keep getting shit talked, and the Aspen soldiers say they'll die before they know the touch of a woman. Craze says their commander isn't doing anything because he knows this as well. Marcus says he has prepared something, but he can't use it here. Using the lunatics to win the duel only backfired on them, and that they just need one win. Craze also hopes that something happens, just one time to shift the morale. The Aspen soldier continues, calling them a bunch of virgins, and start laughing at them. Incred tells Andrew to relax, saying he'll get his chance to let his rage loose. Andrew is just confused, asking what he means, and Incred tells him it's fine to be a virgin, and to remember this rage, and use this feeling in the battle. Even the other soldiers are confused. Andrew says he's not mad, but Ingrid tells them now is not the time, so calm down. Both Henry and Max start laughing at him, and even Rem does. Odan says he should walk the saintly path if he's already this far up. Ragna says he'll probably get his chance later. Andrew asks what he did to deserve all this, and the other soldiers wonder what's up with him, and if they fell for the taunt. They wonder how he is a virgin at his age when he looks normal. Andrew tells them all to shut up, as he's not mad. The soldiers start laughing, asking if he wants to be introduced to a shop once they're back in town. Andrew says he doesn't. Jackson says that him making fun of someone on purpose was mean. Ingrid says Andrew is young, he might have taken it personally, and just wanted to keep him in line, but Rem finds this hilarious. Craze can't tell if he's joking or being serious, and if this was out of instinct, and he smiles, saying that he sure is an odd man, and that he should go respond to them. Ingrid says he's got nothing to say, and Craze tells him he'll feed him some lines. Ingrid says that's not difficult, and steps up. Craze says that with Ingrid's devil's tongue, he can surely lift the morale, and the changes he will create will spread like a wave. Ingrid walks up, the other soldiers recognize him, and start yelling, saying that he's stepping up. But Craze says that this will definitely be their path towards victory. Craze told him to show how brave he was and walk within range of their archers and provoke them. Vengeance asks what he's doing coming up here, and Ingrid says that he's unlucky for being in the vanguard as soon as he gets back. Vengeance tells him to shut up and warns him that they're going to shoot arrows if he walks up fearlessly with the boys. Vengeance asks what he's doing, and the Aspen soldiers say that they can't believe there's another loser walking up. Ingrid looks at them and recalls Craze teaching him how to provoke them because he doesn't know what to say, and Craze says that he'll think of something when he's there. He's talented in that way of using his tongue. Ingrid asks what's wrong with him and how come he's got the head of a ghoul. Bro does kind of look like a TikTok scribbling drawing. He starts to get pissed, asking what he's talking about. The other soldiers start laughing, and Vengeance says he did that on purpose, and he knows how handsome he is, and he starts getting PTSD. Ingrid apologizes, saying that he shouldn't have been so quick to judge, and that he knows his mother must have been a ghoul. The dude gets absolutely furious and starts screaming. Odan says God's going to punish him for this, but Rem can't stop laughing and it's making him cry. Ragna wonders if the dude is even human, since he's ugly as hell. Andrew also laughs, saying that he won't ever be able to use his package with that kind of face, saying there's no way he can taunt others when he looks like this. Max says he must have been bothered by this the whole entire time. Ghoul tells them to get up here and is going to cut his tongue out. Ingrid says the enemy calling for a fight, having fallen for a taunt, means that he just has to thoroughly beat him. As he goes to draw his blade, Rem stops him with his axe. Even Ragna steps up first, and they say he's not stepping up. Jackson reminds him that his wound hasn't healed. Ingrid says he can't reveal that Odan healed him, and they share a silent agreement. Rem says that Andrew has to go do it and to go kill him. Andrew says for him, having dedicated his life for his family, nothing mattered, and he had no shame. But being humiliated and called a virgin sure does make his blood boil, as he unsheathes his blade. He says he's going to pay this ugly bastard back for this. Ghoul says that he doesn't want this punk, he wants the one who made fun of his face, asking if he's scared. Andrew tells him to shut up, as he's going to tear open that ugly mouth of his. He lunges forward with a first attack. Ghoul sidesteps, and Marcus says the ones who came in initiating the fight from the Aspens are experienced soldiers capable of shoring most of their men, and they're not easy foes. As Ghoul swings, knocking his sword backwards, Andrew's a little caught off guard, as the guy seems like he has the advantage. But Rem says that Andrew's definitely not going to lose here. Andrew starts screaming, charging back in, and swings, causing the guy to go back on the defensive. He readies himself for another one and starts hyping himself up. He says his full government, that he, Andrew Gardner, no matter the hardships, no matter the difficulties, always stood back up for the sake of his family regardless of what it took, as he thrusts forward, stabbing Ghoul in the throat, killing him, winning the duel. Andrew says against his resolve, this ugly dude is nothing. Max says Andrew was always talented. He was hidden all this time because of those around him. And they start calling him the Ghoul Killer, saying that he's not half bad for a virgin. And Incred says he can tell that he's one of the lunatics. That's what the soldiers start calling him as well, Andrew the Lunatic, and he lets out a victory scream. Bro got 2 nicknames in one fight, damn. He asks if everyone saw that, saying that he finally got some. Max starts getting second-hand embarrassment, and Rem laughs, saying that he's so damn lame. But Odan and Ragna clap, and Incred laughs a little bit too. Craze says that Incred didn't fight, but as expected, this worked in their favor. Marcus says that now will do, and he yells, telling his men to break the formation of the Aspen. As from the top rope come Torres and his squad, instantly dispatching the soldiers in front of them. They turn, realizing that they're getting flanked by the border guards, but it's too late for them, as they're getting torn apart. Marcus says while they are occupied with the flanking border guards, he tells his archers to ready and fire, as they start to blot out the sky with their arrows. Arrow scenes like this are one of my favorites in medieval series. Incred and the rest run in. And with this, the tides are now turning. Marcus calls the Aspen soldiers dogs, saying no matter what cheap psychological tricks they pull, the ones who win in the end are the ones who fight better. As the boys are about to get some action, they still stop Incred from fighting. The enemy commander gets called out too. We see it's none other than the Greyhound Company leader, the Grey Dog. He says their preparations are complete, and they can move. And the commander smiles, saying finally. And since the Aspens are running, this means they have won the fight. Craze wonders why they are going along with it, saying this is too easy. Even Marcus realizes this is wrong, and his men say they should chase, but he says they are going to hold, as they are definitely up to something. That night, we see the Grey Dog approaching a tent, and when he enters, we see the commander and 2 other people. The commander asks if he gave them the word, and he says yes, but they can't be seen yet, so they're standing far away. They took the 1 guerrilla 100 men challenge and doubled it. The commander says that the Nalilia bastards are the same as ever. They strike with the border guards and break through with the heavy infantry, and it's all they ever do, and that Abner's plans are different. As he said, the knights have already proven that a small elite force controls the battlefield. However, that small elite force does not have to be composed of knights, and it will be them, the Aspens, who will win this battle. The next day at the boys' camp, a coin slips through the air, and it's none other than Craze, who says that 2 days of standby since returning from the field, and he thought there would be another battle straight away, but this feels more like the calm before the storm. There are 2 things the Aspens can do in this situation: fall back or bring in a different force. The commander said he was prepared for another spellcaster, and they didn't find anything despite doubling the scouts. He wonders what the hell they are thinking, and also what's going on in everybody else's head since they're so calm. Incred is stretching, as Jackson and Ragna are there as well. The ferry commander asks if he's good to move already, and he asks what brings her here. She asks if it's odd for a commander to inspect her troops, but he wonders what kind of company commander does that herself. Incred steps up, saying that it's about time that he would have healed up naturally, and he should be well enough to have a duel. Ragna asks what he's doing, and Incred says that he went easy on him last time because of his injury, but there's no need for that today. Ragna says he wasn't planning to do that anyway, as he swings down directly towards Incred. Incred blocks it, but it sends him backwards. He says that Ragna's swordsmanship is clean, almost beautiful, and compared to that, his is too crude, rough, and unkempt. However, that is what he's built up until now, as he starts charging in. He explains the techniques he's absorbed, as he uses his sword to drag up some dirt, and he flings it up towards Ragna, who blocks it with his sword. Ragna recognizes it as the Valen sword technique, and Incred says this is the path he's walked, as he comes in for a heavy overhead swing. Ragna backpedals and says that that's the sword technique he taught. Incred says it's also time for new opportunities, as he uses his left hand to grab onto his other blade, and he draws it as Ragna's running straight in towards it. He thrusts it towards his head. Ragna watches and dodges to the side in time, asking why he's using 2 swords. Incred tells him that this is the path he has chosen to go forward. Ragna tells him that's interesting and swings in, and Incred blocks it with both blades. Ragna tells him to try harder, as this fight isn't over yet, and Incred smiles. Their swords start colliding, and sparks fly, and Rem anxiously bites his nails, saying that Ragna is serious today, and if only he didn't lose that damn bet, and he wants it to be his turn already. Jackson says that he doesn't like heading out to fight, But against Incred, he would definitely like to. He makes himself snap out of it, saying that this isn't like him, and Odan is lost in thought, saying that next time he'll be more bold in training, and maybe he'll break his joints, but he hasn't quite got there yet. And he almost sent him to meet the Lord, as he starts laughing. Cray stares at them, saying that they're all out of their damn mind, but he says they've always been this way. The fairy commander says that they're all like kids waiting to play, and that Ragna, and the rest only shows motivation in front of Incred, wondering what it is, and says that he has this weird ability to attract people to him, including her. And she'd also like her sword to get in on some of that action too. Cray sighs, asking if she's also a freak. Rem screams, saying that he can't take it, saying it's his turn already, and then he's going to kill her if she steps in line, even if it's his commander. She asks if this is mutiny, and Incred says that everybody here is so strong, but they still aren't using their full strength against him, but he can see a bit of it now that they're all hungry for victory. As everybody stares at him, anxiously waiting their turns, he says that the day he returned from the recon mission in the tall grass field, these faces are what he swore to draw out of them. And if they have the time to chat, they have the time to fight, and he won't get tired before he duels every one of them. It jumps to night as he is thrown face first into the bed. Andrew tells him to wash up, but Rem says that he's exhausted and to leave him be. Cray says that they fought so many times, and he barely got better from his wounds, and he thought he was going to open them again. Rem asks if he wants a beating, as Incred starts to fall into a deep sleep. When he opens his eyes, what he sees is a forest. He's confused, wondering what his dream is, as there is not a boat or the field of flowers like before, and this is something new. The animals of the forest begin running from something. As he hears a man screaming to fight, he says that this was from his time as a mercenary when they fought the harpies, and we see him running as well, as somebody is hiding in the forest and smiling. This is definitely the guy who said that they all died because of him, and Incred is surprised. This is the section for my personal thoughts. There's a timestamp in the description, or YouTube chapter to skip it if you want to comment the word at the end of the video. Or feel free to turn it off as there's no more recapping. My thoughts are still the same as the previous part, we'll update them when more chapters come out. Before diving into my personal thoughts, just remember, to us and Incred, his journey is long and grueling, but to everyone else, it's happening almost instantly. He wakes up, and suddenly, he's a different person. It's easy to forget that while enjoying it. Now, I'll say it straight up, this series is easily my favorite to read at the moment. Nothing else keeps me as hooked. I've always been a sucker for time loop stories. Ever since I watched Groundhog Day as a kid, I've loved the concept of being the only constant in a world that resets every day. And in this series, it's like a mix of All You Need Is Kill, which Edge of Tomorrow is based on. But here, the loops actually mean something. Now simply put, the only legit hint we have towards the loops, is the amulet he got from the old lady, as it's meant to give him what he desires the most. We'll see more when it's expanded upon for sure, but we can tell that Incred's loops are purposeful. They aren't just resets for the sake of resets. Each loop is a chance to make a deeper impact on the world around him. He can change things. He can rewrite his own story, and we're watching him slowly piece together how to do that. It's packed with character development, real feeling character interactions, and while it's got plenty of wholesome moments, it's also full of bitterness that fuels him to keep pushing forward. There's a genuine sense of struggle in every loop. Every death feels heavy, every loss stings. And that's what keeps it so compelling. There's symbolism everywhere in this series. Combat is fluid and impactful, and every skill he learns remains relevant. Unlike other series where a technique becomes obsolete after a few chapters, here, he keeps adapting and using them even in the later chapters. That's rare and keeps the combat feeling grounded and purposeful. The story, though, that's probably its weakest point. The overarching plot is the least fleshed out part. It's just a dude trying to become a knight. That's the basic setup. But honestly, I'm here for it. The pacing is slow, deliberate, and impactful. The world building is done right, everything feels connected and purposeful. Even the side characters have lives that feel like they're still moving forward, even when Incred isn't there to witness it. Now, let's talk about symbolism because this series is absolutely stuffed with it. Early on, Incred spots a bug at the start of the loops. It's a small, almost insignificant thing, a perfect symbol of how worthless and unnoticed he feels compared to the other soldiers. But the next time he sees it, it crawls out of Rem's boot, and this time, he crushes it. It's a clear sign that he's refusing to stay in that same insignificant place. He's stepping up, taking control of his life. he's showing that he's not going to be stepped on anymore. Later, he crushes it again, but this time he's full of confidence, knowing he's not the same man he once was. It's like he's shedding his old self and emerging as something brand new, as if every time he crushes that bug, he's crushing the weaker version of himself. Another moment of symbolism, he's talking about wanting to become a knight while staring up at a shooting star. That can be interpreted in so many ways. It's a dream that seems impossible, something so far out of reach that it might as well be a miracle. Or it could be seen as divine interference, the heavens bending to make his dream a reality. The star is fleeting, but in that moment, it's a beacon of hope. A reminder that even if something seems impossible, it can still happen. After the second loop, we see a scythe dissolving. It's a literal representation of him escaping death, not succumbing to despair and giving up. It's like death is trying to reach him, but he's actively defying it. Then after the third loop, he and the rest run with the sun rising in the distance. That sun can mean a lot of things, the birth of a new man, a new beginning, or a reminder of how far he's come. Every sunrise is a new chance to rewrite the loop, a new day to learn from his mistakes. The new shoes he gets from the shoemaker have a double meaning. They're a constant reminder of the man's wife he couldn't save, a symbol of his failure. But they also represent his readiness to step forward as a knight, to protect the innocent, to perfect the loops, to minimize the damage he couldn't prevent before. The shoes are a way of grounding him, literally and figuratively. Every step he takes is a step toward redemption for those who have died throughout his loops. The sun rises again later, and this time it's different. His sword is chipped, a clear sign that he's taken a loss. But instead of holding him back, he gets a new sword, showing he's been reforged, ready to move forward. It's a message that even misfortune can be a stepping stone if you're willing to learn from it. The chipped sword was a reminder that unlike him and his infinite deaths, those around him aren't invincible, that he's going to take hits, but he can still keep going, when they can't. Then, in the latest wall, we see a bright light atop it. It could symbolize hope for the villagers in the slums or the fact that Incrid is finally rising to the occasion, becoming the man he's been striving to be. Or it could even be a sign that a new challenge is waiting for him, a light that he has to reach, a goal that seems so close but is still just out of reach. And that's just the ones I've spotted. If you've noticed more examples of symbolism that I haven't mentioned, drop them in the comments. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Now, let's talk about the walls, because that's the core of this series. Each wall is a brutal lesson wrapped in a test that pushes Incrid to his absolute limit. Imagine being stuck in a loop, over and over, facing the same challenges endlessly. That's Incrid's life right now, a series of walls, each one pushing him to his absolute limit, exposing every gap in his training. But these walls? They aren't just obstacles. They're brutal lessons, each one designed to teach him something he can't ignore. The first wall is a slap in the face. It's the harsh reality that experience alone isn't enough to take down those with raw, inherent talent. Despite years of grinding, Incrid is completely outclassed by people who just have that natural edge. This wall is a direct hit to his ego, a harsh reminder that all the effort in the world means nothing if he doesn't have the skill to back it up. It strips away his illusions that sheer persistence can guarantee success and forces him to confront the fact that he's still lacking something fundamental. And it's not just about strength, it's about the fact that no matter how many times he fights, he just doesn't have the raw talent to make it through without getting absolutely wrecked. So he begins to learn and adapt to overcome it. The second wall? It's a wake-up call to the consequences of blind repetition. Incrid has been so obsessed with training, he's dulled his own senses. Everything he's been drilling into his body has become routine, mindless, and when faced with unexpected threats, he can't react the way he needs to. This wall is all about stagnation. It's a reminder that training without adaptation is just as dangerous as not training at all. It's not enough to just keep going through the motions, he has to actually be aware, actually be present, or he's just going to keep hitting that same wall. He's become so consumed by his own methods that he's lost his edge, it is forcing him to reclaim his lost senses. The third wall is the culmination of the previous two, placing Incrid in a scenario where he must face multiple enemies without any support or allies. This wall isolates him completely, exposing the inherent weakness in his solitary approach to combat. It not only reinforces the concept of isolation but also illustrates the crushing weight of facing insurmountable odds alone. The wall is a manifestation of his internal conflict, as he must come to terms with the fact that he cannot rely solely on his own strength. It suggests that true power is not just about physical capability but also about forming connections and seeking help when necessary. Which he does, by taking lead of the squad, making them follow behind him into battle, but also relying on them while he's busy with Mitch, who is a firm reminder that he has so much to learn. The fourth wall throws Incrid into a fog-covered battlefield. He can't see anything clearly, and it forces him to slow down and really focus. There's a hidden flag he has to destroy to break the spell, but there are decoys everywhere, designed to waste his time and mess with his focus. And standing guard over the real flag, none other than Mitch, who Incrid has already faced before, a guy who pushed him to his limit during the third wall. Now, the fog isn't just a random obstacle. It's a test. It strips away all the things Incrid usually relies on, his sight, his surroundings, even his instincts. He's left with nothing but his basics. It's not about brute force. It's about precision. Staying calm. Finding the real target amidst all the noise. The fog forces him to slow down and focus, forcing him to stop trying to overpower everything and instead, hit the right target with absolute clarity. And the decoys? They're not just there to annoy him. They're distractions, pulling his attention away from what really matters. It's a reminder that not every threat needs to be taken down. Some are just noise. The real challenge is learning to ignore the fake threats and stay locked onto the real objective. And then there's the Mitch, whose sole purpose is to be that dude who is strong enough to remind Incrid that he still has a long way to go. This guy doesn't move. He stands his ground, a sentinel, daring Incrid to try and take that flag. This isn't a quick battle. It drags on for over a year and a half total, and in that time, Incrid isn't learning new skills. He's sharpening what he already knows. Honing his basics until they're deadly. Because in a fight like this, the basics done right can hit harder than any fancy move. The fifth wall is packed with a lot of layers, but at its core, it's all about adaptation and preparation. Incrid starts out getting betrayed by some of their own and killed by an assassin, a member of the Greyhounds, Mitch's group. This assassination hits hard, not just because he was taken out by a dagger, but because he wasn't ready for it. His body was too cold to move properly, and his strategies weren't dialed in. He seeks help from Odan to warm his body up, and even tries to take down those closest to him, but the assassins keep getting the drop on him. This wall is a turning point for Incrid. It's no longer about brute force or perfecting the basics, it's about learning to anticipate and prepare. And that's what the wall symbolizes, the need to think ahead, to read the battlefield before the battle even begins. He's not just fighting assassins, he's fighting his own lack of foresight. But Incrid isn't just sitting around, throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. He gets smarter. He talks to Jackson, learns more about the daggers, and starts to dissect his enemy's tactics. He fails, again and again, each time gathering a little more information until he's ready to take them down. And when he finally does, it's not because he got stronger. It's because he got smarter. He changes the battleground, predicts their moves, and uses his preparation to win. It's a statement that he's not just surviving anymore, he's actively taking control of the fight. Then he gains the daggers, another reminder that he can turn even his enemy's strengths into his own. So what's the fifth wall really about? It's not just betrayal. It's not just preparation. It's the idea that the best way to win is to already know what's coming, to be prepared not just for the obvious threats but for the ones hiding in the shadows. And when he can do that, he can control the fight as he wishes. The sixth wall drops Incrid into a deadly game of cat and mouse. The area is littered with traps, the kind that kill instantly and without warning. Incrid is forced to learn how to sense murderous intent, a skill that goes beyond sight, sound, or touch. It's a sixth sense, one that could save his life, but not the shoemaker's wife. Incrid arrives too late to save her, even after sharpening his instincts and heightening his awareness. It's a harsh reminder that even with new skills, he's still not fast enough to stop every tragedy. The traps are relentless, a constant reminder that he can't see everything, can't react to everything, not yet. But Incrid does manage to kill the mage who was performing experiments. He was stronger, but the gap in power was still there. Esther's blessing blocked a deadly attack, giving him the opening he needed to take the mage down. It's not a victory. It's just another sign of how wide the gap in power really is. The mage is a reminder that Incrid's still not there yet, but he is slowly getting there. If he was stronger he could have saved her, but he wasn't there yet. So what's the sixth wall really about? It's not just about sensing murderous intent. It's about realizing that having a sixth sense means nothing if you're too late to act on it. It's about understanding that even when you see the threat coming, sometimes, you still can't save everyone. Now, the seventh wall, this one's a different beast entirely. It's the first time Incrid tries so many different paths, and every single one is a disaster. But instead of getting discouraged, he starts piecing things together. This wall is all about trial and error. Every death is a new piece of the puzzle. First attempt, he gets ambushed in the cave. Incred tries to fight it out, but Pen and Torres? They can't handle multiple enemies like he can. They get overwhelmed, and it's game over. Next, he tries scaling the wall. Runs straight into Richa, a mage who toys with his senses and kills them instantly. Brutal reminder that relying on just his senses isn't gonna cut it. So then, he tries waiting out the night, hoping to avoid conflict. But then the lycanthropes show up, beasts so strong it takes 10 soldiers to bring one down. The group gets absolutely wrecked. And that's when it hits Incred, his real problem isn't strength or skill. It's tunnel vision. He's so locked in on one strategy at a time, he's missing the bigger picture. But each failure is a lesson. In the cave ambush, he learns how to gather intel, using it to take out a number of soldiers. Against Richa, he figures out that he can't rely on his senses alone, he needs a strategy. And with the lycanthropes, he drills his basics over and over, until he realizes that his focus is too narrow. He's targeting a single point when he should be taking in the entire battlefield. On the final attempt, he ties it all together. First, he tricks the soldiers, taking the of them down with Pen and Torres. Then, he lures them out of the cave, straight into the lycanthropes. And then he does something unexpected, he uses his murderous intent to pull all eyes on him. Dodging, weaving, creating chaos without even looking. And right in the middle of it all, he takes down Roger, one of the Greyhounds, and the werewolf Alpha in the same clash, showing Pen and Torres that he's on a completely different level now. Then, he scales the wall again to face Richa. But this time, he's ready. He knows his senses can't be trusted, so he uses the technique Torres taught him combined with a mana stone. Throws Richa off balance, and finishes her for good. So, what's the seventh wall really about? It's about the bigger picture. About taking all these little lessons and weaving them together into one unstoppable strategy. It's not just about trying different paths. It's about learning to see the entire battlefield, not just one piece at a time. It's a complete display of how far Incred's come, but it's also a reminder of how far he still has to go. Now onto some character analysis, a progression breakdown and a bit of how it changes loop by loop. Incred is just too angry to die. He's pure, unrelenting willpower in human form. Every loop he goes through, he takes something from his opponents, their moves, their techniques, anything he can use. At first, it's just his body imitating what he's seen, copying what he knows works. But it's not enough. Even Rem points it out, saying it all lacks confidence. And Incred realizes it too. He's not there yet. There's this one moment where he actually considers escaping. It's brief, but it's there. But then he shakes it off because he's not built like that. He's pure will. He's the guy who took 124 loops to finally break through his first wall. 124 deaths, 124 chances to analyze every move, every dodge, every tiny nuance of every fight. And he does. Over and over again. Every time he gets a little closer, a little faster, a little sharper. His first wall is against a guy who, honestly, isn't even that experienced. The only reason Incred wins is because the guy just doesn't have the skills to back up his strength. But when he does win, it's like time stops. It's just him and the pervert, locked in that moment. And Incred throws the guy's own finishing line right back at him, the same one he's heard over and over every time he died to him. That's when he shatters his first wall. But right as he's feeling that victory, he gets kicked by a frog. A brutal reminder that he's still not even close to where he needs to be. After that fight, he's left battered and broken. Then the boys come in, saving his ass, and he hears the signal that they've won. He closes his eyes, and bam, he's back with the boatman. And the boatman? Dude is relentless. He taunts Incred, tells him that the walls are just going to get worse, that they're going to be impossible. But Incred doesn't flinch. He says he'll do it. 10 toes down. Next thing he knows, he wakes up in a new setting. It's been almost half a year of being stuck in the same loop, and he's finally out. But instead of resting, he's right back to training. He dies in his sleep, and instead of feeling hopeless, he just gets more fired up. And he's not just training. He's watching. He notices how Krang moves, the way he carries himself. It's almost like he's a knight. Maybe a prince. We haven't seen much of him yet, but Incred's taking notes. Now we hit the second wall. This one's rough. Incred dies over 20 times, completely helpless, unable to even put up a fight. But he doesn't crack. 20 times? That's nothing. That's what he says. And he remembers Rem mentioning Jackson, calling him a cat. The rogue assassin type. So, he seeks him out. If Jackson can handle the assassins, Incred knows he can too, if he trains hard enough. And that's exactly what he does. He doesn't need more experience, he needs better senses. He drills himself, over and over, until he can dodge the assassin's attacks. And that's it. Another wall down. Between the second and third walls, we get this small but important moment. The boys show they actually care about him. They offer to help him during the rain, and it's just this tiny, almost throwaway moment, but it matters. Because up until now, Incred's been thinking about giving up, even if it's just for a second. But he never does. Not once. Then we hit the third wall, and this is where Incred realizes he can't do it alone. He needs the others. He watches Mac move and clocks him as a bodyguard type, showing how observant he is. So, he gets the boys together, fires them up, and launches a full-on ambush. They make it to the enemy camp and spot the flag, a key detail for the next wall. That's where he meets Mitch. Mitch is a monster, a literal human wall. Incred can't even scratch him. And he's getting wrecked, but his men? They follow orders, and they're the reason he's still alive. It's a reality check for Incred. He watches Mitch walk away, accepts that he can't win, and orders the retreat. But it doesn't sit right with him. He lost 2 of his men, and that loss just fuels him. He's not going to let it happen again. Back at camp, he spots Ragna and Rem sparring. They're going at it, way harder than they ever did against him. And Incred wants that. He asks Ragna to train him, and Ragna agrees, but only if he throws away everything except what Rem taught him in his stab technique. Everything else? Trash. And Incred agrees without a second thought. Now, he's going into the 4th wall. This one's all about the basics. He charges headfirst into the fog, ready to die 100 times if it means getting stronger. And he does. He dies, over and over, but every time he comes back, he's a little better, a little sharper. After 100 loops, he even surprises Ragna. And it's in this loop that he learns about the Unyuk sword technique, a style that combines all the other sword styles into one. And you know he's going to master it. He also learns Ragna's concentration skill. It's like his bread and butter now, something he adapts and makes his own. But then Mitch comes back. And here's the thing, to Mitch, it's only been a couple of days. But for Incred? It's been over a year. And this time, he's ready. He fights Mitch over and over, dies countless times, but eventually, he beats him. And he even starts mimicking Mitch's moves, taking them for himself. Then the boys come in for the save again, but this time? It's not just to save him. It's payback for when Incred saved them in the second loop. Afterwards, he's back at camp, curious about a technique he pulled off, a parry. He asks the guys, and they tell him it's something any fighter should be able to do after 100 real fights. And Incred? He's already done that. They don't even realize how much he's grown. We get to see another moment where Incred realizes just how much further he has to go. The squire is walking alone towards thousands of enemies, without his knight. And that's when Incred realizes, that's the level he needs to be before he can even dream of reaching his goal, a baby step towards becoming a real knight. And while he's watching the squire, the boys are watching with him. They're all having their own moments, but Incred's just locked in, eyes glued to the squire. And it's not just a reminder of how far he still has to go, it's also a moment that helps him see the commonality between all sword styles, something that'll play a huge part in his future development. He has a little eureka moment, that the boys protect him during too, which is wholesome. After that, he gets rewarded with a new weapon, one that actually suits him now, one that fits his level of growth. And he doesn't just get it, he uses it for his promotion exam. He takes on his first opponent with it and crushes him, then does it again with the second guy. Everyone around is watching, and for the first time, Incred actually feels that confidence. He's finally feeling the strength he has gained thus far. And that's when the chants start, with Andrew yelling Spellbreaker. That's the title that's going to follow him for a long time, something that'll stick with him all the way to the later chapters. He and Torres have a brief fight, but is stopped by the ferry commander, also his boys. Torres is impressed. So much so that he even offers Incred a spot in the guard, saying he could reach his full potential there. But Incred? He's not interested. He doesn't just want to reach his potential, he wants to surpass it. He wants to do it his way. So, in the 5th wall, Incred heads out with 3 of his own, thinking he's ready. But he gets blindsided and taken out by an assassin from the Greyhounds, Mitch's group. The guy kills him with a dagger, and Incred realizes his body was too cold to move properly. That's what got him killed. So he goes to Odon, asking for ways to keep his body warm, but that's just the start. This wall is brutal. Every time he tries something new, he gets taken down. The assassin keep catching him slipping, and he keeps dying over and over. But instead of feeling helpless, he just keeps taking notes, analyzing every little detail. The boys are there, joining in on his stretching routines, even though they don't really get why he's doing it. Then Jackson walks in, and it's this funny moment that lightens the mood, but Incrid's still locked in, still focused. Jackson eventually starts explaining the daggers, and that's when Incrid starts to put things together. Within 9 days, he manages to take out Rotten, Bo, and Jack. But the gremlin? That little bastard is still a bit out of reach, ugly as hell though. So, in the 10th loop, Incrid completely switches up his approach. If the assassins are using the market as their battleground, he's gonna change the battleground. He goes in with a new plan, takes out 2 of them right away, then the 3rd. And when the gremlin throws his whistle dagger, Incrid's ready. Catches it with his forearm protector, something he specifically prepared for this exact scenario. And when the assassin closes in, Incrid's not just surviving this time, he's dominating. The gremlin doesn't stand a chance. 10 loops, and Incrid clears the wall. And as a bonus, he takes the whistle daggers for himself. Another tool in his arsenal, another step forward in his growth. After that, we get a little downtime. Incrid gets a haircut, just a regular thing, but it's another small moment that shows how much the boys have his back, when he's vulnerable. Then we get this little showcase of each of them doing their part in taking down the Thieves Guild. Incrid takes on a guy using his old Valen sword technique. And he crushes him, showing just how far he's come since the start. Then they make the Thieves Guild theirs, pretty much giving it to Craze to run for them, since that's his whole thing. Incrid gets a spar with the fairy commander, and she doesn't hold back at all. It's another reminder that he's still got a long way to go, and it kind of guides him on what he needs to work on next. So he goes straight to Odan for martial arts training. And it's not just a couple of days, it's a whole month of non-stop grinding, with the boys all around him, training and giving their own advice. They're all spending quality time together, and teasing him about the fairy commander. After that, he heads out with Jackson for the next mission, and this one is all about analysis. Jackson's pushing him to level up his observation skills, to really hone in on sound differentiation. And then they get ambushed. But this time, it's not a wall, because Incrid just raw dogs through it, taking down another user of the Valen technique, which was his old technique like it's nothing. He's showing the gap in skill now, finishing it in one strike. But even after that, he knows he's still not there yet. There's more work to do. During the interim, they get a little Detective Conan moment, trying to piece together some stuff, and they get offered a weapon Jackson really wants. But this downtime isn't a waste. Incrid's sparring with Torres and the boys, and it's way different from before. This time, it's 7 wins for Torres, 4 for Incrid, a massive leap forward. They keep swapping out duelers, and Incrid's just soaking it all in, learning from everyone. Then there's this guy with a rapier, some random dude they just met. But he's strong, and he can tell right away that Incrid's talentless. But when Incrid says he's been waiting for him, it hits. Even complete strangers can see that drive in him now. Later, Craze comes through clutch, using the Thieves Guild connections to bring in some supplies, and Jackson finally gets his stiletto. But it's not just about weapons. Incrid's showing just how much he's improved, forcing Rem to speed up during their spars. The gap is closing, and Incrid's catching up, but it's still overwhelming as Rem is just him. And that's when Jackson tells him what he's missing, murderous intent. That sixth sense that could mean the difference between life and death. And Jackson's offers to teach him as repayment for the stiletto. And as the interim goes on, everyone says that he's not changing at all. It's weird how sometimes he'll change immensely in one day as if he was a genius, then others there's months of no progress. Rem suggests that Incrid needs some real experience, so he takes on a request from a shoemaker to find his missing wife in the basement. And that's where the 6th wall begins. This one's a death trap, filled with instant kill traps in these dark, claustrophobic tunnels. The only way out? Incrid has to learn to sense murderous intent, to literally feel the death coming before it hits. But it's not just his own life that's at stake here. Incrid's not just dying over and over, he's also watching the shoemaker die, unable to prevent it. And that's what really gets to him. It's not the pain of dying that's driving him forward, it's the guilt of failing to protect someone innocent. That's what really fuels him to keep pushing. But he manages to do it. 72 loops in, and Incrid finally gets it. He starts to feel that murderous intent, and even Jackson is surprised that he's managed to learn it so fast. But it's not over yet. Esther notices how intense Incred's been, like he's heading into a battlefield, so she decides to follow him. That's when Incred finds the shoemaker's wife. She's barely holding on, begging for death. And then the maid shows up, the one who's been experimenting on her. The boy's advice is ringing in his head: it's still a human. It can still be cut down. He just needs to close the gap. Incred rushes in, using everything he's learned. But the mage is just way stronger. He only survives because Esther blessed his armor, and he uses that moment to finish the fight. But he was too late. The shoemaker's wife dies, and Incred decides not to tell the shoemaker. He wants the guy to hold on to some kind of hope, even if it's false. After that, the next interim kicks off. Incred's still carrying that loss with him, and it drives him to take on another mission, this time, taking out harpies. These are the same things that wiped out his old mercenary group, and now he's doing it for the ones who couldn't fight back. It's a small step, but it shows how much his sense of responsibility is growing. Later, back at camp, the other soldiers are starting to notice how hard Incred's pushing himself. They see him training non-stop, and it starts to inspire them too. The ferry commander steps in and tells him he's been upgraded to lead his own platoon. And, of course, she wants another spar, but this time, it's barehanded. And this time, Incred absolutely dominates. Using everything he's learned from Odan, he just destroys her. It's another solid reminder of how much he's grown. After that, the war officially kicks off. Henry's in his platoon now, along with Andrew and Mac, and that leads to some fun interactions between the guys. Then Incred heads out with Torres for the next wall. I won't yap too much about it, since it was the most recent wall. This loop is all about Torres' hidden blade skill. Incred's focused, using everything he's learned, every move he's picked up, and he completely dominates this wall. It's the first time he's done that, and it shows just how far he's come. And right after that, he runs into a frog. And man, the difference is night and day. The sheer power he's packing now compared to where he started? It's so enjoyable to see the progress. In the end, he's just a guy who refuses to quit, who keeps getting back up, stronger every single time. Bro has gotten really strong. His sheer dedication is a testament of who he is as a character. I love it. Let's talk about the boatman, or Karen. We don't know too much about him yet, but what we do know is that he's Incred's biggest hater. Dude just stays hatin'. Every time Incred dies, the boatman's there to belittle him, telling him he'll never make it, that he'll always stay stuck at the bottom of the walls, never able to climb. But honestly, that just fuels Incred even more. Every time the boatman runs his mouth, Incred gets that much more determined to prove him wrong. What's interesting, though, is how we keep getting more and more detail on the boatman's face as the story progresses. Every time Incred meets him, we see a little bit more, like his features are becoming more defined with each loop. Back to the hating. Is it intentional? Maybe, because for a guy who talks so much shit, it almost feels like he's doing it to keep Incred from stagnating. Maybe he knows that pushing Incred's buttons is exactly what's going to keep him moving forward. Or maybe he just genuinely thinks Incred is crazy for not giving up yet. Either way, it's going to be interesting to see how much more we learn about him as the story progresses. Now with the boys, some of you may wonder why they are all so loyal. It's simple. They followed him before his loops because he started with no skills, no experience, barely a personality, and within months he was able to get on the same level as them, although he cheated by dying a million times. They see him as a battle-crazy training maniac who is even more obsessed with mastering his skills than they are. Plus, he always gets them into interesting and fun situations where they almost lose their lives. Also, they haven't failed a single mission since he became their leader. Now let's get into Rem. At first, Rem just straight up thought Incred was a coward. Rem kept that opinion for a while, until he started noticing just how much progress Incred was making. The day Incred finally broke through a wall, Rem saw something in him. He saw how intense he was acting, how determined he was, and that was enough to make him step in and save him. And that's saying something because Rem? Dude is lazy as hell. If he's going out of his way to help you, he's got to see something special. We also got a real glimpse of Rem's strength during the frog fight. Frogs are known to be strong, a race born for fighting, but it could tell just from a single glance that Rem was the real deal. Rem knew exactly how to kill it too, showing that he's not just strong, he's knowledgeable about different races and their weaknesses. We still don't know much about his backstory, but after that frog fight, we did learn that he's a noble hunter. And that's definitely going to come back around later. What keeps Rem sticking around Incred is that sheer determination he sees in his eyes. That's what pulls him in. And when it was time for the third wall, all the men, including Rem, were there, reminding Ingrid to stay safe, dropping little tips. After the third loop, he was genuinely worried that maybe Ingrid had died, saying he might have improved but he's still weak as hell. And the dynamic between Rem and Ragna is pure comedy. They're always arguing, always fighting, but as soon as Ingrid shows up, Rem calms down immediately. And later, he even tells Ingrid he should rest, showing that he does actually care about him, even if he doesn't always say it outright. During the fourth loop, we see just how much of a beast Rem really is, soloing platoons, taking down spellcasters, just doing his thing. And when Ingrid wakes up, Rem instantly notices that he's hiding something, that he doesn't want to talk about the spell. Rem tells him he shouldn't get too interested in spells and lets him know that he took care of the spellcaster himself. That's Rem, a lazy guy on the surface, but when it comes down to it, he's like a loyal dog, always watching, always ready to step in when it counts. Now let's talk about Jackson. From the start, Jackson just came off as that cool, laid-back guy, but he's also insanely loyal. When Ingrid was down and out, Jackson didn't just stand there, he picked him up and ran with him, literally saved his life. Then he even gave Ingrid some medicine while he was recovering. Rem called him a cat, and honestly, that fits. Dude's got that cat energy, laid back but always lurking, always watching. He's also super stingy with his stuff, and Ingrid pointed that out when he got the medicine, that Jackson hates sharing, but he still did it. Also, he's still throwing Ingrid bits of info when it matters. Like during the fifth wall, he points out the whistle daggers, and later on, he even offers to teach Ingrid how to throw them. That caught Ingrid off guard. Jackson doesn't really offer to teach people stuff. But after 9 loops, Jackson was confused if he was a genius or not. Jackson's also there when Ingrid is fighting the rapier guy, ready to jump in if things go sideways. And when he sees Ingrid hitting a wall with his progress, he doesn't just let him struggle. He thinks about how to help him, saying he can teach him to speed up. Jackson's always watching, always ready to step in, definitely giving off those cat vibes, cool, distant, but loyal too. Let's talk about Odan. First time we see him, he's just sitting there praying. But right away, we get that he's a good guy when he steps up to protect Jackson, who's carrying Ingrid. And when he shows up later while Ingrid's recovering and just straight up sobs. Yeah, dude's got a big heart. But Odan's not just some gentle giant, he's also the guy pushing Ingrid to get stronger. He tells him to start lifting weights, basically to hop on the tren, and really train his body. Then in the fifth wall, he helps Ingrid figure out how to keep his body warm so he can actually move properly in battle. And when he sees Ingrid training his body to the absolute limit using literal rocks as weights, Odan's just standing there in disbelief. That's where his respect for Ingrid really comes from, that relentless work ethic. Now, let's get into Craze. Big Eyes, the money goblin. He's not much of a fighter, at least from what we've seen, but he's the guy who gets stuff done. He's all about business and money, that's his whole thing. Early on, he's the one reminding Ingrid about his debts, but he also hooks him up with a nice tent to recover in. And then he comes back later trying to sell some of Esther's claws, just milking the hustle. During Ingrid's promotion exam, he's straight up taking bets and cleaning up because nobody thinks Ingrid's got a shot. But then he's genuinely surprised to see Ingrid actually holding his own. Later, while he's cutting Ingrid's hair between the 5th and 6th walls, we see another side of Craze. He's not just some greedy guy, he's also got connections. He knows what's going on around the camp, who's who, and who's worth keeping an eye on. That's what makes him so valuable. And when he takes over the Thieves' Mercenary Guild, he turns it into a cash cow, a source of both money and intel. But even with all that, he's still getting bullied by a frog. And when he sees Ingrid again after that, he's just shocked by how much stronger he's gotten. All in all, he's a perfect fit to a team of dumb muscleheads. Let's talk about Ragna. This dude's always got that sleepy, lazy genius vibe, like he could care less about anything going on around him. But when Ingrid was down, he stepped up, same as Odan. Ragna even showed up at the infirmary, and he looked genuinely surprised to see Ingrid. Not that he'd admit it. A little later, we see Ragna just casually throwing up toe gang signs like it's no big deal, and it's clear he and Rem have this always fighting, never serious kind of relationship. But both of them shut up the second Ingrid rolls back in still banged up and asks about one of Ragna's techniques. Ragna just brushes it off, acting like he doesn't care, but the next morning, he's up and out, checking on Ingrid's training. Now, we get more on Ragna here. The guy had the chance to become a knight, but he thought it was boring, so he just dipped. That decision made him stagnate, and now he's just kind of coasting through life. But when he spots Incrid training, hurting himself, pushing himself way past his limits, he can't help but wonder why. He points out how Incrid's basics are absolute garbage and that he's trying to use advanced techniques with a weak foundation. It's like trying to build a skyscraper on sand. So, he asks Incrid why he's even bothering. And when Incrid tells him that being a knight isn't just about being strong, it's about wielding your sword for others, for honor and dignity, that hits Ragna. So, Ragna agrees to teach him. Instantly regrets it because he's lazy as hell, but there's something about that fire in Incrid's eyes that keeps him going. He tells Incrid to throw away everything he knows except for 2 things, and Incrid just folds instantly, no questions asked. That's when their training really begins, right as the next wall starts. Ragna babysits him, keeping an eye on Incrid during the loops, watching him die over and over again. Incrid's basically bug exploiting the loops to learn, and Ragna's just there, watching, getting more and more impressed with each reset. What's crazy, though, is that Ragna's so naturally talented he can't actually explain how he does things. He just does them. It's a common thing with his members, except Odan. Eventually, he teaches Incrid to concentrate on a single point technique, a skill that becomes a staple for Incrid throughout the rest of the series. And as the loops go on, Ragna starts seeing Incrid's progress. By the time he meets Mitch again, Incrid's focus is so sharp that Ragna is genuinely impressed. But man, this dude is just always lost. During the 4th wall, he straight up wanders back into their own camp like he's Zoro from One Piece. Total goofball. Now let's talk about the fairy commander. We don't know much about her yet, but what we do know is that she's a total goofball. She started out as someone who was ready to kill Incrid just to keep Krang's identity a secret, but he convinced her not to. And from that moment, she started finding him interesting. At first, she suggests Incrid to the commander, saying it was just her instincts. Incrid thought she was punishing him, but he didn't seem to care that much later. After he comes back from her recommended mission, she's shocked. She half expected him to fail but didn't expect him to come back with such a major W, and now she's even more interested in him. Things really kick off after the 4th wall. She shows up at his tent, talking about how she thinks fate brought them together, which is where all the misunderstanding with the army starts. They think she's into him, and she leans right into it because she thinks it's hilarious. Then, after the 5th wall, Incrid reports to her about the betrayal, saying it was just luck that he survived. But she doesn't buy it for a second. She knows he's holding back. There are some funny moments after that with Incrid trying to dodge snow shoveling duty. Eventually, they spar, and she absolutely dominates him with pure technique. She's also the one who starts to notice that sometimes he acts like he knows the future, and other times he's just clueless. And she doesn't let it go unnoticed. Later, she visits him late at night, telling him about his next mission and that she'll be going with him. A soldier overhears and assumes they're dating, which just makes the misunderstanding spread even more. And the fairy commander? She leans right into it, even in public, because she finds it all way too funny. On the mission, Incrid plays along, jokingly leaning into the misunderstanding too, and she smiles. Meanwhile, the other soldiers are just standing there calling him an asshole. But she's loving it. Then, during their next spar, she loses to Incrid and says, "Your proposal was a bit rough." And then, in front of everyone, she calls him her fiancé and even apologizes for what's to come in his future. This woman is straight up chaotic, and she knows it. Now let's talk about Esther. We first meet her in the 3rd loop when she's just a small panther. At the time, she accidentally leads the soldiers to Incrid and the others, but Incrid saves her, and she's surprised by it. But she also stares at him like she sees something, which we find out more about later. Turns out, she can feel the power of a strong curse or spell on him. And she knows that the only way for her to get out of her panther form is through that curse. She saves him during the 4th wall and sticks by his side for the rest of the series. Throughout the loops, she helps him in a lot of small but significant ways. At one point, Incrid even tries naming her, and it's funny as hell how much she hates it. She's a constant presence during his recovery, cuddling up next to him every night and using her magic to aid in his healing. There's this one moment where she invades his dreams, showing him her real body, and she's a baddie. It's like a glimpse of who she really is beneath the panther form. And then, when Incrid wakes up, she's lying next to him, completely naked, and he just hugs her goodnight like it's nothing. But that whole moment serves as a point for him to learn her name. She's also reinforces his armor, like during the shoemaker loop when she saves him from the magician. Shay also steps in again with a frog, to keep him alive. Because yeah, she can't let him die if she wants to be free. But it's also clear she's getting attached to him too. It's not just about the curse anymore. Let's talk about Andrew and Mac together, because these two are pretty much inseparable. Andrew started out as the loudmouth, super snobby, always pulling rank on Incred like he was untouchable. Dude was just irritating, and Incred wasn't impressed either. Especially during that scout mission when Andrew was being loud as hell and basically dragging them into danger. He mistook some tracks for Anu, trying way too hard to get some kind of result to make himself look good, which ends up backfiring and starting the third wall for Incred. They get ambushed and killed. And in every loop after that, Andrew just keeps running his mouth until finally, Incred shuts him up by completely bodying him without even using a weapon. That's when the shift happens. Andrew starts to fall in line, actually listening to Incred's orders. And that's when we start to learn more about him. He's not just some snobby asshole, he's actually carrying a lot on his shoulders. He's a fallen noble, trying to fulfill his mother's wish to revive their house. That's why he carries himself like he's hot shit, acting all noble and entitled. But that act starts to crumble as he watches Incred. Then there's Mac. Mac's always been Andrew's shadow, the loyal right-hand man. He's been with Andrew for years, but even he's shocked when Andrew starts falling in line with Incred. There's a key moment where Mac actually disobeys Incred's order, pointing his blade at him, ready to go against him. But Incred lays it all out for them. He wants to survive just as much, if not more, than they do. And that's when Andrew starts to really see him differently. Not as the loser, not as the trash soldier everyone thinks he is, but as a guy who's literally fighting to forge his own path, refusing to follow some destined role. Andrew starts to look up to Incred as a role model, the exact kind of man he wants to be. A guy who doesn't just accept the cards he's been dealt, but fights to change them. And once Andrew accepts Incred as his captain, he makes damn sure Mac knows it too. Even though Mac's hesitant at first, he eventually starts to see it too. Especially after Incred moves through the enemy camp like he can see the exact path he needs to take. Mac thinks Incred's on some secret mission from the ferry commander and decides to back him without a second thought. The loyalty is set. After they get back to camp safely, Andrew actually apologizes to Incred, which is a huge moment for his character. This guy who thought he was better than everyone else is now bowing his head in respect. And not just him, the others follow suit, because they know that Incred is the only reason they made it back alive. Later, when Incred is being awarded and people are talking shit about him, Andrew and Mac shut them down immediately. They even have a funny moment during his promotion exam, where they both realize they can't beat him now. It's small, but it shows how far they've come from being guys who used to talk down to him, to guys who are genuinely loyal to him. They have some more wholesome moments in the future too, but for now, Andrew and Mac are great characters who went from being a pain in Incred's ass to being some of his most loyal guys. Alright, let's run through some of the other characters real quick. Not a ton to say about some of them yet, but they're all making their mark. Henry, so far, he's just been giving Incred some tips on tracking, sharing his experience as a hunter. But now that he's officially in the squad, I feel like we're going to see more from him. There's potential there for sure. Mitch, even the enemies in this series get development, and Mitch is a perfect example. After losing to Incred, he doesn't sit around crying about it. He blames himself for getting complacent, and you just know he's about to go on a training arc of his own. I love seeing stuff like that, even the villains aren't static. Torres, first time we meet Torres is during Incred's promotion exam. We find out he's serving directly under the crown and has the nickname Border Butcher. That alone tells you he's dangerous. He's basically on Mitch's level or stronger. At first, he's there to humble Incred, put him in his place, but then Incred surprises him. Their fight gets wild, and just when it's about to pop off, the ferry commander steps in. After that, Torres actually respects Incred, even offers him a spot in the border guards. Real recognizes real. We see him again briefly during the Detective Conan stuff, and then he joins Incred on the next mission. He gets bullied by Penn the whole time, but he's also keeping an eye on Incred, clearly looking out for him. Solid guy. Penn, not too much to say yet, but she's got a funny always joking vibe. She's been a solid teacher for Incred during the latest wall. She taught him grappling, ranger stuff, and some other basics. She's also a big part of what's probably been the hardest wall so far. Definitely hope we get more of her. Now, real quick on the comedy. It's there, and it's done right. It's not shoved in your face or over the top, just sprinkled in at the perfect moments to keep things from getting too heavy. Now let me talk about the combat, and I mean real quick. I've said it a million times, but the combat in this series is top tier. It's fluid, semi-animated, almost like you're watching a fight scene in motion. Think survival story of a sword king in a fantasy world or Northern Blade, those are the kings of that style, and this series is right there with them. What I love here is that when Incred learns a move, it doesn't just get used once and forgotten. He keeps it, adapts it, makes it his own, evolving at every single loop. He's not just stacking moves, he's building a foundation, brick by brick, until he becomes an absolute pillar of the basics. Strong foundations make for unbreakable towers, and that's exactly what he's doing. Easily my favorite series right now. Not a single dull moment, always something to keep me hooked. And I hope you guys are as into it as I am. I will probably upload this as a standalone to see if anyone outside of my regular viewers are interested in this type of content too. Appreciate those of you who made it this far, really means a lot. If you've watched till the end, comment, banner, to let me know. Subscribe for more videos like this, leave a like or a comment to help the channel out. Thanks for watching.